Mystic Meow by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1. Have you decided on your bridal bouquet yet? It was an innocuous enough question, but I couldn't help flinching at the reminder all the same. Liana gave a knowing smile at my wince. How much time do you have left to decide? She asked, with an innocent bat of her dark lashes. 10 days, I grumbled under my breath. An exhalation slipped through my lips as I sagged forward, propping my elbows on the edge of the counter. Lily, standing at the register, slid me a sympathetic look before beckoning the next customer to come to the counter and check out. My enchanted candle shop, Wicked Wicks, was bustling with activity, and had been since opening. The summer sun bounced off the reflector screens and shiny hoods of the cars parked along the street out front, sending my air conditioner unit into overdrive. That, combined with the press of patrons, left the shop feeling like the inside of a bread machine. New prickles of sweat broke out across my brow as I allowed myself a moment to wallow in self-pity before glancing up into Liana's smiling face. My best friend was what one might call a stunner, with her warm brown skin and glittering brown eyes, and a smile brighter than the Times Square ball on New Year's Eve. It was almost impossible to feel bad when her smile landed on you. Almost. At least we got the dress out of the way, Liana said, with a soft sing-song to her voice. My lips pressed together, so tightly they almost vanished. Behind me, a soft, gravelly chuckle rumbled from a shadowy cubby mounted to the wall. Liana's smile quickly morphed to a look of pure horror. Cora? You didn't. A furry gray-blue face popped out of the cubby, flashing a tiny row of white teeth. The cat would look menacing, if not for the glittering sparkle of humor twinkling in her ethereal blue eyes. Busted! She jeered at me, still laughing. I shot the cat a scowl. What have I told you about the wedding plans? I believe my exact words were, "You're banished from all wedding discussions." Not a peep. Selene, my unsympathetic feline familiar, stretched languidly as she dropped from her cubby and jumped to stand between Liana and me on the counter. Her tail swayed with casual, unbothered indifference. Lily frowned as she attempted to wrap protective paper around a tall pillar candle for a customer. Without missing a beat, she batted the cat's tail out of the way, mumbling an apology about any lingering cat hair to the customer, who stared open-mouthed at my talking cat. Must be an out-of-towner. The locals, by and large, knew about Selene, as her reputation far outweighed her small stature. Liana clasped my forearm, her eyes wide and pleading. Cora, please tell me you didn't cancel the wedding dress order. I thought we had this settled. Desperation pitched her voice higher with each word. Pretty soon she was going to be on par with Alvin and the Chipmunks. I jerked my chin over my shoulder, indicating the storeroom of my shop. Come back here, I hissed, shooting another glower at Selene as I waited for Liana to round the counter. It's too late, Selene called after Liana. She already called and canceled the dress. But really, you should be proud. She managed to wait a full 72 hours before she jettisoned this one. So hey, that's progress, right? Stay out of it, I barked, as I tugged Liana into the dimly lit storeroom. The space was cramped, but organized, and tidier than it had been in some time, as I now had a proper off-site workshop and ample storage at home. My fiancé, Clint, and I had purchased our first home together, and we'd converted the large bonus room into my own personal workspace. For the first time since I'd opened my business, the storeroom felt like it had some breathing room. Well, okay. My side of the storeroom had some breathing room. Due to a set of truly unfortunate circumstances this past spring, I'd had to give up 1/3 of the space to Selene. A line of tape now divided off Selene's portion of the room, And while she denied setting any booby traps around her territory, I hadn't been foolish enough to attempt crossing the line. Selene's burgeoning enterprise took off more than I'd ever expected, and she needed room to work. Who knew there would be such a big market for bug-repelling talismans and memory-jogging bracelets in a town like Winterspell? But then, I had to remember that just because I lived in a city bathed in various types of magic and supernatural beings, that didn't make everyone a master of enchantments. By and large, the citizens of Winterspell could cast simple spells, but they either lacked the skill or patience for the more complicated stuff. Which, I supposed, was largely the reason for my own success, too. In any case, Selene's charmed jewelry line was a success. And while having to give her part of my shop wasn't ideal, so far, the arrangement worked out as well as could be expected. Though, in true Selene fashion, I was subjected to bi-weekly complaints and petitions to give her a few more inches here and there, all of which I denied, leading to epic witch fits on the part of the cat. Sometimes I thought she didn't even really want the space. She just wanted to use the issue as a testing ground to see what else she might be able to get away with. In her mind, if she could get an inch of the storeroom, she could get away with a mile over some other boundary I'd set. At least I now had some fodder to use when the next plea arose. After all, snitching me out to Liana couldn't go unpunished. Witches get stitches. "Cora!" Liana squeaked. "Why did you cancel this one? It was sublime!" A twinge of guilt bit into me. I did feel bad about canceling the dress order, especially after the amount of time Liana had spent helping me pick it out. After finding an all-inclusive resort to host the wedding, my wedding task checklist was pruned down to a near manageable length. The venue had an in-house wedding planner who took over the brunt of the busy work. But there were still a myriad of decisions to make, even if I didn't have to personally execute each and every one. For whatever reason, this arrangement had sort of backfired, leaving me agonizing over the handful of decisions I was responsible for. Chief among them being the dress. Liana, as my fabulous fashionista friend, had gone to work, booking fittings at a handful of boutiques in and around Seattle. We'd made a day of it, toting along my mom and Aunt Lavender. Selene, as a magical, talking cat, would not be welcomed in a non-magical showroom and had to be left at home, something all of us witches privately agreed was for the best. The dresses were beautiful, and after a long day of fittings, I'd chosen an ivory gown with a sweetheart neckline and a skirt that was full enough to signal a fancy dream wedding without making me feel like I was drowning in yards upon yards of heavy fabric. We'd even picked out a delicate jeweled headpiece I could wear in lieu of a full veil. It was beautiful, the kind of dress a girl dreamed of, fit for any princess, Barbie or otherwise. And yet, when I got home, I immediately questioned my decision. I'd called Liana and unloaded all of my concerns, and eventually, we opted to put the order on hold and go back the next weekend, just the two of us, so I could try a few dresses a second time before making my final decision. The only problem was that a second look only complicated the issue further, and I ended up canceling the order altogether, opting to explore other styles. Liana reassured me that it wasn't a big deal and helped me make a few more appointments. This most recently canceled dress had been the result of our second round of fittings on dress number 2. "Cora, the wedding is less than 3 months from now. I just don't see how you're going to get something tailored in time." I buried my face in my hands. I know. Trust me, I wish I could check this off my list and be done with it. But the more I thought about it and the more I looked at the pictures we took, the more I started to hate it. "Personally, I don't know what you were thinking letting her wear that silhouette," Selene piped up from her perch on one of the mostly empty shelves near the doorway. Her tail twitched as it wrapped around her front paws. You have to think about dressing Cora like you would dress one of those munchkins from that movie with the fabulous witch. I didn't have to ask to know she wasn't speaking about Glinda. Selene always had an affinity for the villains in whatever movie we watched. No doubt Selene would cheer on the flying monkeys the whole way through, wondering where she might acquire a pair for herself. Liana narrowed her eyes at my familiar. The dress looked amazing. The silhouette was flattering, and the color was perfect for her complexion. It would even work after she gets her usual summer tan. Liana paused and shot me a look. I held up my hands, palms facing her. I've been wearing my sunscreen, I swear. For whatever reason, my best friend had this irrational fear of me spending the day before the wedding out in my kayak, paddling Winterspell Lake, and somehow winding up horrifically burned and forced to walk up the aisle looking like something that just fell out of a lobster pot. To be fair, back in June, I'd inadvertently worn long expired sunscreen on a trip to the lake and came home with a pink face. It was a simple mistake, but Liana had trouble letting it go. I've actually made an appointment with a local seamstress, Minerva Wilkes. Have you heard of her? Liana shook her head, one brow still quirked with unguarded skepticism. I had something in mind, and she assured me she could make it with plenty of time to spare. And since it's made just for me, it will be sure to fit just right. A custom gown? Liana said. You told me there wasn't a budget for a custom gown, which I maintain is ridiculous considering who you're marrying. But I digress. If you wanted a custom gown, Cora, we should have started working on that months ago. Well, Minerva uses magic to speed things along. She used to work at the dress shop here in town. I'm not entirely sure of the details, but there seems to have been some sort of falling out between her and Glenda Good, and she started her own design business on the side. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Liana asked. I blinked at her, surprised. No offense, Liana, but you can be kind of intense about this whole thing. Liana tossed her long braids over her shoulder, her arms flying in exasperation. Well, someone has to be. Besides, this is probably my only shot at planning a wedding. Robert recently informed me that he doesn't think monogamy is quote-unquote right for him, so that's going to go off the rails pretty quick. If you had him down for being an usher, you might want to rethink that. When did this happen? What does that even mean? Selene interjected, her whiskers twitching. He doesn't think monogamy is for him? Like it's some kind of wine of the month club? Or some kind of 15-day trial to one of those streaming services you humans are always going on about? Seriously? Liana breathed a hollow laugh, sinking into the rolling office chair before my miraculously clean desk. Anyway, I didn't say anything because I didn't want to burst your happy wedding bubble. Here you are, preparing to make this lifelong commitment, and you're all loved up. And I'm happy for you. So happy I could burst. I didn't want to take away from all of this. I moved close enough to wrap my arms around her shoulders, and she leaned over to rest her cheek on the top of my head. A soft sniffling sound escaped as she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. You're not ruining anything. I'm sorry if anything I said or did made you feel like you had to keep this from me. As your best friend, I always want to know when something is going on. You want me to go over to his house and hack up some hairballs all over his welcome mat? Selene offered, her tail twitching, a hint of a smile pulling at her lips. I've been feeling a nice one coming on. My nose scrunched. Selene! Liana chuckled and wiped away another stray tear before it could fall. Aw, you would do that for me? Sure. I could even gather some of the neighborhood cats to help. We could make a real mess of the place. I threw my hands into the air. It was a losing battle, and I knew it. That's sweet, Selene. Gross, but sweet. I'll let you know. Suit yourself. I've always got a hairball on standby. It keeps Cora in line. Liana chuckled. We haven't broken up yet. It's just percolating at the moment. I'm really sorry, Liana. I really thought... I stopped myself. There was no point in piling on. We all had the same thought. Liana and Robert seemed so happy. I thought it might not be too long after Clint and I tied the knot that the tables might turn, and I'd be in full bridesmaid mode. Do you have plans for dinner? I asked, swiftly changing topics. My kitchen is a disaster zone, but you're welcome to join us for whatever takeout suits your fancy.
You promised me fish,
Selene interjected, twitching her tail.
Since these kitchen renovations began, my diet has been woefully lacking in properly prepared seafood.
Liana laughed. You know I offered to let you use my kitchen. I made a throat-slitting gesture to stop her, but it was too late. Selene swiveled around to look at me.
We've had a kitchen available this entire time and you didn't tell me?
You didn't need to know. It would just give you more nagging power. You like really stinky fish, and I'm not subjecting Liana's house to the smell of it. And don't act like you haven't had fish in a month. Last night, you literally had a whole carp and said it was the best thing you'd had all year.
Well, it was, but it didn't stick with me very long, if you catch my drift. I think it was all the breading.
I sighed. Thanks for the 411. My cat stared at me unapologetically.
What? You act like you don't have any bodily functions, and we both know that's not true. I don't even want to get into what I found.
Enough, I warned her. This isn't a negotiation. It was a dinner invitation. I shook my head. Selene's ability to derail a perfectly nice conversation was truly baffling. If there was an Olympic event for conversation hijacking, she'd win the gold medal every time. No contest.
She won't even let me have a hot plate in my room,
Selene continued, showing no indication of stopping.
She talks about it like I'm asking for a live grenade.
I smacked my hand against my forehead and groaned. Sure. You go talk to the fire marshal and tell him you want to plug a hot plate into the same outlet as your fancy litter robot, your automatic drinking fountain, your massage pad, heat pad, and whatever that mouse singing toy is called, the one you insisted on for Christmas. Selene stared at me.
It's called the Squeak Symphony, and you know that.
Liana was in a fit of full-on giggles now. I rolled my eyes, but I was glad to see her laughing after having been so near the verge of tears moments before. I'm glad you can laugh at my pain, I told her with a grin. I'm sorry. Liana wiped her eyes again, still laughing, and then adjusted her purse strap, moving it a little higher on her shoulder. So dinner? I asked, steering us back on topic. Not tonight, but thanks for the invite anyway. She squeezed my arm and brushed past me, moving toward the back door of my shop that led out into the alley between my shop and Julia's Cafe, the ferry-run coffee shop next door. I've got a bunch of leftovers at home and a backlog of trashy reality TV shows saved to my DVR. But thanks for listening, and let me know about the dress. I'd obviously love to see it as soon as possible. You'll be my first call, I promise. Liana nodded and pushed open the heavy security door. Sunlight streamed into the dim storeroom, highlighting a light layer of dust on the shelves where Selene perched.
Yeah, unless she cancels it again,
Selene called after Liana, who giggled as she strode away and let the door fall closed behind her. When she was gone, I turned to the cat and crossed my arms. Remember that saying about what happens to snitches? I asked, raising an eyebrow. If you want to redeem yourself, you can start by dusting back here. It looks like you might have fallen a bit behind on your half of the housekeeping duties.
Yeah,
Selene grumbled as she slid off the shelf, landing silently on her paws.
Just call me Cinderella.
Do a good job and I'll buy you some salmon to grill this weekend. Clint is having the new outdoor grill installed Friday night. At that, Selene perked up, and a flurry of pink sparks flew throughout the storeroom, magically sweeping away any traces of dust as they drifted over the various surfaces. It was amazing what she could accomplish when properly motivated. Chapter 2.
Just let me see it again.
Selene swiped the paper bag hanging from my fingers, smacking it like it was her own personal piñata, which wasn't too far from the truth. though I wouldn't stick around to clean up the mess if she managed to shred and claw her way through the bag and parchment paper-wrapped fillet inside. Frowning, I raised the bag higher and glowered down at my familiar as she leaped from the sidewalk, both paws aimed toward the bag. When she missed her target, she landed with less than her usual grace, and I grinned. How is it that you're 1,000 years old and still haven't managed to develop a drop of patience? It seems like living multiple lives over multiple centuries should have taught you a thing or two about waiting. Selene's whiskers twitched as she trotted beside me, keeping her eyes on the bag.
I can be patient when I need to be.
Uh-huh. You should just be grateful I even offered this to you.
Grateful?
She flicked her tail dismissively.
Feeding your familiar is part of the whole agreement, Cora. You make it sound like I should kiss your feet because you did the bare minimum and didn't let me starve in a garage somewhere.
I rolled my eyes.
Besides, you've been feeding me that abominable diet food for the past 5 months and 8 days. It's about time I got something good.
Abominable? It's human grade and comes from organic free-range chickens and wild-caught fish with fresh vegetables. Not to mention it costs an arm and a leg.
I'd much prefer my old food,
Selene replied, pointing her nose in the air as she walked a few paces ahead of me, temporarily giving up her mission to snag the fish market bag out of my hands. It was one of those perfect summer afternoons in Winterspell. The sun was tucked behind puffy white clouds, and a gentle breeze provided relief from the heat. My short hair was still windblown from a morning spent on the lake, paddling around in my kayak, ignoring my phone and email for the bulk of the day. When my stomach started to growl, I banked on a quiet patch of shoreline, well away from the tourists dotting the lake by noon, and watched the waterfowl and wildlife, as I enjoyed a little picnic for one, before hiking a ways into the woods to birdwatch. The prospect of going home for a barbecue night was the perfect cap to the relaxing day. With the success of Wicked Wick's second location, I'd been able to expand the budget for the flagship store and hired a second full-time employee, a middle-aged witch named Penny. Additionally, there were 2 part-timers, Cece and Joey, a pair of college kids who had moved back home while school was out. Both of them had worked for me in years past and required little training to get back up to speed. The shop ran like a well-oiled machine, and I was grateful for the time off to enjoy summertime in Winterspell. When I returned from my excursion on the other side of the lake, I found Selene waiting for me at the dock. Being a cat, she didn't wear a watch, but always had an uncanny ability to know what time it was when it came to meals. Today, more than usual, seeing as I dangled the promise of freshly grilled fish now that the outdoor kitchen was being finished. Selene insisted on personally overseeing the shopping process at the local fish market, annoying the proprietor to no end as she squished her face against the glass window outside in order to inspect each fillet. Secretly, I knew she would eat whatever she could get, but forcing them to bring the pieces to the window was her not-so-subtle payback for their enforcement of the no shoes, no shirt, no paws, no service policy. She resented being unable to shop the market for herself, and had compiled a list of suspects whom she thought might have made anonymous complaints to the Winterspell Health Department. It was all very silly, in my opinion, but trying to reason with Selene was a losing battle. Sisyphus would have better luck with his boulder.
Why couldn't you drive to the lake access point?
Selene groused. What, are your legs getting tired, Your Grace? That earned me a scowl. She made a show of lifting a paw.
You try walking on this hot pavement in bare feet.
I've offered to buy you a pair of cat booties, I replied, unable to force back a wicked grin at the mere visual image of the proposal. Selene gawked like she'd swallowed a horsefly. I chuckled and came to a stop at the crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. They put a 4-hour limit on that lot in the peak of summer, and the meter maids are hand-selected by Walter Peabody to be merciless. Besides, it's not that far of a walk.
I miss the old house,
Selene mumbled. I arched a brow at her. Oh, really? 'Cause if I recall, it was nothing but endless complaints when we lived there. The rooms were too small, the fridge didn't keep things cold enough, the trees were too close to the house and the squirrels annoyed you, the hot water tank was too loud. I rolled my eyes at the endless list echoing through my mind. On and on.
Some of us just can't accept mediocrity, Cora,
Selene retorted, swinging her tail as she dashed across the sidewalk just as the light turned yellow. The car screeched to a sudden halt and honked. Somewhere in Selene's furry little chest was the soul of a New Yorker.
See that light up there?
She yelled at the driver.
Yellow means slow down.
The driver blinked, shocked to be chided by a pint-sized tabby cat. I winced and offered an apologetic wave as I dodged out after her once the light was fully red. We both know that if you were able to drive, you would see yellow lights as a sign to slam the gas pedal to the floorboards, I muttered as I chased after the cat. And what have I told you about looking both ways before you cross the street? I swear you're worse than a toddler. An immortal toddler. Selene turned around and flashed her sharp canines at me in a wide smile.
With claws.
Oh, brother. I shook my head and picked up my pace.
That's right, Cora. The immortal part is the key word. Why would I be afraid of a little car when I have my 9th life locked down forever? Seems rather silly.
Yeah, well, as the one who will end up having to pay your vet bills either way, please use your head. We reached the end of the commercial strip through downtown and started up a slight incline into one of the tree-lined streets that fed into one of the older residential sections of Winterspell. 2 streets later, we took a right turn and headed toward home. Large trees provided shade over the sidewalks in front of the historic homes, and Selene slowed her pace. The house Clint and I purchased last year was up the hill, beyond this block of older homes, in a housing development built sometime in the 80s. Around us, many of the homes had already been renovated, while others had been knocked down, and modern homes with contemporary lines and minimal landscaping had taken their place. The neighborhood was coveted due to its close proximity to downtown, meaning all shopping and restaurants were within easy walking distance, despite what a loud-mouthed feline might have to say about it. The lake, too, was close by, and with the hillside plots of land, many of the 2-story homes, including our own, enjoyed a water view from the 2nd level.
So, we have an outdoor kitchen. But when is the rest of the work going to be done?
Selene inquired as we continued up the incline.
I'm getting rather tired of all the banging and pounding noises.
I am too, believe me, I agreed. I know Clint has it all under control, but it's been more overwhelming than I imagined it would be. Clint was the type to go big or go home. And while I appreciated that spirit in many areas of life, Wicked Wicks wouldn't have a thriving second location without his drive and vision. There were times his plans left me feeling like we'd bitten off more than we could chew. When it came to the house, we'd already ripped up the carpet and old laminate flooring, replacing it with a sustainable engineered wood and travertine tile in the bathrooms and laundry room. We'd renovated the primary suite's bathroom with an updated walk-in shower, complete with steam settings, fancy marble countertops, new sinks, and hardware. Paint was the next thing on our list, but all focus had shifted to guarding the kitchen with the intended goal of finishing that large remodel before autumn. Thanks to Clint's inheritance, budget wasn't much of a factor, which had the upside of being able to have our choice of contractors and flexibility. But on the downside, it made our options nearly limitless, and it took quite a while to settle on exactly what we wanted to do with the large space. Once the designs were approved, the crew got to work, tearing everything apart before they could put it back together again. As it stood, we were somewhere in the middle. I didn't have a stove or an oven, countertops, or finished cabinets. The fridge had been temporarily relocated to the large pantry, which allowed us to keep some perishables on hand, but there certainly wasn't space to make anything more complicated than a PB&J. To keep me from going completely insane, Clint had hired a local handyman to install an updated barbecue grill in the outdoor kitchen and ordered a patio set to allow us to use the outdoor space while the weather was nice. By autumn, if things kept on schedule, we'd have everything put back together again and would be able to go back to cooking and eating indoors. As we walked, I considered one of the newer builds on a corner lot and wondered if maybe we should have waited a little longer and held out for something turnkey. But then, there was a certain satisfaction in getting to choose everything from scratch. Putting it out of my mind, I adjusted my purse strap and we turned at the intersection, just in time to see a large yellow dog limping down the sidewalk and into the road.
"What's that mangy thing doing running wild in the street?" Selene snapped. "Probably looking for trash cans to knock over and rummage through. Ugh!"
"It's a dog, Selene, not a raccoon or a bear," I said with a sigh. "Come on, we better see if it has a tag on its collar." Selene groaned her disapproval when I started making kissing noises and snapping my fingers to get the dog's attention.
"Okay, Cora, now you're just debasing yourself entirely. I can't be a part of this. I simply cannot."
"You're my familiar. You're supposed to help me." Selene scoffed.
"Help you how? You want me to lasso this thing and ride it around the street like a pony?"
She hesitated, then added,
"On second thought, that doesn't sound half bad. Come here, fleabag."
I squeezed my eyes shut just long enough to wonder why I even bothered with her. "I meant, maybe you could talk to it. Tell it I'm friendly." The dog backed up and bumped into a retaining wall on the edge of someone's property. It looked friendly enough, or at least it wasn't growling or baring its teeth, but nervous and unsure. As I got a little closer, I narrowed my eyes at the paw it was favoring and saw a flash of rusty brown. "Selene, I think it's bleeding. Please do something to make yourself useful."
"All I'm qualified to do is call animal control and tell them there's some stray mongrel running around the neighborhood scaring children. I could tell them it's foaming at the mouth. That ought to get them here nice and quick."
I ground my teeth together. Never mind. My air magic wasn't particularly helpful in a time like this. If I needed to push the dog away or throw up a windshield between us, I could. But gathering or pulling things toward me was trickier. I occasionally created something of a vacuum cyclone to retrieve things on high shelves, something that happened more often than I would like, considering my honorary membership to the Lollipop Guild, in Selene's words. And sure, I'd use the vacuum technique on Selene a time or two, when she was really working my nerves. But the poor dog was already scared. I didn't want to make it worse. He didn't deserve that. Whereas Selene always did.
"I can't just talk to all of the animals in the world,"
Selene interjected, interrupting my thoughts.
"I'm pretty sure we covered this back when I was using pigeons to deliver my wares around town."
I nodded, the conversation coming back to me. Selene had worked with a local witch, Rosella Midnight, to communicate with her feathered delivery service providers. "Those were pigeons," I protested. "This is a dog. Dogs are far more intelligent than a bunch of pigeons."
"Oh, I beg to differ,"
Selene quipped. Across the street, the dog went to a clump of manicured boxwood bushes and did its business. Guess that answered the girl or boy question. Selene groaned.
"That's it. I'm definitely calling animal control."
Ignoring her, I started across the street, keeping my tone light and low as I slowly approached the dog and shifted the fish market bag in my hands. Selene screamed in horror as she realized what my plan was, half a moment before my hand snaked down the inside of the bag.
"Cora, you wouldn't dare."
"I'm not going to feed him raw fish," I said with an exasperated sigh. "For all I know, that would give him some sort of nasty parasite, but if he gets a whiff of it, he might come over a little closer to investigate. He's wearing a collar. He's someone's pet, and they probably miss him."
"I signed up for a barbecued fish dinner, not a spree of Good Samaritan deeds."
Selene's voice sounded distant. and I glanced over my shoulder long enough to spot her walking down the other side of the sidewalk. Her path set on home. Are you really just going to leave me? I held up the bag. I'm the one with the fish, remember?
Clint's a sucker. If I tell him you forgot about me at the dock and the fish market is about to close, he'll let me sit in the front seat of his flashy little sports car and drive me down there. He'll probably put those massage things on if I ask.
Good grief. I grabbed the packet of fish and turned my attention back to the dog, who had gone still, but still looked unsure. The fillet was quite heavy in my hand, the consequence of letting Selene pick. We had more than enough to share. Here, puppy. Do you like fish? If you come with me, I'll give you some. The dog's nose lifted in the air and sniffed, his tail lifting ever so slightly. That's right, puppy. I took another 2 steps forward. Come this way.
I'm seriously embarrassed for you,
Selene called from somewhere further up the sidewalk. The dog took a hobbled step closer, his chocolate-brown eyes pleading. There we go, I said with a smile. Good boy. Within a few moments, I had him by the collar, and as I leaned over to inspect it, I studied the paw he'd been favoring. I found more than a little blood smeared up the backside of his front leg. Poor thing. What happened here? I squatted down on the sidewalk, keeping a firm grip on his collar, and nudged his nose away from the bag of fish, long enough to inspect the bottom of his foot, thinking I'd find a piece of glass or a particularly sharp rock as the culprit behind the injury. He whimpered a little as I searched, but there was no sign of a laceration on his paw, and no obvious source for the blood. His collar had a small silver circle, laser engraved with a name, phone number, and address. Your name is Pippin? I said, looking up into the dog's eyes. He wagged his tail. Okay, Pippin, we're going to get you home and figure out what's going on here. Pushing up to my feet, I called for Selene. He lives just around the corner, I called after her.
That's nice,
Selene called back.
See you at home.
This time, I didn't hesitate. With a flick of my wrist and a twinkle of my fingers, a jet spray of wind flew across the street, and Selene walked right into a wall of swirling air. Selene's back arched as she flew off the sidewalk and tried to run from the cyclone headed her way. A string of profanities mixed with strange words that I figured were nasty hexes in some ancient magical language spewed from her mouth in rapid fire as she ran down the sidewalk out of the cyclone's path. I laughed and kept hold of the dog's collar. Come on, I said, ignoring the scowl on her face. We're just going to drop him off at home and then we'll get to our feast. And for your troubles, not that you were helpful in any way, shape, or form, I'll give you first dibs on which piece you want. Deal?
Not even remotely. But I suppose that doesn't matter.
I shook my head. No, not really. Pippin kept his nose glued to the outside of the fish market bag as we backtracked and went down the alternate streets. With each loud sniffing noise, he earned himself a glower from Selene, who trotted at my ankles on the other side.
He's getting all doggy, Cora. Make him stop doing that sniffling thing.
I rolled my eyes. There's a layer of paper and multiple layers of wax paper between the dog and the fish. I think you're fine. Selene made a harumph sound and trotted ahead a few paces, as if she couldn't bear to look at the desecration of her precious fish for another moment. As we turned onto the street marked on the dog's collar, a police cruiser came into view, its siren lights flashing, though it was silent. I stopped short, sliding a glance over at Selene, who also stopped. I think that's the house, I told Selene. A quick glance at either side of the street, comparing the numbers posted on the homes, confirmed it. Pippin's house was the one the police cruiser sat in front of. My gaze skirted toward the dog's bloodied paw, and something told me it was going to be a while before we got to enjoy our fish dinner. Chapter 3. A group of neighbors stood in a cluster at the edge of the neatly manicured front yard. Despite the police presence, no cautionary tape had yet been erected around the perimeter.
"This all seems a little excessive for a lost dog,"
Selene scoffed, eyeing the dog standing and straining against my grip on his collar, whining as he tugged toward the house. "Is that Pippin?" The dog's ears perked as he glanced nervously toward the sound of the voice. I turned and found myself the center of attention amongst the gathered neighbors. "Are you the dog walker?" A woman with curly red hair and thick glasses asked, glancing skeptically at the two women on either side of her. Selene started cackling.
"There's a new idea for you, Cora. I'll even get you a custom-engraved poop bag dispenser. You know, to make it official."
"No," I said to the women, ignoring my familiar's heckling. "I found him wandering the neighborhood, but I was just bringing him back home. There's an address on his name tag." Pippin looked torn, his shaggy head swinging between the front of the house and the neighbors. "Oh, you poor dear," the woman to the right said, her face crumpling in sympathy as she looked at the dog. "What happened here?" I asked, noticing another group of neighbors forming a second cluster on the sidewalk across the street. The stream of cars coming down the road slowed as the drivers tried to see why the police were in their otherwise quiet neighborhood. "May is dead," the redhead said, in a no-nonsense fashion. It wasn't cold, necessarily, but blunt. I shook my head. "May? You might know her as Mystic May," the woman on the left explained, with a hint of an eye roll, though I wasn't sure if it was directed at me or at the local psychic's moniker. "She had a shop on the edge of town." The humor drained from Selene's eyes at the news.
"What happened?"
she asked, then looked over at the dog's leg again, and my thoughts quickly followed hers. We had met the woman known as Mystic May a few months back, when she'd come into Wicked Wicks to return a pendant necklace her familiar, Floyd, a snow-white etherwing, had stolen from a basket of Selene's enchanted jewelry. I'd given her a set of dream candles to ward off the nightmares plaguing the town, courtesy of Selene's not-so-brilliant plans, and she'd use them to save me from what was likely to be a highly unpleasant fate when a shadow beast tried to drop-kick me into the shadow realm. I hadn't seen her much since then, but we were friendly. If I saw her in line at the grocery store, I'd make a point to say hello, and I occasionally saw her walk past Wicked Wicks's front window on her way to Julia's Cafe, the shop beside mine. May seemed to be one of what I could only assume was a small handful of clientele keeping the coffee shop in business. Apparently, some people liked coffee grounds in their coffee, and the idea of a cinnamon cheese scone on the side. Julia, a tiny fairy, meant well, but her taste buds were not meant for this world. "We've only heard bits and pieces," the woman with the red hair began, glancing at her companions. "But it sounds like an accident. They're saying she slipped and hit her head on the side of the pool. She fell into the water and drowned. Marcus, that's her ex," the woman on the right interjected. "As far as we know," the third woman added. This was followed by a collective sigh of exasperation from all three women. "The story changes all the time with those two. Anyway," the redhead continued, "Marcus found her and called for an ambulance. But it was too late. They had a sheet draped over her when they wheeled her out a few minutes ago." "That's so sad," I replied, my heart sinking. I didn't know May well, but she seemed lovely. When no one jumped to agree, a twinge of curiosity played across my brow line. "She was nice," the woman to the right hurried to say, seeming to notice the unsettlingly long pause herself. "It's just—" She stopped short, hesitating as she looked at the other two. She licked her lips and added, "It's nothing against her, necessarily. It's just been a little chaotic in the neighborhood recently." "Because of May?" I asked, my gaze flicking between all three of them, trying to read their expressions. Finally, the redhead sighed and planted her hands on her hips. "When May and Marcus first moved in, They seemed like a perfectly lovely couple, very much in love and quite the entertainers. Seeing as they're one of the few houses on the street that have a backyard pool, this was the hangout spot when things were good. But Marcus and May started having issues some time ago. The woman on the left continued. The party stopped, and the arguments began. They were one of those passionate couples, almost obnoxiously sweet and very into PDA when they were good. But on the flip side, they were the kind who tossed each other's clothing out into the front yard and stayed up screaming at each other until 3 a.m. when things weren't good. Recognition dawned, and their strained silence made sense. I'd known couples like that over the years. The kind who would fill their social media feed with mushy posts and kissing pictures, only to find out they secretly hated each other and would say horrific things to each other behind closed doors. Even at our worst, Roger and I never devolved to that point, thankfully. Sure, we'd argue like any married couple. But when the idea of divorcing first came up, it was out of distance and conflicting plans for the future, not mudslinging or heated arguments in the front yard. I see. Half of me wanted to ask what led to such explosive arguments, but I quickly decided it wasn't really any of my business. Before I could stop her, Selene slithered away from the conversation, past the police cruiser, its lights still flashing, and up the hand-laid driveway, past an iron gate that was cracked open. "You own the candle shop in town, right?" the redhead asked. "Not many people around here have talking cats," she added by way of explanation, offering an almost sheepish smile. "I actually didn't believe it when someone first told me there was a talking cat working at the candle shop. What kind of magic allows a cat to talk? Some kind of spell?" I snorted. Believe me, if it was voluntary, I would have silenced her a long time ago. She's just special. I didn't bother adding that nothing Selene did at Wicked Wicks could be called work. Talking, making a mess, agitating customers, and decorating the place with a fine layer of fur? All of those I would agree to without question. But work? Absolutely not. At least not on my behalf. A few months ago, she'd opened her own business, Selene's Sensational Spells. And after the mess involving her nightmare spell gone awry, I'd agreed to give her a small section of the shop to sell her enchanted items. A room in the house was converted into her designated workshop, where she crafted and charmed small trinkets and jewelry, enchanted to solve minor everyday problems. I hate to ask, but is Marcus still here? I asked, glancing down at the dog. He'd gone still, no longer trying to tug out of my grasp, though his ears and tail remained perked, his focus on the house at the end of the driveway. I don't want to just put the dog in the backyard and leave. He went to the station to answer some questions, the woman on the left answered. Probably just some paperwork, as he was the one who found May unresponsive. He looked really shaken up about the whole thing. The redhead scoffed. Or he's just a good actor. "Mary!" the women on either side of her cried in unison. The redhead shrugged. "I'm just saying. It makes you wonder." The woman on the left chewed at the corner of her lower lip, mulling it over. "They did have a pretty nasty argument the night before last," she admitted, briefly meeting my gaze. "I have an 8-week-old baby with colic, so I don't sleep much. I was nursing, and from my window—" She twisted and gestured at the house across the street, a 2-story with modern finishes, likely another renovated property. From my window, I had a pretty good view of the scene in the yard. Our air conditioner was on, so my windows were closed, but I didn't need to hear the exact words to know they were going at it again. Marcus was in his car, trying to leave, but May was standing at the end of the driveway, blocking him in. He was hanging halfway out the driver's side window, screaming and gesturing at her, but she kept slamming her hands on the trunk of his car and refused to move. I don't know what they were arguing about specifically, but it was pretty clear it was going nowhere. Mary rolled her eyes. Honestly, she should have just let him move on. When did they break up? Oh, months ago, Mary replied. And this time it seemed like it was going to stick. There have been other breakups in the past, but this one felt different. I think he might have started seeing someone else. I frowned. So why were they still living together? So much for not being nosy. It's a money thing, the woman on the left said. I remember at one of their pool parties, May told us they bought the house when his business was going well. And when it took a downturn, I think their finances got a little bit tight, especially with her relatively new business. She was still working on building up a clientele. It takes time for that kind of thing. She honestly should have moved to a non-magical community. People in the magic world are more skeptical of people claiming to be psychics. It just seems like it would have been easier for her to get something going in a big city, or at least in a town where people are more likely to believe in psychics. The woman shrugged. A picture formed in my mind. 2 exes, forced to share quarters for a prolonged period of time, 2 explosive tempers, and rocky finances. A Molotov cocktail of trouble. When looking at it that way, a pool accident did inspire a dose of suspicion. Do you know if May had any family in town? From her accent, I'm guessing she wasn't from around here. The women exchanged a glance, each searching for an answer. Finally, Mary shrugged. I don't really know. I think she said she was originally from Kentucky or something. She never had family or friends over when they would host barbecues. It was usually just the neighborhood crew. I looked down at the dog and scratched his ears. I think he's hurt his paw. He's got some blood on it, and he was limping when I found him. I don't know what to do with the poor guy. All 3 of them looked at the dog. Pippin whined. I don't suppose any of you would be able to take Pippin to the vet and keep him for a little while, at least until Marcus gets back from the station? A myriad of excuses tumbled from each of the women's lips. The one lady restated she had a colicky baby to look after. Mary said she just had her floors replaced. And the third woman claimed her fence was too old and she worried Pippin might be able to jump it. I could buy the story about the floors and the baby, but the fence one seemed a bit shaky, considering the neighborhood had a strict HOA and none of the houses on the street were close to being considered run down, fences included. In any case, the dog didn't deserve to go to someone who would ignore it at best. Before I could officially decide what to do, a female officer in a uniform approached, her dark hair slicked back into a low bun. Excuse me, I said, stepping toward her. Ma'am, please step back, the officer said. This isn't my dog. He lives here. I think he might have stepped in some of the blood. The officer leaned to the right, considering the front of the dog. The gate was open when we arrived, she said absently, her brow furrowing. She grabbed her radio from the belt around her slim hips. I'll handle it, she said, reaching for Pippin's collar. Thank you, ma'am. Now please step off the property. Another officer appeared, and Pippin was handed off to them and led up the driveway toward the house. A blur of gray streaked over the tall fence flanking the iron gate, and Selene landed on the sidewalk, her blue eyes wide.
Templeton's in there, she exclaimed, running toward me. We gotta go.
She'd get no argument from me. Chapter 4. Wow, that's too bad. Clint's comment was punctuated by the sizzling sound of onions and peppers cooking in a pan set atop a single induction burner. The burner was on the dining table, which was shoved against one wall to stay clear of the work crew currently renovating the kitchen. The back door was propped open, allowing the balmy summer breeze to carry in the scent of the fish grilling on the back deck.
Whoever leases the shop next should probably turn it into a pizza shop or something,
Selene interjected, as I finished telling Clint about May's tragic death.
The first psychic who ran that shop ended up turned into a statue, then ran off to who knows where, and now this one ends up dead in a pool. The psychic shop must be cursed.
That's a little dramatic, I said, cutting my familiar a sidelong glance. Hannah got turned into stone because of her own recklessness. May died in a tragic accident. They aren't the same. Selene stuck her nose in the air, her whiskers twitching as she sniffed the savory smell of the cooking fish.
I think you need to check it again, she said,
directing this toward Clint.
And why are you making fajita vegetables? That doesn't even remotely go with grilled fish.
I laughed at the put-out expression on Clint's face. Selene often liked to insert herself as his unofficial, read unwanted, sous chef whenever he cooked. It does when paired with corn tortillas, sour cream, and salsa. We're having fish tacos. Don't forget the lime, I added. Selene made a retching noise. Clint turned off the burner, seemingly satisfied with the vegetable medley. Looking over at the cat, he sighed. I'll go check the fish, but you're not going with me. Selene's eyes narrowed. A challenge. Clint held up a hand, heading her off at the pass. I know how to grill fish. Despite what you may think of my background, grilling is something I know how to do without instructions from a sassy and overly opinionated cat.
Overly opinionated?
Selene had the gall to sound thoroughly scandalized by such a characterization.
I have just the right amount of opinions, thank you very much.
I ran 2 fingers across my brow. Please tell me you're not going to try and argue your opinion of how opinionated you are? That would be reaching a new low even for you. Clint snorted and headed outside. Selene made to follow, and I whipped a stream of wind ahead of her, closing the door just before she could get her nose over the threshold. She glared at me over her shoulder.
You do realize I could just open this again, don't you?
Leave Clint alone, I told her. He's had a lot on his mind, and he wants to cook us a nice dinner. So let's just let him, okay? Selene muttered something under her breath, but rerouted herself past the new bank of cabinets in the center of the kitchen. They were hollow shells for the time being, waiting for the slab of marble scheduled to come any day now. At least, that's what the contractor told Clint. I had my doubts. It turns out that even having a hefty budget couldn't fully eliminate the potential pitfalls in a major renovation. Luckily for me, Clint had handled the brunt of the work, liaising with the contractor and various tradespeople who filtered in and out of our house on a weekly basis. Luckily, the second Wicked Wicks location, just outside of Bellevue, was running smoothly. A month back, Clint found a shipping company that specialized in discreetly transporting magical cargo, thus ending his constant route between the 2 shops. I'm surprised you aren't peddling the idea of leasing the psychic shop for yourself, I said to Selene. She turned around and planted her rear on the wood floors, her tail twitching.
Do I look like some kind of vulture to you, Cora?
I winced. Are you sure you want me to answer that? She narrowed her eyes. I laughed. Okay. Maybe that was a low blow. I guess opportunist is maybe a better word.
A woman just died,
Selene countered.
What would I look like if I wandered down to the real estate office in the morning to inquire about my lease options?
I tilted my head to the right. Since when do you care what other people think about you? She spluttered and puffed out her chest indignantly.
I don't.
I nodded. I'm just saying, a few months ago when you nearly tanked my candle business, Selene growled.
That's a tad dramatic, don't you think?
I think it's just the right amount of drama, I retorted. I'm just saying, when my candle shop was in trouble, you were practically demanding I hand over the blueprints, and you had an entire Pinterest board dedicated to your vision for the interior design of your own shop. So it's not like you haven't considered opening a proper storefront. She gave me a pointed look.
Oh, I see what's going on here. You're just trying to get rid of me. I only take up 25 square feet of your shop.
Maybe so, but that doesn't seem to stop you from asking for more square footage at least twice a week. And whenever I say no and remind you of our original deal, you yowl and complain and mutter under your breath. It's distracting. I swear half the customers who come in must think you're sickly and I'm some kind of heartless monster for not taking you to the veterinarian's office the way you bellyache and wallow.
Oh, no, you don't. We're not going back there. Last time I let you drag me to the vet, she put me on a diet. The woman is clearly incompetent.
The door opened, and Clint came in, a large plate balanced on the palm of his hand, steam rising from the fish.
It's about time,
Selene cheered, trotting across the room to jump up onto one of the dining chairs. I tried to convince her she should eat from a bowl on the floor like a normal cat, but my efforts never got very far. She insisted on eating at the table, her little paws balanced on its edge. I got up from my chair and went into the pantry to retrieve 2 dinner plates, a salad plate, and the appropriate silverware. The kitchen would be glorious once the renovation was completed, with counter space for days, especially when compared to my old house with its cramped quarters and stuffed-to-the-brim cabinets. I'd never been much of a chef, as I grew up preferring to leave the cooking to my mom, who reveled in preparing large meals and holiday feasts. At home, I tended toward easy meals that would make leftovers, and, especially lately, veered toward takeout more often than I wanted to admit. You do realize my mom is going to basically move in here once the kitchen is done, I told Clint with a smile as I carried the silverware and plates to the table. He barked a laugh and set the fish down in the center of an assortment of small bowls filled with various toppings for our tacos. You know, I'm okay with that.
Me too,
Selene added, as she found it impossible to not hold back her 2 cents from any given conversation.
Lilac is an excellent chef, and I never have to peek over her shoulder to make sure she's cooking things to the correct temperatures.
This last bit was directed pointedly at Clint. He ignored her and began arranging warm corn tortillas on his plate, doubling them up before adding the chunks of cooked fish, shredded lettuce, tomatoes, and a heaping spoonful of the mango pineapple salsa he purchased from the local gourmet food shop that had opened last spring. The place was called Good to the Last Bite, joining the Good family's local empire, which also contained Good to the Last Drop and Glenda the Good Witch's dress design, a wine and dress shop, respectively. When the gourmet food shop opened, Selene complained about the hoity-toity gentrification, a new word to her vocabulary, and one I wasn't entirely sure she was using correctly, of Winterspell. But her protests were quickly silenced when she spotted the variety of caviars they planned to keep in stock. Luckily for her, she had her own source of income these days, as I certainly wasn't about to add a line item for caviar expenses to the household budget. The conversation ceased, as Selene dug into her fish with as much gusto as I had expected, given her anticipation leading up to it, and recent complaints over the lack of fresh food in her diet, despite all of the evidence to the contrary. As I finished my first taco, Selene's head jerked to the side, her ear stretching toward it in an almost painful way. "Are you okay?" I asked, looking out the windows. "Selene?" Clint prompted, his own taco halfway to his lips. "Shh," Selene hissed. Before I could ask why, Selene leaped down from the table and raced toward the windows along the hall, stopping at the double doors at the end of the foyer. I got up and followed. Behind me, Clint set down his taco and came to join me. "What's going on?" I asked Selene, my voice above a whisper but still quiet. Selene turned, her back paws sliding out from underneath her in her haste, and bolted down the hallway and launched onto the back of the couch, tore across the fabric, and jumped to the floor, skidding to a stop just before her face smashed into the low windowsills along the living room wall. Puzzled, I crossed back through the house and joined Clint, my eyes scanning the cotton candy sky for any signs of disturbances.
"There's a voice inside my head,"
Selene explained, searching the sky.
"It sounds like it's moving around the house, from one side to the other."
Clint gave me a look that suggested he'd be spending the evening on Google, trying to determine whether or not they made psychologists for felines. But, as strange as Selene's world was, I also trusted her when it came to all things magical. Having lived 8 full lives before embarking on this, her last and theoretically unending life, she knew far more about magic than I could ever hope to learn. So, if she said there was a strange voice inside her head, I was inclined to believe her, strange though it might be. Selene cocked her head, her ear perking once more. Then she shook her head violently.
"It's gone."
"What did it sound like? Could you recognize who was speaking?" She shook her head again, this time less vigorously, though her confounded expression remained firmly in place. "What was it saying?"
"They kept saying it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident."
She muttered the words to herself in a quick cadence. Then, without warning, she galloped across the first floor of the house, and before I could stop her, A burst of pink sparks gathered around the doorknob on the right side of the front doors, and she streaked across the front yard like a spooked rabbit. The whole thing happened so fast I couldn't figure out how to respond. Had she meant for me to chase after her? She knew I couldn't possibly match her speed. She teased me about my short stature nearly endlessly, especially when we went hiking or if she was in a hurry to get to one of her favorite places, like the fish market. Should I alert the neighborhood watch that there's a small furry terror on the loose? Clint asked, returning to the dining table and what was left of his meal. I shook my head as I went to close the front door. I hesitated for a moment before pulling it closed, scanning the street and sidewalk for any signs of Selene, but she was good and truly gone. With a sigh, I locked the deadbolt into place and rejoined Clint. We'd barely started to theorize where she might have gone or what the source of the strange voice might have been before the doorbell rang. Clint dabbed his mouth with a napkin and slid me a frown. That's not her, is it? I abandoned my taco. Apparently it wasn't meant to be, and went to answer the door. On the other side stood the officer I'd spoken to at May's house. And beside her, at the end of a white and blue striped leash, was Pippin. My brow furrowed as I looked at the dog. "Can I help you, officer?" I asked, raising my eyes to meet hers. "We didn't officially meet earlier today," the officer began. "I am Officer Vivian McGrath, Officer Viv, as most people call me. Anyway, I wanted to thank you for bringing this guy back home today. I got talking to some of the neighbors and they told me who you were. I hope it's okay, me showing up this way." She glanced past me, and I turned briefly to see Clint standing at the other end of the hall. "Of course. Is there something else I can do to help? I heard what happened to May. It's such a tragedy." The officer's face tightened, and she glanced down at the dog. I couldn't fully read her expression, but she didn't look all that happy. Pippin slowly wagged his tail, though it hung low, almost like he thought he might be in some kind of trouble. "Agreed." Officer Viv sighed heavily and met my gaze. "And, unfortunately, in the wake of May's death, this poor guy doesn't have anywhere to go." "What about May's partner? Or her ex-partner? Some of the neighbors were talking?" My cheeks warmed. Did it get lower than gossiping about the dead? Yikes. What had I been thinking? Officer Viv's lips twisted to one side, like she'd bitten into something tart. "He says he doesn't want the dog. And seeing how May's death has been ruled an accident, the blood on the dog's paw was May's. There is no open investigation. I can't hold the dog at the station. If no one can take him in, he'll be spending the night at a shelter." Pippin sat down, as though the burden were too much to bear. "I'd take him myself," Officer Viv continued. "He's really sweet. But I live in a rental and my landlord doesn't allow pets. I just thought since you lived in the neighborhood and you were so kind to make sure he got home, maybe you'd have it in your heart to look out for him until he can find a permanent home. I realize it's a lot to ask. I'm not even sure why I'm here, to tell you the truth." Officer Viv breathed a dry laugh, seemingly at herself. "I just can't bring myself to drop him off at the shelter after all he's been through, losing his person and all. I had a dog that looked like him growing up, so I guess he's got a soft spot in my heart." Clint stood at my side, one hand resting on my lower back, and he looked down at me, his expression open. I knew what he was thinking even before he said it. "What do you think, Cora? We've got the fenced yard." Pippin looked up at us, his dark brown puppy eyes full of soul and sadness, and maybe a little bit of hope. My heart lurched, and I knew my decision. "We can take him," I told Officer Viv. Clint reached for the handle of the leash, and Officer Viv looked ready to cry as she handed it over. "Oh, thank you so much. You're angels. I'll do my best to talk to the shelter in the morning and see if they can't put his picture up on their adoption website. It shouldn't be too long for him to find his next home. I'll call you tomorrow if that's okay." I nodded and stroked Pippin's head as Clint directed him into the house. "Sure, I'll be at Wicked Wicks for most of the day, so you should be able to catch me there." Officer Viv thanked me again and gave Pippin one last look before returning to her squad car. I closed the door, marveling at how quickly the night's events had twisted around, and met Clint's eyes. He was kneeling in front of the dog, stroking his face and taking him in, a smile already playing at his lips.
"You sure are a handsome boy."
I smiled and joined them. Let's hope Selene stays out tonight, because as soon as she finds out what we've done, we'll both be mincemeat by dawn. Chapter 5. By some miracle, Clint and I survived the night, waking the next morning to find Selene had yet to return home. Or if she had, she'd taken one look at the dog sleeping at the foot of our bed and decided to hit the highway. For his part, Pippin was a perfect houseguest, sleeping through the night without issue, and was more than happy to eat whatever we put in front of him, a far cry from Selene's attitude about the food we forced her to eat from the local pet shop. He was still favoring his front paw, but the blood had been cleaned away. By the time I left to go open Wicked Wicks, Clint had already planned a full day's worth of activities for him and his new companion. "After we stop by the vet and get this guy checked out, I'll take him with me to the hardware store. If he plays his cards right, he might get 2 treats out of the day, one at the vet and one at the hardware store. Miles keeps a jar of dog biscuits near the register." Thanks to the home renovations, Clint had become honorary best friends with Miles McHale, who ran the local hardware store. "After that, depending on how his paw's feeling, we can wander over to the park." I smiled at him, knowing Selene would not approve of a canine roommate, but Clint was more than happy with the new arrangement. It warmed my heart to know Pippin wouldn't be left alone, especially after all he'd been through. If he could talk, like Selene, I could explain to him what had happened and how his life would change. But it appeared Pippin was like the rest of the animals in Winterspell, other than mine, and only communicated with tail wags, perked ears, and panting doggy smiles. Selene will undoubtedly require extra fish and some kind of expensive present for the inconvenience of having to share her home with a dog for the next little while, I told Clint, before draining the contents of my coffee mug. "You know she's going to expect a hero's parade by the end of this." Clint snorted. "More like a national holiday devoted to her suffering." He headed upstairs to get dressed, and I fussed about, finishing my own morning rituals. The contractor and the various work crews would be arriving soon, and I had a long day ahead of me at the shop. Lily was getting quite skilled with candle making, but she didn't have illusion magic, and I fully expected to find a stack of candles midway through the creation process in need of my best spells. I scratched Pippin behind his buttery soft ears and told him to be a good boy before heading to the front door. I paused at the base of the staircase off the main hallway and called up to say goodbye to Clint before leaving the house. "See you tonight. Have fun with Pippin." Pippin wagged his tail. Winterspell was still quiet this early in the morning. A hazy golden light shone down, promising another warm July day. If I didn't have to work, I'd already be out on the lake by this hour, contemplating how far I could get on one of my trails before lunch. Lily and Cece were already at the shop by the time I arrived, and it didn't take long for me to realize they both had already heard the news about May's death, via an announcement on the front page of that morning's edition of the Winterspell Gazette. The article was small, a section under the fold of the front page. Next to it, the paper printed a reminder about general water safety practices. The bullet point list of tips had likely been planned sometime in advance, as was common this time of year, but its placement beside the announcement of May's drowning death seemed a bit unfortunate. "It's just so sad," Lily said, as the three of us prepared to open for the day. "Do you know if she had kids?" Cece asked, a young mother herself. "The article was kind of vague. It didn't mention anything about her family. Don't those kind of announcements usually say something along the lines of so-and-so is survived by so-and-so?" "I don't know, though from the sounds of it I'd say she didn't, at least not anyone locally." I quickly filled them in on the details surrounding May's dog. Lily brightened when I showed her a picture I'd taken of Pippin the night before. I'd partially taken it to send to the shelter for their adoption listing, and partially because he was just really cute. "If you need a dog walker, just say the word," Lily gushed. I smiled. "I just might take you up on that, although Clint is kind of smitten with him at the moment. They're probably at the hardware store as we speak." "That's really cute," Lily said. Then a new expression worked its way across her face. "And Selene?" Cece barked a laugh. Only having recently had the so-called pleasure of working around Selene. It was Cece's second summer working at Wicked Wicks, spread over 3 years. She'd stayed in her college town the year before, and had missed Selene's first summer as my familiar. Upon her rehire for this year's tourist boom, I did my best to explain Selene to Cece, and she'd found the idea of working with a talking cat quite enchanting. She quickly realized the whole thing was a lot less like a charming Disney movie with cute talking woodland creatures, and more like being the focal point of a 24/7 comedy club roast. Although so far, Selene hadn't fully unleashed herself on Cece. "Selene doesn't know yet."
"What don't I know?"
An all-too-familiar voice snapped from the darkened doorway between the shop's storeroom and its retail space. All 3 of us jumped, twirling around to find the pint-sized cat slinking into the room, her tail aloft. Suddenly, Cece and Lily were extremely busy with their operating procedures to get the shop open. Cece even started whistling innocently as she pushed her broom across the floor in front of the display windows, her long raven tresses falling across her face to hide her smile. "Where have you been?" I asked the cat, folding my arms over my chest. "You know I worry about you when you're out all night long." It was true, to a point. I knew Selene could handle herself, but it was still unnerving when she didn't come home, if for no other reason than I remained on pins and needles expecting a phone call from Sheriff Templeton to interrupt my REM cycle.
"I was investigating," Selene replied. "Now tell me what I don't know."
Cece's whistling grew louder. I exhaled, dropping my arms back to my sides. "You're going to find out sooner or later. Okay, listen. I have some news, and you're not going to be the biggest fan, but—"
"Oh, will you just spit it out, woman?"
I glanced in the cat's direction. "We are temporarily fostering Pippin."
"Pippin? Why does that name sound—"
Selene's eyes popped open so wide I half expected them to rocket out of her furry little head.
"You wouldn't dare."
"It's temporary," I protested, turning to collect the bills in the next slot of the cash drawer.
"You can't be serious. Tell me you're joking."
Selene jumped onto the front counter and stuck her whiskered nose between me and the stack of bills in my hands, making it all but impossible to finalize my count. She peered up at me, her expression still not quite convinced.
"A dog, Cora? Have you lost your mind?"
I sent the bills into the slot and closed the drawer, careful not to pinch her whiskers. We didn't need to add insult to injury. Officer Vivian came and asked us if we would do it as a favor to the police department. Selene groaned.
"And why would we do that? Especially when such a favor involves a flea-ridden mongrel?"
"He doesn't have fleas. Stop being so dramatic. We're doing a good thing. I know that's kind of a foreign concept to you, but it's the right thing to do. And it's a done deal. We've already agreed, so there's no point in you arguing your case. It won't take long for a dog like that to get adopted anyway. He'll be gone before you even notice." Selene scoffed loudly.
"Now I know you've lost your mind. What's the name of your doctor again? You got them on speed dial or something?"
She moved for the shop phone, sitting on the desk beside the register, batting at it with her paws clumsily.
"You need one of those fancy head scans. The one with the whoosh whoosh and the beep beep."
"An MRI?" Lily supplied.
"That one,"
Selene said. "You're not helping," I told my unofficial apprentice. I shooed Selene away from the desk and moved the phone out of her reach. "What happened last night? Where did you even go?"
"I went to find the voice,"
she said, as if it was the most obvious thing. "Yeah, I kind of figured that. Did you find anything?"
"Well, that's not what you asked."
"Stop being pedantic and just answer the question, Selene." Lily approached, an empty basket dangling from the crook of her arm. She placed it back into the stack beside the counter, meant for customers, then leaned forward against the counter, braced on her elbows. "You're hearing voices?" She taunted the cat, aiming her honey-sweet smile in Selene's direction. "Maybe you're the one who needs the head scan."
"No one asked you, Goldilocks."
Selene swiped a paw in Lily's direction. Luckily, Lily had worked for me for well over a year and was used to Selene's attitude. The bright and bubbly blonde with large expressive eyes was unfazed by even Selene's foulest of moods. I often told her she deserved a raise, and she would often reply back that she deserved a medal, too. And she was right. "Knock it off, Selene," I scolded the cat, holding her back by her hips. "Why are you so feisty this morning? You didn't talk Julia into giving you espresso, did you?" The ancient cat had recently become curious about the effects caffeine might have on her little system. It wasn't a science experiment I was championing in the slightest, as I assumed she'd unleash unholy hell on all of Winterspell if she had access to espresso or a strong enough energy drink. The people at Dragon's Gold Coffee Company, Winterspell's best coffee house, wouldn't allow her entrance into their establishment. Julia, on the other hand, was less fussy. Granted, that was likely because she rarely had customers who would complain about the cat's presence. Additionally, Selene often pretended to offer Julia advice about new menu items. And Julia, in her quest to come up with the most creative, if rarely appetizing, menu, repaid Selene for her advice in the form of a saucer of warm milk. I had warned the fairy not to give the cat caffeine, but Selene could be very convincing, or threatening, depending on the day.
"Despite what you may think, Cora, I am still my own cat, and what I eat or drink is none of your concern,"
Selene snapped. "I'll remember that next time we walk past the fish market," I muttered dryly.
"Now, focus,"
Selene barreled on.
"We have a murderer to catch."
I reared back slightly. Lily blinked a few times before lifting her gaze to meet mine. Murderer? What are you talking about?" I asked.
"May's death was no accident,"
Selene replied, puffing out her chest with self-satisfaction. She loved nothing more than the occasions where she was not only the center of attention, but had the other person hanging on her every word, solely so she could drag it out to her own delight and amusement. "This isn't a true crime podcast, Selene. Just get on with it, will you?" I rolled my eyes.
"Maybe it should be,"
the cat replied, a glint showing in her ethereal blue eyes. I scrubbed my hands down my face. When would I learn to keep my mouth shut?
"Pull out your phone and get this on the record,"
Selene instructed, lifting her chin a millimeter higher into the air as she began a series of vocal exercises.
"Me, me, 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 me. Ho, 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 ho."
"I am not getting paid enough for this," Cece groaned, pushing the broom across the floor. None of us were.
"Fi-fo-fum. No, wait, that's Giant's tongue,"
Selene muttered, cutting herself off.
"Are you ready?"
she asked, snapping her tail as she cut an expectant look to my empty hands. "We're not starting a true crime podcast," I told her. Lily giggled. "I don't know. It could be kind of fun. Like that show where they solve murders in that fancy old apartment building."
"Think of the merch sales, Cora. We could spread like a raging case of typhoid."
Lily, Cece, and I all frowned.
"You know, viral,"
Selene prompted, then scoffed.
"You three need to get with the times. It's what all the kids are saying."
"Pretty sure typhoid is bacterial," Cece interjected. Selene skewered her with a heated look. Cece held up one hand in silent surrender, then continued sweeping. "What do I know? Only got a B+ in AP Bio."
Yes, reach for the stars,"
Selene taunted, before shifting her attention to Lily. She'd found her mark.
"You'll help me then? Those blasted touchscreens refuse to bend to my will."
Lily smiled, but when she saw me vigorously shaking my head and making slashing motions across my throat, the light in her eyes dimmed. I don't know, Selene. I'm pretty busy here at the shop these days. I pressed my palms together in front of me and mouthed, "Thank you." I also made a mental note to buy Lily her favorite drink from Dragon's Gold Coffee every day for a month. A chai tea with a pump of vanilla flavoring. "How are you so sure May was murdered anyway?" Lily asked.
I spoke to a witness. That's what the voice was.
"Okay, but who was the voice?" I interjected. "And how are they speaking to you from outside our house?" The idea was more than a little creepy.
There's no time for all that now, Selene declared. I'll catch them myself if I have to.
With that, the pint-sized cat leaped down from the counter and bolted for the door. Cece swept it open, allowing the cat outside. As the glass door swung shut, a tinkle of the bell was the only sound, as the three of us stared at each other. "You sure it's a good idea to let her run amok?" Cece asked, leaning on the broom handle. I exhaled a dry laugh. "Oh, I'm positive it's a terrible idea. But you heard her. She's her own cat, whatever that means." "How far do you think she'll take the podcast idea?" Lily asked. "It did kind of sound like fun. Well, I mean, apart from the whole murder thing." I sighed and slid the cash drawer closed before checking the register tape. Let's just hope she loses interest before she gets herself into too much trouble. It's family dinner tonight, and she never misses my mom's home cooking. I'll see her then and try to steer her down a different path. Lily snorted. "Good luck with that." Chapter 6. "A podcast? Well, that sounds like a wonderful idea." My ears perked at the sound of Aunt Lavender's voice from the other room. "Oh, no, you don't," I muttered, running my hands down the front of my apron. Mom stood at the stove, stirring her homemade marinara sauce. "What's that, Cora?" she asked, momentarily setting her wooden spoon aside. She'd been in the middle of telling me about her week. She'd spent most of it running a booth at the Winterspell Summer Festival, held at the campgrounds outside town. A friend from her book club had reserved the space for her locally sourced and herb-infused honeys, only to fall and break her leg the week before. She hadn't wanted the space to go to waste and offered to let Mom use it instead, thinking she might offer divination readings to the festival goers. Instead, Mom insisted on turning into a honey saleswoman and sold out the woman's stock by the end of the festival. As she'd been so busy, she hadn't planned her usual elaborate meal for our regular family dinner, but had her heart set on making her homemade marinara sauce, even though none of us would have begrudged eating spaghetti with sauce from the store. I'd arrived early to help, and between the two of us, we'd whipped up a baked ziti dish, complete with herbs, ricotta, and fresh mozzarella. A large salad with all the fixings, and a loaf of garlic bread was baking to golden perfection in the oven. That, at least, I'd convinced her to buy pre-made from the market. Huffing, I abandoned the small cutting board I'd positioned near the sink while I'd chopped an assortment of herbs and grated a small mound of fresh Parmesan cheese, preparing both to sprinkle on top of the casserole dish the moment it came out of the oven. "Oh, it's Selene," I sighed, moving to the wide, arched doorway separating the living spaces from the kitchen. Sure enough, Selene had Aunt Lavender and her feline familiar Checkers' full attention from her perch on the coffee table. Evan and Cheyenne were out in the backyard, watching my twin nieces, Ruby and Emma, chasing after crickets and butterflies in Mom's garden. Baby Pierce, the newest member of the Hearth family, was sleeping in his bassinet in the guest room. "You're not starting a podcast," I called from the doorway, folding my arms over my chest. 3 heads swiveled in my direction, and Celine's eyes narrowed menacingly.
You had your chance, Cora. You can't tell Lavender what to do. She's your elder.
Checkers looked torn, glancing from me to Selene and then to Aunt Lavender, his guardian. The fuzzy black and white cat was Aunt Lavender's familiar, having been selected by Selene upon returning Lavender home to Winterspell. Checkers had lived his short life to that point as a stray cat, hunting and dumpster diving in the alleys near Wicked Wicks. He didn't have Selene's magical prowess, or even a teaspoon of her confidence, but to everyone's surprise, he and Lavender got on right from the start. And now, over a year into their bond, the pair were nearly inseparable. Part of me figured Aunt Lavender enjoyed Checker's natural sense of curiosity and his openness to learning. Her relationship with Selene, much like my own relationship with the sassy familiar, was one often fraught with needless strife. Thanks to Selene's near-ancient lifespan, she had a less than open mind when it came to magic. When she had served as Aunt Lavender's familiar, the two would often argue over their next treasure hunt and how best to approach the mission once it was decided upon. Checkers was more apt to go with the flow, due in part to his personality, but perhaps more so due to his lack of experience and magical knowledge. He couldn't be expected to hold much of an opinion when it came to the new world he'd entered such a short time ago. Still, I knew a part of Aunt Lavender missed her old familiar, and Selene, stubborn and cagey though she might be, missed Aunt Lavender too. I was careful not to get between them, but when it came to harebrained schemes, I maintained very little leeway for either of them. "So she's told you about the murder, then?" Aunt Lavender asked. "She's claiming May was murdered. That's about all I know at this point. But it's enough to know that starting up some kind of true crime podcast is not only a bad idea, but also a potentially dangerous one." From behind me, Mom turned off a burner with a sharp click. "Did you just say murder?" she asked, coming to stand beside me, a damp dish towel between her hands. "Who was murdered? Here?"
Mystic May,
Selene began, stalking the length of the coffee table to its very edge, where she perched, ignoring the displeased expression on Mom's face. The cat had been warned multiple times about leaving scratch marks in the antique mahogany. Selene, for her part, insisted that any damage could easily be erased with a splash of creative magic and a bit of elbow grease. "We don't know that," I interjected. "For all we know, it was exactly as the police said. She slipped, hit her head, and fell into the pool where she accidentally drowned. It's tragic, but not every tragic accident is suspicious."
It is when she lived with her ex-boyfriend, a man who she openly argued with just days before the murder,
Selene insisted. I scrubbed a hand over my face. My fingers smelled like fresh basil. "I think you're just looking for trouble where there isn't any because you're bored."
Bored?
Selene straightened her posture, her chest puffing out indignantly.
Why would I be bored? My business is booming. I certainly don't need a distraction.
Then why are you pushing this so hard? And who is this supposed witness? You ran off from Wicked Wicks the moment I asked for more details. You're up to something, Kat. "I'm confused, Cora," Aunt Lavender interjected. She shifted on the couch to more easily face me, then leaned forward and plucked her glass of iced tea from the coffee table, moments before Selene's swishing tail would have dunked into the amber contents. "How could a podcast be dangerous? Is there a reason to be concerned about the radio waves embedding in your listeners' ears? You know I'm not good with all this technological nonsense." "No, nothing like that," I replied, restraining an impatient sigh. No matter how much effort we all put into bringing Aunt Lavender into the technological world, our efforts never bore fruit. It could be dangerous for two reasons. For one thing, there's Templeton to worry about. I'm not itching to get back on his radar and have his posse of deputies using the three of us as quota fillers when it comes time to pass out parking violations and speeding tickets. I swear to you, back in March, one of his deputies pulled me over while I was riding my bike and told me I needed to use proper hand signals and something about the reflectors on my helmet not being bright enough. I mean, seriously? I shook my head, frustrated by the situation all over again. After we'd gone over Sheriff Templeton's head to solve Aunt Lavender's disappearance, he'd seen fit to make our lives as miserable as possible, while staying within his own boundaries to avoid inciting an official complaint. Petty offenses that would otherwise be overlooked turned into routine tickets. Additionally, anytime anything went wrong in Winterspell, Sheriff Templeton made it a point to interview the three of us as potential suspects, regardless of whether we knew anything about the crime or not. Got a shoplifter stealing candy bars? Better go talk to Aunt Lavender. Someone got their bike tire slashed in the convenience store parking lot? I'll bet Lilac knows something about that. An unattended candle caught the curtains on fire and nearly burned down a house 10 miles away? Well, that would be Cora Harth's doing. It was exhausting. Only recently had it started to feel like Sheriff Templeton was easing off. Of course, that could have everything to do with the upcoming election. Still, it was nice to be out from under the local law enforcement microscope. If Selene went poking around in another murder investigation, real or imagined, it would no doubt yank the spotlight right back on top of us. Secondly, I continued, my voice pitching slightly higher, if there was indeed a murder behind May's sudden and tragic death, the last thing you should do is splash it all over the internet like some kind of blockbuster entertainment.
Oh, you mean like the way we used Tabitha Hardwick's podcast when we were looking for Aunt Lavender?
Selene countered. I wilted as the cat laughed, clearly chalking up a point for herself. That was different, I began.
No, it wasn't. For all we know, Lavender could have been dead at the bottom of the mine shaft, and we would be none the wiser,
Selene interjected. Aunt Lavender blinked, clearly not appreciating the casual way with which Selene batted around the idea of her ultimate demise. We were using Tabitha's podcast with the hope of garnering leads and information, I continued my protest. We weren't using it to get publicity and marketing opportunities. A woman is dead, whether by foul play or not, and you want to make coffee mugs and t-shirts. I find this especially rich considering you jumped all over me when I made the suggestion of looking into leasing the psychic shop, and I wasn't even being serious.
Things change, Cora,
Selene replied, casually batting away my entire argument as though it were no more significant than a fruit fly.
The merch wouldn't be about the murder itself anyway. It would be centered around my personality.
You mean your persona? Checkers interjected with his usual delight. If Checkers were a dog, he would most definitely be a golden retriever. He was the least cat-like cat I'd ever met. Selene shot her protege a dark look.
Yes, brilliant as ever, Checkers. I'll be sure to put you in charge of all marketing operations.
Checkers showed his pointed teeth and a feline grin, clearly missing the acerbic bite of sarcasm in Selene's promise. This is ridiculous, I said, shifting my attention to my aunt. Has she even told you why she even thinks this was a murder to begin with? She was just getting to that, Aunt Lavender replied mildly. She shifted her glance back toward her former familiar. Carry on, Selene. You have our attention. Selene hardly needed an invitation.
As I was telling you at the shop, I have a witness,
Selene continued. Before I could, yet again, implore her to cut the theatrics, a shower of pink sparks flew across the room toward the front door. It flew open, narrowly catching itself just short of crashing into the small writing desk positioned in front of the large picture window. A shot of white streaked into the room, diving through the air so quickly it was hard to tell what I was looking at. When the smoky pink sparkles dissolved, I realized it was a blindingly white bird, and one I'd seen before. Is that?
Floyd,
Selene finished, sending the remnants of pink sparks into a cyclone out the front door. Selene, Mom exclaimed, clearly upset. I'm cooking in here. We don't need bird excrement getting into our dinner. If the bird was offended, he didn't let it show, simply flying over to land on a floor lamp positioned in one corner. His little bird claws were careful not to fray the fabric shade, almost like he had practice with this particular type of perch. This is May's familiar, I explained, turning to look at Mom over my shoulder. The explanation didn't seem to help ease the crease at the bridge of her nose, a hint of disgust tinged with concern for the meal. I don't care if it's the King of England's personal butler. If it has wings and virtually no control of its bodily functions, I don't want it in my kitchen, she declared. I looked at Selene. She was pretending not to hear Mom's objections.
Floyd told me May was murdered. Are you satisfied now, Cora?
I shifted a wary look in the bird's direction. He lowered his head and shifted his feet, still careful not to tear or pierce the fabric. Did he just nod at me? The white bird ducked his head again. Guess that was a yes, then. A heavy exhale pushed past my lips. All right, fine. I'm willing to listen, though I can already tell you that Floyd's testimony isn't going to hold weight with Templeton. Aunt Lavender scoffed derisively at the name. I know, I interjected, holding up one hand. I'm just saying.
Kind of my whole point,
Selene replied, the tip of her tail flicking.
We need to do some digging for the evidence even Templeton can't ignore or wave away. Hence the investigation.
And the podcast, Aunt Lavender finished, her eyes taking on that same glow she got when preparing to embark on one of her treasure-hunting quests. Oh, boy. Okay, but how do you know what he saw? Back when you were using the pigeons for your deliveries, you said you could only talk to them because Rosella Midnight helped you tell them what to do.
Floyd is a familiar,
Selene replied, her tone not patient, instead resembling the voice one used when explaining things to small children. Familiars have their own bond to one another, Aunt Lavender supplied. All right, so, let me get this straight. You can talk to anyone because you're special. Checkers snickered. Selene switched her tail. We can all hear Checkers because you put some kind of amplifying spell on him when he was a kitten, and now he can talk out loud, too, I continued. The pigeons were a no-go, at least not without Rosella's help. You claimed you couldn't talk to Pippin.
Who is Pippin?
Selene interrupted. The dog. Selene's fur stood on end.
Right. I forgot we still need to discuss that topic.
You have a dog? Checkers asked. Cool. Yes, for now, I told him. Selene hissed. Hairball? I taunted. I think I understand your confusion, Cora, Aunt Lavender continued, as if she hadn't heard any of the other side threads of conversation. Checkers is a special cat. The black and white cat stood a little taller, his ears and the tip of his fluffy tail pointing to the ceiling, like a feline soldier standing at attention while getting an important medal pinned to their uniform. He may look rather ordinary. And just like that, the cat deflated. But he has innate magic. One day he'll be quite a master, wouldn't you say, Selene? Selene eyed her protege.
He just said dogs were cool, so I'm questioning everything I know.
This is going to be quite fun. Aunt Lavender beamed with delight, practically wriggling in her seat. Ooh, now what shall we call our little show?
We can discuss that later,
Selene replied, shooting me a dark look.
When the naysayers are out of earshot.
I heaved a sigh and returned to the kitchen to help Mom get the meal on the table. Clint is coming too, isn't he? She asked, as she sliced into the loaf of garlic bread, now browned to perfection. Yeah. I nodded absently, my mind still distracted by the whisperings going on in the other room. He just had to wait for the crew to leave. Something about needing to sign off on some change. Oh, good. Hopefully he'll bring the dog and let him chase Selene up your magnolia tree. The front door opened, and half a dozen sets of footsteps trampled into the house. Among the cacophony, my ear perked at the distinct sound of dog toenails on the wood floors. An excited bark and the giggle of my nieces confirmed my theory. Clint had, in fact, brought Pippin along for dinner. Selene yowled and tore off through the kitchen, heading for the stairs.
Cora, I'll never forgive you for this,
she bellowed as she scrambled past my ankles. I grinned. Served the little furry demon just right. Chapter 7. I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I muttered, hurrying down the back alley. My bare shoulder scraped against the rough exterior wall. Even though it was dark outside, in July, it was still too warm for anything more than a tank top and shorts. You remember what happened the last time we were here, right? Ahead of me, Selene trotted alongside Checkers, with Aunt Lavender sandwiched between me and the two cats. She didn't look up or ask what I was referring to, as she was engrossed in figuring out how to operate the small recording device clasped in her hand. A soft clicking sound indicated her struggle with the various buttons on the device.
Don't worry, Cora. The shadow beasts are all safely in their little hidey holes tonight,
Selene assured me, flashing a toothy smile over her shoulder. You would know, I muttered, still more than a little bitter over my familiar's antics. I'll remind you that the time before that wasn't great either. I'm starting to think you were right. The place might, in fact, be cursed.
All I heard was you said I was right,
Selene called back to me.
To which I agree completely. Now keep up.
I shivered as we came to a stop at the shop's back entrance. Over a year had passed since we'd found Hannah Snowberry on the verge of being murdered by August Nell. But standing outside the shop brought the terror back in a wave. I'd never forget the horror on Hannah's face as August hexed her, turning her into a human-shaped boulder. It was a wonder Selene, Clint, and I hadn't been turned to craggy boulders right alongside Winterspell's last psychic, like some kind of bizarre version of Mount Rushmore.
No one made you come,
Selene added, as she blasted the back door with a shower of pink sparks, bright as any welding torch. The lock clicked, and with another burst of magic, the door swung open. My familiar flashed me a smug look. Wow! Can you teach me that too? Checkers asked, staring at Selene with awe. That's not entirely true, I protested Selene's earlier comment. If you insist on going through with this harebrained scheme, someone has to be here to ensure you don't cross any lines, which, considering we're starting with breaking and entering, seems to have already happened. So, job done well to me. I groaned and squeezed my eyes shut, momentarily letting myself transport back in time to when my biggest concerns in life revolved around minor home repairs and which reality show I wanted to indulge in before bed. My life was divided into 2 time periods, before Selene and after Selene. And this was one of the occasions where I could really use some BS. Aunt Lavender shuffled past the doorway, still fiddling with her recording device and muttering under her breath. Selene rolled her eyes and whistled sharply to get Lavender's attention.
Lavender, what did I tell you about keeping your eyes open?
She chided. Aunt Lavender turned about face, as though snagged by the hook of a shepherd's cane, and wandered back, still muttering to herself. It's this darn recorder. I think it's dead. Selene exhaled sharply, her whiskers and tail twitching in sync.
Did you put batteries in it? I told you to put batteries in it.
Aunt Lavender gave Selene a pointed scowl. Of course I did.
And did you put a tape in the slot?
Selene asked. Aunt Lavender popped open the clear plastic compartment and revealed a small tape.
Then what's the problem?
You said it's supposed to have a microphone, but when I push this button, nothing happens. Where is the microphone? I sighed and stepped into the darkened shop. It's built in, I explained to Aunt Lavender as patiently as I could. Like a cell phone or any other kind of phone that was made in the last half a century. You don't see the microphone, but it's in there. Aunt Lavender wilted. What's the fun of that? I thought I'd get one of those little clip-on kinds, you know, like those TV reporters do when they do their reports on the nightly news. We could probably get one, but it's really not necessary. It's all built into the device. Aunt Lavender scoffed and shook her head, but followed Selene through the back door of Mystic May's marvelous mind's eye. Checkers, with his signature laid-back demeanor, glanced up at me. She'll get over it, he told me cheerfully. It doesn't usually take her too long to forget she was even upset about something like this. You'll see. With his sage advice dispensed, the young cat followed the others inside. What about this? Murder at the mind's eye. Selene shook her head at Aunt Lavender's suggestion.
We need something more broad. If the podcast takes off, we'll need a name that can work for season 2.
Aunt Lavender deflated and looked at Checkers. Well, I thought it was quite clever. It had a real ring to it, you know? The black and white cat offered a dutiful nod. Selene leaped up onto a bookcase, teetering on the edge of the shelf, vaguely considering the book titles as she walked. I had to hand it to May. While the shop followed the same layout as it had when Hannah Snowberry had occupied it, she'd streamlined the displays, eliminating the cluttered antique sale vibe that clung to Hannah's overstuffed version. Additionally, she tended to the little details throughout the store, replacing the light fixtures so they all matched, and the bookcases and display tables were made from the same type of wood, or at least stained to appear uniform in color. Likewise, the glass cases meant to showcase the pricier crystals and trinkets were polished to a smudgeless shine. At least, they were, until Selene and Aunt Lavender started perusing. "Look at this amethyst pendant, Cora," Aunt Lavender gushed, pressing one finger to the glass. "Oh, and the druzy agate next to it. Stunning!" Another fingerprint. Meanwhile, Selene stalked along the displays and bookshelves, leaving a sprinkling of cat fur in her wake. The retailer inside me did a full-body shudder. Good goddess.
"We're not here to shop, Lavender,"
Selene snapped, even as she hesitated to inspect a bundled stack of incense sticks.
Not half bad.
"Guys, focus!" I pinched the bridge of my nose. "You need to make this quick. We're not even supposed to be here." "This would all be so much more fun if I had a proper microphone," Aunt Lavender sniffed.
"Again, Cora, no one has a gun to your head,"
Selene remarked, swishing her tail through the thin silver tubes hanging from a metal wind chime shaped like a cat.
"You can leave now, and we promise not to rat you out if we get busted. Well, unless Templeton offers me something really juicy in exchange for your name. You know, a nice can of smoked fish, for instance."
I folded my arms. "Just tell me what we're looking for."
"I'll know it when I see it,"
Selene said, her voice a silky purr. She knew she was driving me halfway insane, and she was loving every moment of it. I went to the counter and started rummaging around. The only way to get this over with, and to get the four of us out of the shop before a nosy neighbor spotted us through the tinted front windows, was to find something useful. As a shopkeeper myself, I figured anything important would be up near the register, not among the merchandise. "I just don't know what you think you're going to find," I continued, even as I started rummaging through a binder of important-looking documents stowed under the counter. Pages of barcode numbers and spreadsheet tables revealed it to be nothing more than a pricing guide. There were wholesale catalogs, stacks of unopened junk mail offering business credit cards and small business loans, most of which were rubber-banded together and set aside, as though May had every intention of opening them eventually. In the waste paper basket, a few balled-up tissues littered the bottom, suggesting the woman had allergies or a recent cold. An opened envelope lay sideways. My nose scrunched as I plucked it free to look at the front. A crumpled form was stuffed inside. Another business loan offer. Yeesh. I set the trash aside and continued my search. Across the shop, Aunt Lavender and Selene had resumed their debate over naming their fledgling podcast as they searched for clues, which still largely looked like shopping from my vantage point. "What about something with the town name in it?" Aunt Lavender suggested. Her expression screwed up in concentration as she plucked through an assortment of moonstone jewelry at the end of the counter. "The Winterspell Wondery," she offered, her brows lifting. Selene scoffed.
"It's about a murder, Lavender. What's wonderful about that? The name makes it seem like some kind of amusement park or tourist attraction."
Aunt Lavender sniffed. "I don't know. I thought it was kind of nice." "I'd give it a try," Checkers agreed. Selene shot him a scathing look.
"Don't be such a kiss at—"
"Selene," I interjected. "Play nice."
"I am the poster child of nice,"
Selene grumbled under her breath. "The name isn't going to matter if we can't find anything to prove this is even a murder. Right now, all you've got is the gut feeling of a magic bird. Sure, that's not nothing, but it's certainly not enough to warrant an entire podcast series." I cringed, hating that I was letting myself get sucked into the madness. After dinner, the night before, we'd stood in the driveway discussing our plans. Or rather, I stood there while Aunt Lavender and Selene discussed their plans. The full story was that Floyd hadn't witnessed May being murdered, but rather he had a feeling she was in a heated disagreement with someone right before their familiar bond was severed. He'd been out hunting down an early dinner, and when he felt the disturbance in May's emotions, he flew back to see what was wrong, only to find May face down in the pool. He'd flown off to get help, and when he returned, Pippin had snapped his tie-out tether, made a mess of bloody paw prints over the patio, and knocked over the trash bin on his way over the fence in a panic. "Do you think Floyd would know who would want to hurt May?" I asked. "From what you said last night, the two of them had a different relationship than, say, you and me." May could probably enjoy full TV shows without having her familiar's running commentary nattering in her ear, and I'd bet the bird never had a literal peep to say about her dating life. Lucky witch. If he couldn't talk to her out loud, how did they communicate? I asked.
"It's more of a telepathic connection,"
Selene replied, batting her paw at a stack of tarot cards on display. A few of the cards fell to the floor, and she grinned down at them. "So, more like the way Rosella communicates with animals?" I prompted, already rounding the counter to go and pick up the fallen cards. "But don't a lot of people in town think Rosella is kind of
a bloodthirsty beast lady?"
Selene interjected. I frowned and stacked the cards, tapping them gently against the table before setting the neat stack back where it had been. I was going to say odd.
"People think she's dangerous because she can speak to all animals. No one thinks communicating with a familiar is weird,"
Selene said. "Well, unless that familiar weighs 10 pounds and abuses half the town on a regular basis," I added under my breath. But all right, fair enough. She could talk to him in her mind. So that means he must have some inclination toward who might want to murder her. I mean, considering he served as her familiar, he would know the details of her personal life better than most, wouldn't he? "If you ask me, we're shaking the wrong coconut tree," Aunt Lavender insisted. She left the moonstone jewelry and crossed the aisle to a stack of linens in bright jewel-toned colors, woven through with glittering silver and gold embroidery threads. She selected the third one in the stack and tugged it free, unfolding it halfway to hold the ceiling light filtering through the tinted windows. Unsatisfied, she conjured a lilac-hued ball of light, using it to inspect the stitching more closely. "Bah, this isn't hand-stitched," she said, dropping the fabric atop the stack without bothering to refold it. Abandoning the tarot card display, I hustled over to fix it, adjusting a few other minor things along the way. Selene jumped onto the counter, picking up where I left off, and Aunt Lavender breezed over to test the incense sticks for herself, her magically conjured light bobbling along behind her. It was beginning to feel like we were playing an unofficial game of musical chairs throughout the shop, and I still had no idea what we were looking for. Surely even Selene didn't expect some nefarious murderer had broken into the shop to leave a post-it note with "I did it" scrawled across it in bold Sharpie like some kind of psycho. Exhaling, I placed the folded piece of fabric back where it came from, wondering what might happen to the shop now that May was dead. From the sounds of things, her ex-partner wasn't likely to want anything to do with it, and I doubted May had more than maybe a single part-time employee. Most of the shops in Winterspell were like Wicked Wicks, which up until recently had been a one-witch show. Prior to hiring Lily full-time, I'd made do by myself, only needing a pair of part-timers in the summer season, when tourists descended upon the town in droves. However, Winterspell was rapidly changing, quicker than many residents would have preferred. The Winterspell Chalet opened a handful of years back, bringing in a new flurry of tourists in the summer, but more disruptively in the winter, as the luxury resort was styled after a rustic ski lodge. The mountains around Winterspell Lake weren't high enough for skiing, but allowed for snowmobiling, snowshoeing, tubing, and other winter activities. It was only after Winterspell became established as a dual-season destination that I was able to afford a full-time permanent employee. And now, thanks to my recent success, I was able to bring Penny on as well. For May, with a shop about half the size of Wicked Wicks, and a location on the outskirts of town rather than along the main drag near the hotels and inns, it wasn't likely her venture provided enough of an income to justify a full-time employee, let alone someone qualified enough to step in and take over complete control of the operation.
Cora, when was the last time you had your vision checked?
Selene's voice floated to me from somewhere on the other side of the counter. Abandoning the neatly folded stacks of fabric, I wandered toward it, my hackles already raising, as Selene's question was almost certainly rhetorical in nature. Sure enough, at my approach, a geyser of pink sparks levitated a leather-bound book into the air, just long enough to slam it down on the counter with dramatic effect.
It looks like her day planner,
Selene purred with obvious and irritating self-satisfaction as she edged the cover open with her nose. Aunt Lavender joined us at the counter, and Checkers attempted to join us as well. He wasn't always the best at jumping, and in his attempt to leap onto the round table behind the register, he managed to knock over half a dozen baubles, which then spilled to the floor in a succession of clanks and thumps. Selene rolled her eyes dramatically.
What happened to you? When I recruited you for this job, you were the best. You cleared my back alley gauntlet twice as fast as the other cats. Did I just have a bad batch of applicants or something?
Checkers, looking dejected and thoroughly shamed, hung his head as he came to sit beside the opened planner. I was smaller then. I'm still getting used to my new size. Selene, be nice. You're not always the picture of grace and effortlessness yourself. Selene's mouth dropped open, her words sputtering.
Name the last time I knocked something over.
Aunt Lavender perked up. Just the other day, when you were over for tea. Selene exhaled.
I knocked the tea bags off the table because you keep forgetting Checkers is allergic to peppermint. I was trying to help you, Lavender.
Aunt Lavender's brows raised, her expression surprised. Oh, well then I suppose that was considerate. If looks could kill, Aunt Lavender would be on her way to the Winterspell morgue. I flipped through the pages of the day planner, though I still had my doubts there was anything to find.
We need to retrace her steps,
Selene insisted, breaking through my thoughts.
If Floyd is to be believed, May was not alone the night she died. Someone was in the backyard with her.
Selene stopped short and swiveled a sidelong glance at Aunt Lavender.
Are you getting this? I'm using my radio voice.
Oh! Aunt Lavender looked down at her hands and blinked, realizing they were empty. Selene growled in the back of her throat.
Lavender, where is the recorder?
It was right here. A handful of minutes later, we stood gathered at the counter once more, this time with the recorder switched on. It took searching all of the tables and shelves for Aunt Lavender to remember she'd tucked it back into her handbag. To say Selene was not amused would be a criminal understatement.
May's ex-boyfriend is the most obvious suspect,
Selene said, pumping as much importance into her voice as she could, which for her wasn't much of a stretch. Even still, she sounded ridiculous.
He would have had access to the scene of the crime, and from the testimony of the neighbors, the two were no strangers to loud arguments on the premises.
I rolled my eyes. Can you just talk normally? This is unnerving.
Fine. Raise your hand and or paw if you think it was the boyfriend,
Selene said. I raised my hand. Checkers shifted a nervous glance between me and Aunt Lavender, waiting until she lifted a tentative hand before adding his own paw. Selene stood alone. Wait, you don't think he did it? I asked, as she kept her two paws planted firmly on the open day planner.
Too obvious,
she replied.
If he was going to kill her, why would he have been stupid enough to do it in their backyard, while it was still light outside? Sure, they had a decent-sized backyard, and the pool was really something, apart from all the blood, of course.
Selene?
The neighbors could have easily seen it from their second-floor windows, and someone who lived in the house would have known it.
If it was a crime of passion, in the heat of the moment he might not have been thinking clearly, I countered.
All right. Well, there was that, and The fact that an eyewitness saw someone in a hoodie jogging down the sidewalk, away from the direction of the house, and they believed it was a woman," Selene added.
My mouth dropped open.
"I overheard the police talking while I was snooping around," she added.
"And you're just bringing this up now?" I barked.
"I was saving it for the podcast."
I smashed the heels of my hands into my eyes. "Aunt Lavender, please, you have to take her off my hands before I wind up in a padded room or a prison cell." "If the police have a suspect, why was the death ruled accidental?" Aunt Lavender said, ignoring my plea as she continued to fuss with the recorder. "That's what the officer told Cora when she dropped off the dog, and it's what the newspaper announcement said, too."
"First of all, don't remind me about the dog," Selene said. "I found drool marks on the sofa this morning when I went to sit and watch the birds."
She shuddered her slim shoulders.
"And secondly, no one saw the murder or the woman jogging leaving May's house, just that she was seen jogging in the neighborhood and could have potentially come that way. The only reason it was noted at all was because she was jogging while wearing a dark-colored hoodie on a 90-degree day."
That is odd," Aunt Lavender agreed. "Though perhaps she was merely trying to sweat out toxins."
"In any case, we need to cover all our bases," Selene continued. "Besides, if we go right for the X, that dramatically cuts our content down."
And there it was, her real motive.
"So, let's see who else May might have been meeting with. Cora?"
She trailed off expectantly. I blinked. Selene sighed.
"Could you flip to the appropriate page?"
I gritted my teeth and resisted the urge to point out she could easily do it herself, either with her paws or with a burst of magic she siphoned from me. "Of course, Your Grace," I muttered. Checkers giggled at that, and the glare I earned from Selene was overridden by the levity returning to the younger cat's face. The layout of the planner was such that each page was divided into 2 columns, allowing for 2 days per page, with the date printed atop each column. On the far left side of each column was a list of hours, allowing for precise scheduling, and then a more open-ended section was marked off at the bottom. It seemed May liked to use that section for to-do lists and keeping tabs on what she needed from the grocery store. The section of the planner with the hourly schedule was more sparse, suggesting that much of May's time was spent unscheduled. Of course, I could relate to that, as running a small business often meant meeting a flexible schedule. I didn't plan out my days down to the minute because I knew that even if I tried, it wouldn't take long for it to get wildly off track. And who needed that kind of pressure? Certainly not me. "Should we look at the whole week? It doesn't look like she saw many clients," I said, gesturing to the highlighted line items on the spread. With 2 days per page, we could see almost the entire work week at a glance, and it looked like she only had seen 3 clients in the days leading to her death.
"Yikes,"
Selene said, leaning in for a closer look.
"Is this really it?"
I shrugged. May's business was relatively new. Maybe people just hadn't found it yet. Back this spring, when she came in to return the necklace Floyd stole, she commented on how busy Wicked Wicks was and asked me for marketing tips. Of course, that was when everyone in town was buying dream candles like their very lives depended on it because, well, they sort of did. I paused long enough to shoot Selene a scathing look. In the end, we managed to set things right, but I still hadn't fully forgiven my feline familiar for getting us into this situation in the first place.
Yeah, Selene said. "When are you going to get over it?"
I sighed. In any case, maybe May's business was struggling more than she let on. Or maybe she was shifting to focus more on the retail side of her business. I'm sure the markup on this stuff is pretty good. I gestured around the storefront. People in Winterspell can be kind of suspicious of psychics, much like they were of Hannah. Maybe she had better luck selling trinkets and baubles to the tourists. Not to mention, it couldn't have been easy for her to do private readings for people and run a retail store at the same time, especially if she didn't have any employees to help.
"We have some names here," Selene interjected. "I say we divide and conquer. Cora and I can talk to the people at the nail salon next door, and see if they know anything. And we'll talk to this, she consulted the planner, Jennifer Garcia. You and Checkers go and speak with Henry Lee and Olivia Williams. They both saw her the day before she died.
And how are we supposed to find these people? I asked. Not everyone is listed in the Winterspell white pages, you know.
There's a directory at the front of the planner,
Selene said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world.
She has names, addresses, phone numbers, place of employment.
My brows knit together as I flipped back a handful of pages. Sure enough, in the address list section of the planner, May had created a client list. How did you even see that? I asked the cat. Selene puffed out her chest.
I'm a speed reader. In 6 languages.
Of course you are. It's almost 9 o'clock, Aunt Lavender supplied, glancing at the delicate watch on her right wrist. I realize I don't keep normal hours, but isn't it a little late to be going around knocking on doors? I nodded. Most definitely. I need to get home anyway. I had a big custom order come in this afternoon and I want to get organized so I can start on it first thing in the morning.
Fine. We can continue this tomorrow.
Selene relented unhappily.
But I want your word, Cora. You won't try and talk anyone out of this. Something is going on around here. I can feel it in the tip of my tail. And the tip of my tail never lies.
I frowned, more than a little befuddled by the expression. Aunt Lavender nodded sagely. She's right. The tip of her tail never lies. If we hadn't trusted it, I'd probably still be splatted at the bottom of that ravine in Buenos Aires. I shook my head. I don't want to know. We took another look around the shop, focusing on the area under the counter, but found nothing more than an assortment of office supplies and neatly stacked printer paper. In the small closet of a room where Hannah Snowberry did her readings, we found a round table, an assortment of well-worn tarot cards, still spread out from May's last reading. Selene inspected the cards, but kept whatever conclusions she drew from them to herself. There was a small powder room and an even smaller supply room, with barely enough room for a mini-fridge and a shabby-looking bookshelf. Nothing jumped out as noteworthy. Satisfied with the search, we exited the shop, careful to lock up after ourselves. Then we dispersed to our separate vehicles. Before Aunt Lavender drove away, she rolled down her window and pulled up alongside my SUV. What about whispers in Winterspell? Selene groaned and threw herself back against the passenger seat dramatically.
Keep brainstorming, Lavender.
Drat, Aunt Lavender cursed. I don't know. I kind of like that one, I added. They drove off, and I gave Selene a withering glance. When are you going to admit that I was right, and that this podcast is a terrible idea? Selene pierced me with her glowing blue eyes.
Just as soon as I see a sparkly pink unicorn streaking across the sky on rainbow wings.
I rolled my eyes and turned over the engine. I think you were a mule in one of your past lives. Chapter 8. The following afternoon didn't include any appearances by a glittering flying unicorn. However, it wasn't wholly without a little sparkle. I raised my eyebrow and looked down at my familiar. You're sure about this, Selene?
Of course I'm sure. I'm always sure. Besides, if I hate it, it just comes right off, doesn't it?
I met eyes with the nail technician seated across the table. We'd gone into the salon with the intention of asking if anyone knew May, or if she had any employees at her shop. The nail salon was surprisingly busy, and in the amount of time we spent waiting our turn to speak with someone, Selene got it in her head that she wanted a manicure before we left. Never one to do things halfway, she'd spent nearly half an hour carefully inspecting the assortment of shades and inquiring about all sanitation procedures, before finally sitting in one of the upholstered client chairs. And in true Selene fashion, never one to do things halfway, she'd decided to go with dragon fruit pink with a silver sparkle overlay. It comes off with regular polish remover, our nail tech, Mandy, replied. She'd patiently answered all of Selene's borderline insulting questions and kept a placid smile on her round face. She wore a hot pink polo shirt with a palm tree logo bearing the salon's name embroidered to the pocket. It worked well with her sun-kissed skin and dark hair.
See, Cora?
Selene's eyes gleamed when she looked up at me. The glitter's extra, though. Is that okay? Mandy asked. Quite fitting, actually, I told the woman. Selene is extra personified. Mandy smiled tentatively, still not quite sure what to do with her newest client. Not that I blamed her. Selene had been tangentially a part of my life for years, before becoming my own personal nightmare/familiar, and I found myself wondering what to do with her most days. Even if Mandy couldn't give us information about May or her shop, she'd earned herself a massive tip just for agreeing to the job. We settled in and made small talk as Mandy began her work. Selene was surprisingly patient, inspecting the various tools and bottles as Mandy worked, but without her usual running commentary.
Have you heard about May?
Selene asked, as Mandy gently filed the razor-sharp tips of Selene's claws. Selene refused to let me cut them at home. She preferred sharpening them on virtually any surface she deemed satisfying, which, more often than not, was the corner of the couch or the wicker basket stowed beneath the coffee table. If she ended up liking the manicure, I wasn't opposed to bringing her here every couple of weeks if it would save my upholstery. Mandy glanced up at the question. From next door? My stomach sank. She hadn't heard the news. Selene nodded.
Easy on the paws there, Mandy.
Mandy loosened her grip on the pads along Selene's paw, and the nails retracted slightly. She has sensitive toe beans, I explained offhand. I didn't see Selene turn her glower on me, but felt it, full force, hot against my neck.
What have I said about using that term? She snapped. I am a cat, not a can of legumes.
I shrugged and met her fiery glare. Whatever you say.
What the? You know that kind of cutesy talk irks me, Cora, she sputtered.
You were saying, Mandy? I looked away, leaving my familiar reeling. Hey, a witch had to get her kicks from somewhere. I've seen her in passing a few times, Mandy replied. Her words stilted as she looked between me and Selene a few more times and slowly resumed her filing. Mentally, I added another $10 to her tip. She seems nice enough, but I'm not really one for tarot cards and crystal balls and all that. Why do you ask? I blew out a silent breath, steeling myself for what would come next.
She was murdered,
Selene said bluntly, before I could find a tactful way to deliver the news. Selene, I hissed under my breath. We don't know that, and you don't need to be spreading that around. Mandy's file went still, as her dark brown doe eyes bounced between me and Selene. Murdered? My frown deepened. Despite its growth spurt, Winterspell remained a quintessential small town. And with that came the small-town grapevine. I could think of few places in town that served as a more effective epicenter for gossip than a nail salon. Apart from maybe a hair salon or Merlin's Well, the local watering hole. With 3 words, Selene had just ensured the entire town would be up in arms about it ahead of the next town council meeting. And if Sheriff Templeton traced the rumor back to us? I cringed, already imagining a pile of bogus parking tickets in my glove compartment. May passed away. I quickly interjected before Selene could continue. As far as we know, the police have ruled it an accidental death. Mandy blinked, confused. Then why did you say she was murdered? She asked, sliding a glance towards Selene. Why indeed, I added, nudging the cat with my elbow. Actually, we were hoping you might know something about whether or not May had any employees at her shop. Are you a private investigator or something? Mandy asked, returning her gaze to me. I noted her nail file was still paused, and realized we'd be here for the remainder of the afternoon if we didn't speed things along. And we still had one more stop to make. I slapped on my best smile and leaned in a little closer. Oh, no, nothing like that. It's just I'm taking care of her dog until we can find someone to place him with permanently, so I was just thinking maybe May had an employee or associate who might be interested in adopting him. It was convoluted as all get out, but at least it wasn't a complete lie. Selene had complained most of the morning about the dog's presence and demanded he be rehomed as soon as possible. Granted, Pippin hadn't exactly endeared himself to the cat, after he'd scarfed down half of Selene's food while she was off scaring a squirrel away from the flower bed where it liked to bury its treasures. Her dog, Mandy echoed, still clearly not fully buying into our story. But she resumed her filing, finishing the first paw as she turned over the information in her mind. He's a golden retriever, I added with an encouraging nod. Slowly, the woman started to work on Selene's second paw. There's another tech here, her name is Parker, and she's really into all that fortune teller stuff. She'd sometimes go over there on her lunch break, only to find the sign on the door saying, "Come back in 15 minutes because a reading was in progress." I always thought it was a bad way of doing business. Even when all of our technicians are with clients, we still invite people to come inside and shop or read a magazine while they wait. May would just lock the front door entirely, and there didn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to when she was open and when she was closed. I don't think she had anyone else to help her run the place. Sensing a dead end, Selene and I exchanged a glance and completed the rest of the process in relative silence. We briefly spoke with Parker before leaving the shop. She told us she was a fairly regular customer of May's shop, mostly buying crystals and sage sticks when her budget allowed. She didn't get regular readings, but she'd had one done not too long after May first opened for business, and according to her, May was the real deal. She also confirmed Mandy's theory of the shop being a sole proprietorship.
We should have asked her if she thought anyone wanted May dead, Selene complained as we left the nail salon, the twinkling chime of the bell tied to the doorknob following us out onto the sidewalk. The heat of the day was oppressive, the air thick with humidity. Squinting, I looked up at the sky, wondering if a summer rainstorm was on the way, but only a few streaky white clouds hovered lazily overhead. I doubt she would have any idea, I replied to Selene as I unhooked my sunglasses from the collar of my t-shirt. Sliding them on, I glanced over at the front of May's shop. Someone had taped the death announcement from the Winterspell Gazette to the glass pane. I supposed whoever did it meant it as a way to inform other customers what had happened, as not everyone read the paper. And while it was likely meant to be a nice gesture, there was something almost cold about it. May's life work and passion cut short and reduced to a 2-inch newspaper clipping. Poor May. Let's just hope Lavender is having more luck than us,
Selene said, as she waited impatiently at the passenger door.
We need some material, and fast, or this podcast is sunk before it's even gotten started. At least my nails look fabulous.
I unlocked the doors and considered my next words carefully. When I settled behind the steering wheel and buckled my seatbelt, I glanced over at Selene. What's the deal with this whole podcast thing? And I want the truth. You get all cagey and mysterious when I try to poke at you for answers, but I'm not starting this car until you tell me what's really going on. Why is this thing so important all of a sudden?
Cora, it's almost 90 degrees outside. For both our sakes, at least turn on the AC before starting your interrogation. Or is the threat of melting supposed to crack me like an egg?
Sighing, I obliged. The fan spewed hot air at first, while the engine warmed up. After getting home the night before, I'd read through May's client list and studied each entry for clues. It was either that or looking through the multitude of wedding dress photos Liana had sent me via text, email, and Pinterest, just to cover all her bases. The client list detailed May's regular clients, with bullet point lists of factoids about them: age, brief description, line items stating where they worked, lived, hobbies, and even familial relationships and statuses. It was almost a little embarrassing to go through the more intimate details of a stranger's life. After all, the entries hadn't been meant for anyone else's eyes. Though it made sense May kept such detailed notes. A psychic needed something to work with, and I could imagine her rereading the lists before appointments, just to give herself a refresher. With no shop employees to speak with, we could cut right to visiting Jennifer Garcia. I had her address and phone number, but figured showing up at the local plant nursery where she worked as a cashier might be our best bet. But first, I was going to get some answers. Let's talk about the fact that it's only July, and this is the second business venture you've embarked upon, I said to the cat. And those are just the ones I know about. I shudder to think of what you do when I'm busy at the shop and not able to keep tabs on you, I said, refusing to let Selene wriggle her way out of the conversation. So what gives? Are you just bored? Is this some kind of sideways path back to working with Aunt Lavender full-time? Or is this just a scheme you've cooked up?
Scheme? Selene repeated. What kind of scheme starts with launching a true crime podcast?
I don't know yet, but that's the part that worries me.
You're reading way too much into this, Cora. I think all this wedding planning has turned your brain into mush, and you're starting to tilt at windmills.
See? This is how I know you're up to something, I said, pointing one finger at Selene's fuzzy chest. This is exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. Selene's eyes glowed brighter as her irritation peaked, but she didn't outright deny my accusation this time. Instead, she sighed heavily.
Fine. Maybe I have a slight ulterior motive when it comes to the podcast.
Which is?
You know what your aunt is up to, don't you?
Selene asked, her tone scathing. This is about the Atlantis thing? My brows rose. I hadn't made that connection yet.
Precisely, Selene replied. Can you imagine those two bumbling about looking for a mythical city?
She scoffed before pressing on.
Now, I still have hopes for the poor soul, but Checkers isn't anywhere close to being at my level when it comes to all things lavender. He's much too desperate to please her. He'll go along with whatever harebrained idea she comes up with, and we both know she can come up with some real doozies.
I bit my lip to keep from pointing out the pot and kettle comparison.
I thought giving her another outlet for her restless energy might derail her plans, at least temporarily.
What about last year? Checkers and Aunt Lavender went to Cairo, just the two of them, and you seemed like you were on board with it. Why is this different? Selene made a coughing noise she always used when irritated I wasn't picking things up fast enough.
What do you mean? That was completely different. They were going on a supervised dig with a bunch of people who I've met over the years and knew would keep Lavender out of trouble. This, whatever it is different. It would be just her and Checkers going off on some wild goose chase.
I sank back against the seat. It all made sense now. So, wait a second. Does that mean there isn't even a murder? The whole thing about hearing voices and talking to birds is just part of this elaborate plan to keep Lavender and Checkers home? Selene groaned, her tail twitching in time with her whiskers.
Oh, for the love of Hecate, she exclaimed. Cora, why would I make up something like a murder if there wasn't one?
You're asking the wrong witch, Cat. I don't know why you do half the things you do.
I believe May was murdered. Or at the very least, that there's more to this story than an accidental drowning. It just so happens that the whole thing came up in good timing. Well, for everyone except May, I suppose.
Selene quickly added with a slight grimace.
I wasn't lying about Floyd, or about hearing his voice inside my head. He sought me out and asked for my help after seeing us at May's house, and I'd already been looking for something shiny to dangle in front of Lavender for weeks.
I nodded slowly. Well, I guess that makes me feel slightly better, and also slightly worse. I'm glad I didn't just waste my entire morning interrogating a manicurist at a nail salon for no reason. But also, if May really was murdered, it seems we need to take this to... I fell short of saying the police, as we both knew the Winterspell PD wasn't exactly on a hot streak when it came to closing cases. Additionally, they had already declared May's death an accident, and Sheriff Templeton certainly wasn't going to make time on his schedule to see either of us. We could call the warden, I suggested.
We will,
Selene agreed,
but only if we need to. If we can figure out who killed May and build an airtight case, even a bumbling fool like Templeton can't screw it up. And if he does,
Then we'll call in Warden Quinton. And in the meantime, we keep Aunt Lavender and Checkers as busy as possible and look for another distraction to throw at them. Am I getting that right?" Selene was quiet for a moment, uncharacteristically so. When she spoke again, her tone was resigned.
"I know it's not the perfect plan,"
she said darkly.
"It just fell into my lap and I'm running with it. It should buy us some time, like you said, until we can figure out a way to talk her out of this ridiculous expedition."
Somehow I doubted if we could find a way to stop Aunt Lavender from her treasure hunts and explorations. But there was time for that argument later. "All right," I said with a nod, my hand reaching toward the gear shift. I slipped the SUV into reverse and checked the rearview mirror. Next stop, Arcane Roots. Chapter 9. Winterspell passed by in a blur of vibrant storefronts and bustling sidewalks, more evidence of the tourist season boom. For a moment I considered calling Lily to check in on the shop, but quickly batted away the urge. Now that we had Penny up to speed, Lily was constantly needling me to let go a little, take more time off, have longer lunch breaks, and not feel pressured to check in. She always said it kindly, and with her trademark easy-breezy smile, but I wondered if part of it was an unspoken request for me to fully put my trust in her, which she'd more than earned. So I turned on the radio instead, and hummed along with a fluffy pop song as we took the winding route toward the outskirts of the town where Arcane Roots nestled, an oasis of green at the base of the mountainside. The establishment was more than just a plant nursery. It was an arboretum, botanical garden, and greenhouse all rolled into one. The largest structure was an open-air pavilion, its wooden structure enveloped in a tangle of lavender-colored wisteria, with blooming flowers hanging down like living chandeliers. There was magic in every inch of the place, from exotic plant types not found outside magical communities to the baubles and garden decorations with equal parts whimsy and enchantment. Little metal dragons flapped their wings, soaring over the neatly arranged plant beds like unofficial sentries as they blew pastel-hued smoke rings into the stagnant afternoon heat. Jeweled hummingbirds buzzed and flitted through the flowers, joined by droning honeybees and other insects. A shimmering canopy of greenery provided tunnels of shade for visitors and employees along the paved pathways. At a four-way intersection, a stunning marble fountain sprayed a fine mist into the air, and a cluster of bright songbirds bathed in the shallows of the upper basin. "Mom is going to be so jealous when we tell her we came here without her," I said with a smile. "She loves this place." Selene sputtered as a wisp of mist caught on the breeze and sprayed us in the face as we walked past the fountain, following the paved pathway between the rows and rows of bushes and shrubs available for sale.
"Hey, I'm walking here,"
she crowed, scowling at the fountain. I extended my arms, hoping to catch more of the light spray. "It feels good if you ask me."
"I don't think I did,"
Selene quipped. Despite her grumpy demeanor, she seemed to relax a bit once we were well out of the fountain's reach. Her tail flicked lazily as she surveyed the sprawling grounds, and when a tiny ladybug landed on her ear, she didn't threaten to end not only its life, but that of its family, too, her usual threat against unwanted insects who crossed her path. Instead, she twitched her ear, and the bug flew to a tower of expertly trimmed boxwood trees, flanking either side of the next arched breezeway.
"You should go over there and ask someone if Jennifer is even here,"
she told me. Ahead of us, the open pavilion was abuzz with activity. A middle-aged couple was engrossed in a discussion about the right kind of roses for their backyard, while a young girl skipped past them, gleefully chasing after a butterfly that left a trail of sparkling dust in its wake, almost like a pixie. A row of cash registers stood in the center of the pavilion, manned by a few employees, all wearing green and white t-shirts with the Arcane Roots logo sewn onto the pocket. The T in the name sprouted colorful roots that swirled and curled into a circle around the business's name. "Excuse me," I started, as we approached a young employee stocking shelves with a variety of colorful perennials. She looked up, her eyes wide beneath the rim of a straw hat. Her name tag identified her as Samantha. Yes? Can I help you? She asked, wiping the back of her wrist over her cheek. The gardening glove's cuff left a smudge of potting soil over her freckled skin. Would you happen to know if Jennifer Garcia is working today? Oh, sure. Jen's right over there. Samantha pointed out a 30-something woman with light brown skin and dark braided hair, standing only a few yards away from us. She was bent over a collection of rose bushes, her gloved hands confidently removing dead petals and blooms to make room for fresh growth. Thanks, I said, guiding Selene away from the flowering shrubs towards Jennifer.
Turn on your recording app,
Selene hissed as we started toward the woman.
just in case.
I took my phone from my small purse and turned on the app with a few taps. Satisfied, Selene continued toward Jennifer, and I followed. Excuse me, Ms. Garcia? I began, stepping a bit closer. Jennifer looked up from her work, blinking against the sun as she moved to shade her eyes with one hand. Yes? Hello, my name is Cora Harth, and this is Selene. I gestured to the cat at my heels.
We have some questions for you,
Selene added. Jennifer blinked, this time having nothing to do with the sun's blaring rays.
Yes, I can talk,
Selene said. Thanks to her notoriety, most Winterspell residents knew of Selene, even if they hadn't had the misfortune of making her acquaintance just yet. But there were still some who lived in the wonderful realm where cats were silent beings who kept their thoughts to themselves. We promise we won't take too much of your time, I interjected, drawing Jennifer's eye once more. Oh, she replied, chuckling lightly as she wiped her gloved hands on her apron. Well, I'm always happy to help someone with their gardening questions. Oh, well, we actually didn't want to talk about plants, I replied. We were hoping to ask you some questions about Mystic May. Jennifer's smile faltered, her eyes wide with surprise. Oh, I didn't expect... She trailed off, glancing at the collection of wilted pink rose petals that had fallen to the gravel below. I saw the news, of course. In the paper? I asked. Right. Jennifer nodded. It's almost eerie in a way. I mean, I saw her just a few days ago. The day before she... Jennifer trailed off, then nodded to herself and continued. We made plans for my next appointment, and she wrote it in her book the same as she always did, and then she walked me to the door and said, see you later, the same as she always did, and now... Well, there is no later, is there? How long have you been seeing her? I asked. Oh, a handful of months now. I usually go see her every 2 weeks, Jennifer replied thoughtfully. I got out of a bad relationship last year, and I took some time for myself to heal and get the courage up to put myself back out there. She faltered again, as a sad smile worked its way across her face. That sounds so silly, doesn't it? No, not at all, I replied quickly. Was that what you were seeing May for? Advice on dating again? I already knew it was, seeing as I'd read through the notes May kept on the woman, but I figured it was more polite to ask. Yeah, Jennifer bobbed her head. I met May at a holiday bazaar last year. She just opened her shop a month or two beforehand. I think she had the booth as something of an open house to introduce her business to residents who might not have seen it before. Anyway, I was with my older sister, and she paid for the reading. I'd never been a big believer in that kind of thing, but Luella insisted, so I went along with it. And May pinned down everything so precisely, I was just blown away. I mean, she knew details about my then-current relationship and how unhappy I was, and some of her advice really stuck with me. So when I was single again and looking to get back out there, I went to see her, hoping she could help me steer clear of making the same mistakes again. Jennifer exhaled. Anyway, I was a regular, I guess you could say. Now I don't know what I'll do. She turned over the thought for a moment before her thick eyebrows jumped and her eyes went wide. Oh, goddess! That just sounded so awful, didn't it? I mean, stars! Poor May is dead, and I'm over here wondering where I'll get dating advice? Ugh! You'll have to forgive me, I'm terrible at times like this. No need, I said, with a hint of a smile. I understand. It's a pretty big shock. Was there anything unusual about your last session? It sounds like it was business as usual, but is there anything you can recall that seemed off? Jennifer considered it, then shifted a sidelong glance at me. I'm sorry. Are you family? Or a friend of May's? Here comes the awkward part.
We're investigating her death,
Selene blurted out. My mouth dropped open as I glanced down at my familiar. All right. Apparently, we were using brutal honesty for this particular interview. I guess the half-baked excuse I'd given Mandy about May's dog wasn't up to snuff, according to Selene. Investigating? Jennifer repeated, looking to me for confirmation. I nodded. We think she might have been murdered. But the article in the paper...
Forget the article, Selene interrupted. I have insider information.
Like I said, we're looking into it. I hurried to interject before Selene's abrasive edge got us completely off track. We're trying to talk to all of the people who saw May in the past week or so to see if maybe anyone knows anything or saw anything that seemed off. Jennifer mulled it over, then shucked off her gloves and stuffed them into the deep pocket on her cloth apron. I couldn't blame her. We stood outside the shaded portion of the aisle between plants, and the sun was nearing its highest point of the day. There was something that happened at my reading. She relented. It was pretty awful, actually, especially in hindsight. Selene and I both leaned forward, and my breath hitched in the back of my throat. Normally, when May was doing a reading, she locked the front door and turned over a little sign to let people know when she'd be open again. I think she was trying to hire a second person to avoid closing the whole shop for every reading, but as long as I'd been seeing her, she'd done it that way. Jennifer explained. Most of her regulars knew to circle back. I felt Selene's impatience radiating from the tips of her fur and winced, hoping she'd keep it to herself. Anyway, she must have forgotten, or the latch didn't fully take, Jennifer continued. Because right when I was telling her about this blind date I went on the week before last, this man burst into the shop, shouting and calling for May. She went white as a sheet and ran out to see who it was. I followed her, in case she needed help. And it was this tall, kind of lanky guy with dark hair, all messy and standing on end, and a pair of thick black glasses. He looked like he hadn't been sleeping or something, with big dark bags under his eyes. I honestly thought he was drunk. What did he want? He was yelling at May, asking for his money back. At first I thought he wanted a refund, but then he said something about losing his life savings and asking her what he was supposed to tell his kids when it came time for them to go to college and things like that. Did he try to hurt May? Jennifer shook her head. No, he was just yelling. When he saw me come into the room after her, he kind of backed off a little. She told him he needed to go, or else she would call the police, and he went. Any chance you got a name? She called him Jasper. No last name, sorry. Once he was gone, she apologized, and we went back to my reading. She was rattled, of course, but by the time we finished, she seemed okay again. Jennifer frowned, tugging at the end of her braid. You don't think he did this, did you? Should I have called the police anyway? No, I shook my head. There is no way to know something like that. But we're looking into it. If the police do come asking about it, definitely let them know.
But we were never here,
Selene added for good measure. Jennifer's frown deepened. I don't know. I might feel better if I went and spoke with them. If there's a chance this Jasper was involved, they need to know. Don't they? I winced. I suppose that's up to you. I'll think about it, she said with a decisive nod, dropping the end of her braid. Thank you for your help, Jennifer. We really appreciate it. If you think of anything else. I paused to pull a business card from the slim pocket on the outside of my purse. This is my shop, but my cell phone is on there too. Another thing Lily wanted me to change, but I'd ordered over 2,500 cards after adding the second location's address to the bottom, so it would be a while before I needed to make a decision about it. Jennifer took the card and pocketed it. I will. We thanked her again and headed for the exit. this time going a different route to avoid the fountain entirely. That was certainly worth the trip. Although I hope she keeps our name out of it when she goes to the police, I commented, once we were out of Jennifer's earshot. I slid a glance toward my familiar, expecting her to chime in with her 2 cents, which often had a way of turning into a full dollar's worth. The small gray-blue cat's nose screwed up, her whiskers twitching violently. Selene, are you—
Achoo!
Oh. I fought back a smile as Selene shook her head. Need an allergy potion?
No,
She replied grumpily.
I just need to get the heck out of this pollen palace ASAP.
Working on it, I said, rounding a lemon tree planted in a glazed ceramic container. The tree was full to bursting with dozens of large yellow fruit nestled among dark foliage, the branches bowed and sagging under the weight.
Grab me one of those, will you?
Selene said, striding past the planter.
I'm ordering cod for lunch, and I won't have any of that bottled lemon juice.
I continued walking, shaking my head a little with each step. I'm sure they don't use bottled lemon juice at the Cauldron Cafe. Selene looked over her shoulder, her scowl deepening when she found me empty-handed and the lemon tree untouched.
Well, I wouldn't know, seeing as they refused to let me into the kitchen to inspect their ingredients for myself.
Selene, we've been over this 100 times, I said on a heavy exhale. There are laws and policies in place to keep animals out of places where food is prepared or served. It's not a personal attack against you.
Then all restaurants should have large windows on the kitchen so I can see inside.
Tell you what, you can take it up at the next town hall meeting, I muttered. Selene's tail shot up, ramrod straight, as she sashayed out into the parking lot.
Perhaps I will.
Oh, Walter Peabody would just love that. Chapter 10. The Cauldron Cafe was a newer establishment to Winterspell, having opened the year before, ahead of last summer's tourist boom. The restaurant was a little on the kitschy side, at least for my taste, caught somewhere between a family-style restaurant and old-school diner, with a flair one might expect from an establishment built in a Halloween-themed town in the non-magic world. I was clearly in the minority, as the place was almost always buzzing with activity. The cafe sat at an intersection where the main drag through town met with one of the blossoming offshoots of the downtown strip, where a handful of shops had cropped up over the past couple of years. Beside it was a gift shop where tourists could purchase Winterspell-branded items, keychains, sweatshirts, tote bags, and the like. They had postcards and wall art featuring photos or paintings of Winterspell Lake and the surrounding mountain range. Children loved the toy selection and piles of stuffed animals, most of which were enchanted to some degree or another. The plushy elephants could move their trunks and trumpet their sound of delight upon receiving a squeeze from their precious tot. The lions could roll over for belly rubs and roar. Stuffed birds could take flight and spin in circles overhead before landing safely on the ground. I supposed, with that in mind, the over-the-top cafe with its over-the-top aesthetic was appropriate. Plus, the food was amazing. We parked in the dedicated lot behind the cafe, just barely managing to snag a spot when another car backed out. Ahead, the whimsical cafe, painted in a palette of purples and lavenders, buzzed like a hive, with a steady stream of customers coming and going through the emerald green double doors. Stay here and I'll get us a table on the patio, I told Selene, as she nearly rammed into the back of my leg at the entrance.
Ask them about the lemon juice,
she called after me. Sure, I'll get right on that, I muttered, shaking my head as I stepped inside. A blast of air conditioning welcomed me, along with the mouth-watering scent of fried food, fresh-baked bread, and grilled sandwiches. A pair of enchanted broomsticks hovered over the entrance, their handles crossed like dueling swords, while a collection of twinkling crystal balls hung suspended throughout the shop, casting refracted light in a myriad of colors over the purple and white checkered floor. The interior was a magical twist on a classic diner aesthetic, with polished tables made to look like slabs of moonstone, their booths upholstered in lavender-hued velvet, and the jukebox looking like a glittering crystal all sparkly and pink. Beside it, a faint purple fog seeped out from underneath the door to the kitchen. Maybe Selene had a point about wanting to see what exactly was going on in there after all. Not that I'd tell her that. Despite my reservations about the interior, the real gem of the Cauldron Cafe was their outdoor seating area. I asked for a table on the patio and was escorted through a round door to a patio that wrapped around two sides of the restaurant. A hedge of thick bushes blocked the sight and smell of the cars driving by, and some layer of magic engulfed the space, maintaining a soundproof barrier, so all one could hear was the mystical soundtrack piping through the exterior speakers and the tinkling sound from the fountain near the service station. A collection of wrought iron tables, complete with little magic-heated lamps for chilly nights, sat along the outskirts of the patio, generally arranged for smaller groups of 2 to 4 people. Selene was in the middle of wriggling through the dense thicket of bushes, cursing and muttering, much to the horror of a family of 4 nearby. Cringing, I guided a subtle gust of wind toward my familiar, parting the bushes just enough to let her slip through the rest of the way. She wasn't expecting the assistance, however, and managed to shoot out like a bar of wet soap, falling not so gracefully onto the patio stones. Oops. A pair of glaring blue eyes pinned me as she righted herself. With a grimace, I turned to the host who'd shown me outside. "Could I trouble you for some fresh lemon slices with our waters?" The young man nodded. Of course. He bustled back inside, and within moments, Selene and I were seated at a table for 4, and a tray of waters and a dish of lemon slices flew through the door and landed softly between us. "See?" I told the persnickety cat. "I told you they had fresh lemon."
"Well, what good is that to me now? I see no fish."
I groaned and grabbed my water glass, even as I eyed the drink menu off to the side, wishing for something far stronger. In an out-of-character burst of punctuality, Aunt Lavender and Checkers arrived at the top of the hour and hurried to join us. She was dressed casually, in lightweight slacks, a short-sleeved shirt, and a large striped canvas bag slung over one shoulder. "Well, this is a lovely spot," Aunt Lavender started, her eyes twinkling as she took in our surroundings. "I don't think I've ever been out here on the patio before." Before she took her seat, she whirled around on the spot, a question forming in her eyes. "Is something wrong?" I asked, sliding a glance toward Selene, as I considered her my official translator when it came to all things Aunt Lavender. "Do you want to sit?" I asked, as my aunt continued scanning the patio like a bird dog on the trail of a plump pheasant. "Oh, I will," she said offhandedly. "I'm just wondering where I should set up my equipment before we start our conversation." "What equipment?" Checkers grinned, flashing his tiny canines. "We went to the electronics shop last night. We have a microphone, tripod, and a wrinkle light." "A wrinkle light?" Suddenly, the oversized canvas bag made sense. Aunt Lavender pulled out a circular tube with a long white cord hanging from the bottom of a set of legs. "Oh, a ring light. Yes, it's supposed to soften the wrinkles," Aunt Lavender told her familiar. Checkers nodded. "That's what I meant. Not that you have any to worry about, my dear," Aunt Lavender added, giving me a warm smile. "Though it won't take long, I imagine. Selene will put gray hairs on your head and worry lines on your brow in no time." Selene bristled.
"Hey, watch it, you old witch."
I stifled a laugh. Aunt Lavender set up the ring light, despite the abundance of natural light flooding the patio, then set about assembling her collapsible tripod. By the time it was erected in the center of the table, with her phone attached, Selene was on the verge of mutiny.
"I came here to eat,"
the cat snarled at an inadvertent bump of Aunt Lavender's elbow as she adjusted the phone in the stand's gripper.
"Not watch you tinker with a bunch of useless toys."
"I'm not sure this is all necessary," I added, far more gently than my grouchy familiar. Aunt Lavender looked mortally wounded, her fingers going still. The phone, not fully secured in the pincher, fell to the table. "Now see what you've done," she muttered, trying again. "And of course it's necessary. I emailed Tabitha to see what she would recommend. Now, of course, our little shop here in town didn't have half of it, but they assured me these were all comparable items. Selene and I exchanged a look across the table. You spoke with Tabitha? I asked. Aunt Lavender's brows jotted up as she glanced toward me. Yes. Is that so odd? She's a professional podcaster. Who would know better what to buy for our venture? I guess I didn't know you two were in contact is all, I stammered. Tabitha Hardwick and Aunt Lavender would make for strange friends, despite all their similarities. Before my aunt's kidnapping, it wouldn't have been far-fetched to hear the two were collaborating on an expedition. When Selene and I first met the famous magical adventurer, she'd spoken about Aunt Lavender with a professional reverence, making mention that Aunt Lavender was one of the witches who blazed the trail for lady adventurers like herself. However, in the light of Tabitha's involvement with August Nell, unwillingly or not, and the mess with the Golden Lotus, the news took me off guard. When we ultimately recovered the Golden Lotus and uncovered the location of the fabled Fountain of Youth, my aunt had entrusted Tabitha and her former lover, August's brother Arthur, to hide half of the mysterious artifact where no one could possibly uncover it. We said our goodbyes, stilted though they'd been, and I'd assumed that would be the last we'd hear from the witch. Apparently Aunt Lavender had other ideas. We've spoken a handful of times, she said nonchalantly, resuming her attempt to hook the phone into place. Slippery little thing, isn't it?
I'll say,
Selene muttered darkly.
Tabitha is more slippery than a barrel full of eels. And speaking of, did anyone see what the catch of the day is?
Aha! Got it. Aunt Lavender tapped her phone, now secured in the tripod's gripper, and opened a recording app. We are officially on the record.
That was 30 minutes of my life I'll never get back again,
Selene quipped. Aunt Lavender scoffed and flapped a hand in her direction. What are you worried about? You're immortal.
I was thinking of poor Cora, seeing as how she's aging like a grape left in the sun.
I scowled at the cat.
Hey, I wasn't the one that said it,
Selene retorted before I could voice my many objections.
The old biddy is the one talking about your graying hair and, what was it? Oh yes, worry lines.
You two sure know how to make a witch feel special, I muttered. It's a good thing I'm not a few months away from a major event in my life, one where the photos will be put into books and on my walls. Oh, wait! I narrowed my eyes further, directing my glower at my aunt and familiar in turn. Selene leaned forward and lapped at her water dish. Oh, that reminds me. Aunt Lavender snapped her fingers. Speaking of the wedding, I was wondering if I'm allowed to bring a date. Selene choked. Date? I repeated, wondering if my hearing was starting to go on top of everything else.
Why, is this the first I'm hearing about this?
Selene demanded through a few last sputtering coughs. She leaned past my aunt and shot a menacing look at Checkers. He shrank back, out of Selene's line of sight. Oh, it's nothing serious, of course, Aunt Lavender continued. But I thought I'd ask in case. September is still a ways away. Does Mom know? I asked. Know what? I blinked. That you're dating someone. I am. Selene planted her face on the table. Check, please, she muttered against the polished surface. I'm going on a date, Aunt Lavender clarified. Next week. They met at the night market, Checkers supplied, looking pleased as punch over the whole thing. His name is Lowell. He's an artist and has a booth there. And he drives a convertible. He asked if I'd pose for him, Aunt Lavender added. I've never been asked to model before. Oh, boy. Selene looked ready to explode, as her brain undoubtedly worked through an avalanche of snarky commentary and jokes, follow-up questions, and red flags so quickly the whole thing short-circuited on sight. Let's, table that conversation, I interjected as my familiar rebooted. AKA, I'd be calling Mom from the parking lot and letting her take care of this fiasco before it got started. What did you two find out about May? Were you able to find the 2 clients? Of course. Aunt Lavender double-checked to make sure the app was recording. And for a moment, I wanted to ask about the microphone Checkers had mentioned, but quickly discarded the thought. We'd wasted enough time as it was. If Aunt Lavender remembered she had a microphone, it would undoubtedly start a whole other delay. We spoke with Olivia Williams first. She was a nice young woman, works in advertising, Lavender began, her fingers rhythmically stroking Checker's fur. She'd already heard the news and seemed quite distraught. I asked about their last session, and she said May seemed off. Off how? I prompted. Well, she said she felt rushed, and at one point May called her by the wrong name, even though Olivia had been to see her several times. I leaned over in my seat and pulled the planner free from my purse. I flipped to May's schedule, the week of her death, and that appointment was 3 days before she died. We also tracked down Henry Lee, Aunt Lavender continued. Checker's eyes closed as she stroked behind his ears. Selene looked disgusted, like a teenager watching their parents exchange a kiss goodbye. He was a nice chap, but he didn't have anything to add to our investigation. He sees, or rather saw, May for advice from time to time, mainly when he had a big decision to make. Most recently, he wanted a reading to see whether or not he should propose to his girlfriend. The whole thing sounded delightfully messy. Apparently, she's 18 years younger, and no one in his family likes her or approves of the relationship. Yikes. Our server came by to check on us again, as we'd waved the young man away the first 2 times while Aunt Lavender fussed with her equipment. Selene all but pounced on the poor guy this time, rattling off a list of questions until she finally made up her mind and ordered a fish sandwich with no breading, no bun, and a single slice of cheddar cheese on the side. The server looked at me, and I offered an encouraging nod, hoping he'd just roll with it. As with Mandy, Selene's unwitting manicurist, I was already mentally planning to leave him a large tip for his patience and trouble. At this rate, it was going to be a very expensive week indeed. The food arrived quickly, and I told Aunt Lavender and Checkers about our morning, including the information from the nail salon and our conversation with Jennifer Garcia. So, sounds like this Jasper fellow needs to go right to the top of our list then, Aunt Lavender said when I finished. I agree, although I'm not sure what he'll be willing to share with us. Selene licked her paw and wiped it along her whiskers, her meal devoured.
But first we have another more pressing engagement.
We do? I asked.
We have to go see a man about a dog.
Oh, goddess help us all. Chapter 11. You think anyone is home? The gate across the driveway to May's home was closed, blocking our path. I pulled into a spot along the curb across the street and slid the vehicle into park.
Only one way to find out,
Selene said, as she moved for the passenger side door. I could feel the gentle pull of my magic flowing toward her, set to do her bidding. Why do I get the feeling that's code for another round of breaking and entering? I asked. A shot of pink sparks flew to the door, and Selene leaped out silently onto the sidewalk.
I'll see where the breeze takes me,
she said, before closing the door. Gee, why doesn't that make me feel better? My hand went still on the inside handle of my own door. But before I opened it, the gate started to roll away. I blinked and considered Selene, still standing on the sidewalk. What kind of spell did she use now? An olive green Land Rover rolled to a stop a few feet from the end of the driveway, waiting for the gates to part wide enough to turn off the road. The vehicle's windows were tinted dark enough I couldn't make out any definitive details about its driver. Selene jumped back into the car, closing the door quietly after herself. Her eyes remained trained on the other side of the street, narrowed with the same intensity she usually reserved for her morning squirrel stakeouts. The Land Rover rumbled into the driveway and parked. A tall man with sun-tanned skin and an athletic build emerged, wearing jeans and a tight black t-shirt that showed off his wiry but well-formed physique. A pair of reflective sunglasses hid his eyes from view. And he wasn't alone. He jogged around the front of the large vehicle and opened the passenger door to escort an equally sun-bronzed woman out onto the driveway. She stood nearly to his height, thanks in part to the 4-inch spiked heels strapped to her feet. Her platinum blonde hair was slicked back into a sleek ponytail that fell just to the small of her back, where her ample curves were on full display. Her shiny blue dress was so tight it made me feel like I couldn't draw a full breath just looking at the thing. The blonde tottered around to the back of the vehicle, a little unsteady on her feet, though whether it was due to the absurdly high heels or a drink or two, I couldn't be sure. All I knew was if I tried on shoes like that, I'd land myself in urgent care at record speed. The man, Marcus, I had to assume, lifted the gate on the back of the vehicle, and the woman giggled as she leaned forward and,
"Whoa there,"
Selene barked, covering her eyes with one paw as the woman's barely there undergarments peeked out to say howdy. Together, they carried a tall metal frame to the patch of grass wedged between the sidewalk and the brick fence surrounding the front yard. I couldn't read what the affixed sign said until the woman planted the stakes into the grass and turned around, beaming, with teeth bright enough to blind someone. Bold white letters set against a red background read, "For sale by owner." I blinked. That was fast. Selene narrowed her eyes at the sign.
"Looks like Loverboy isn't wasting any time."
Almost like he knew May wouldn't be here, I added, my tone ominous, as dark thoughts engulfed my mind. That train of thought screeched to a violent halt when the bubbly bottle blonde launched herself into the man's arms and the pair collapsed against the back of the Land Rover, tangled in a frantic mess of limbs and lips.
"Oh, bleck. I just ate lunch,"
Selene groused, making her hairball hacking noise. "Not on the upholstery," I snapped. "Clint just had this thing detailed." Selene flicked her tail, then peered over the dashboard as the couple continued their impromptu makeout session.
"Ah, this just makes me glad you and Clint are soon to be old and married and don't do this teenage stuff anymore."
Anymore? I barked a dry laugh as I considered the couple on the other side of the street. We were never like that. Selene fixed me with an unblinking stare. "You think that's Marcus?" I asked, my cheeks heating as I shifted focus back to the matter at hand.
"I'm assuming he's the owner in that whole for sale by owner part of the sign," Selene said. "I'll go take a look around. The cops are long gone, so it should be pretty easy to get inside."
I frowned across the center console. "You're going to go now?" Selene scoffed.
"With the way those two are going at it, I don't think they'd notice a grenade going off."
"Well, then I guess we're going to have to be even louder," I said, already shoving open my door. "Luckily for us, you excel at being loud." Selene snickered and followed me out of the car.
"Yoo-hoo!"
she called, trotting across the quiet street. The couple's embrace didn't so much as waver. If anything, it was only heating up more as the man's hand slid lower on the woman's back, bringing her closer.
"Fire!"
Selene yowled, stopping at the end of the driveway, her tail aloft. This had now turned into a game for her. I could just feel it. Why me?
2 for 1 margaritas,"
she tried next. The kiss broke, and the woman turned her head, her eyes widening when she looked down and spotted the small cat.
"Drat, I was hoping I'd get to bust out my fire truck impression next,"
Selene muttered to herself.
"I really should have led with that. Oh well."
"Can we help you?"
the man asked, his hand still firmly on the woman's rear. The woman turned on the high-beam smile once more and straightened, clasping her hands together. "They're probably here to see the house, silly," she told the man. He pushed off the large vehicle, his expression caught somewhere between surprise and irritation. "We just put it on the market," the woman continued, seemingly unaware of the smeared lipstick stretching to just below her nostrils. A few steps closer, and I realized it wasn't lipstick smeared to her nose. Her lips were inflated, either by some small magic or cosmetic injections, to almost comical proportions. Yikes.
"We're not here to see your house,"
Selene said.
We're here to talk about your dog. You're Marcus, aren't you?
I resisted the urge to bury my face in my hands. Diplomatic as ever, that was my familiar. I'm Marcus, the man said, fully straightening. He looked about 6'2", which would have made for quite a difference between him and May, who hadn't been all that much taller than me. I'm Cora Harth. This is Selene. I gestured at the 10-pound cat.
We're here to kick your hind end into doing the right thing and taking back your slobbery beast of a mutt.
Marcus blinked and looked up at me, his hazel eyes wide. I'm sorry? Selene, 1. Grace and tact, 0. Perfect. Off to a rip-roaring start. I stepped forward, putting a bit of a buffer between the couple and my surly cat. I don't know what the officer told you, but when she found out you didn't want to keep Pippin, she brought him to my house in hopes of keeping him from landing in a shelter. I was the one who found Pippin wandering the neighborhood the day May was found. I trailed off. I see. Marcus nodded, but the crease in his brow only deepened. Well, I appreciate you keeping Pippin from a shelter and all that, but I'm allergic to dogs, the woman sniffed. All animals, actually, she added, giving Selene a pointed look, her overly plump top lip curling back, which honestly looked painful.
It appears you're also allergic to good fashion sense, but it seems like that hasn't stopped you from wearing clothes,
Selene retorted, returning the woman's sour expression in spades. The woman's frost-colored eyes flashed. Excuse me? Let's just set the dog issue to the side for a moment. Could I potentially ask you some questions about May's clientele? I asked the question, though I had a feeling I already knew the answer. Selene had blown any chance of being subtle about our fact-finding mission. Her clientele? Marcus repeated. We don't have anything to say, the woman interjected. Marcus clamped his mouth shut, silently deferring to her, as he stepped closer and moved his hand to her hip. She died. It's all very tragic, blah, blah, the woman added for good measure, in case we'd missed just how broken up she was by the whole thing. Sasha. Marcus flinched, but quickly recovered. I'd rather not talk about May. If you got some complaint to file or a refund request for a pre-purchase package, you'll have to take it up with her lawyer. I'm not involved in her business.
Right,
Selene sniffed.
Come on, Cora. The pair of hot dogs masquerading as lips on that woman's face are making me hungry again. Can we hit a drive-thru on the way home?
You know, some days I think you are actively trying to get yourself hexed. You know that? I fumed as we got into the car. The couple glared at us from across the street, and I could only hope they hadn't set a curse on my brake line.
The woman deserved to know she looks like a blown-up pufferfish. For all we know, it's some kind of allergic reaction to all that makeup she had smeared on herself.
How someone chooses to look is up to them, I reminded the cat, even if looking at the woman's enhanced lips did make mine feel a sting of sympathy pains. Surely that much filler couldn't be comfortable. Could it? I'd never get curious enough to find out. I wasn't a huge fan of needles in general, and I certainly didn't want them near my face. If Selene was indeed giving me premature worry lines, I'd have to take them in stride. In any case, I said, clearing my throat, you were being rude, and she would have been well within her rights to blast your furry little behind, if you ask me.
What's with all this if you ask me business lately? Selene snapped. Are you hearing voices inside your head, Cora? I've got a spell that can fix that.
I rolled my eyes and turned on the engine. The short drive from the cafe to May's neighborhood hadn't been long enough for the AC to fully kick in, and my legs felt like they were sticking to the faux leather seats. Well, thanks to your one-track mind, we blew any chance of getting information from the person who, as far as we know, was closest to May, I snapped, growing more irritated by the second. You dragged me into this, and when I begrudgingly agreed to go along with it, you flip a switch and blow the whole thing up. What gives?
He wasn't going to tell us anything. And if you ask me, we have better leads to follow. First, we go and talk to Jasper. And then, we're going to the dog shelter.
I whizzed down the street, too tired to argue. At least, not without a little backup. Chapter 12. The sounds of hammering and a roaring shop vac greeted us upon returning home. From beyond the back door, a steady stream of barking punctuated the construction noise. 3 men in well-worn jeans and t-shirts stood gathered around the large bank of hollow cabinets that would eventually become our kitchen island. And from the fine layer of dust on virtually every surface, it appeared the morning and early afternoon had mostly been spent sanding. Selene scowled up at me, her tail ticking with displeasure.
I don't know what's worse, the constant banging or the drool factory you've installed in the backyard.
Pippin, spotting Selene through the glass door, swiped a paw and struck the glass, his feathery tail wagging enthusiastically. He smacked his paw again, and Selene swore darkly under her breath. "You're home early," Clint said, coming up behind me as he crossed into the kitchen from the hallway. We'd turned the den into his home office, and while he enjoyed taking his laptop to Dragon's Gold Coffee to work these days, he tended to stay close to home in order to supervise the construction. Prior to moving to Winterspell, he'd worked for a fancy consulting firm in a Chicago high-rise. He was used to starched shirts, silk ties, corporate events, and evenings out on the town, whining and dining potential clients. To say his shift to Winterspell was something of an adjustment would be a massive understatement. Still, over the past year, he'd settled in nicely to his new routine. He'd traded his Italian loafers for black sneakers, his 3-piece suits for slacks and collared shirts, even occasionally wearing a pair of jeans or hiking shorts. Sometimes he'd wistfully recall pieces of his old life. These usually revolved around craving what he called a real pizza. But those mentions were getting further and further apart. The industrial vacuum shut off, restoring some semblance of peace to the mainly open living space. I set my keys and purse on the kitchen table, ignoring the layer of construction dust, and turned to face Clint. He stepped in for a quick kiss, offering a smile as he brushed the back of his fingers over my cheek. "Weren't you out kayaking today? I didn't expect you back until dinner." Pippin barked loudly and slammed his paw against the glass again. Clint held a hand out toward the dog and gave a firm, "No." Pippin sat down. "If only that worked on Selene," I said, hoping she wasn't close enough to hear.
Very funny, Cora,
she said, poking out from underneath the long table behind the sofa. Oops. She leveled Clint with a cold stare.
We were out trying to get rid of that flea taxi you call a dog.
He doesn't have fleas, Clint said, and his paw is okay too, just a sprain.
What wonderful news,
Selene deadpanned.
Let's throw a party.
Her whiskers twitched once, and she sneezed, giving the dust a scathing look as though it had personally offended her. Clint looked from the cat to me, his brow creased. What do you mean, though? Trying to get rid of him? I thought we agreed not to take him to a shelter. We went to see Marcus, May's ex. We thought maybe he might have information about May's death.
That's secondary,
Selene interjected pointedly.
The dog should be with him. End of story.
Selene twisted, directing her glare at Pippin, who was still sitting at the back door, waiting for Clint to release him from the sit position. Though he couldn't seem to help wiggling his rear as his tail wagged. Selene hissed. Oh, grow up, Selene. I pinched the bridge of my nose. The truth is, Selene and Aunt Lavender have decided to poke around into the details of May's death. So, we spent the day tracking down leads, seeing if anyone had more information for us. Clint's brows lifted. We had a comfortable relationship, both able to maintain our own independence. Clint wasn't some sort of drooling Neanderthal of a man who would try to tell me what to do. But, in circumstances like this, he knew he had the leeway to voice his concerns. I'm assuming Sheriff Templeton doesn't know about your investigation? I breathed a shaky laugh. Not yet, although with the way word gets around here, I don't imagine it will take long. I thought the whole thing was an accident, a slip and fall. Wasn't that what you said?
Weren't you listening last night at Lilac's house?
Selene interrupted.
I laid out the whole thing. There was a bird flapping around the living room.
He came late, I told the cat. Floyd was already gone.
Floyd being the bird?
Clint asked.
Selene scoffed. Useless. You probably would have been too busy making goo-goo eyes at the baby anyway. Maybe you just like smelly things that drool.
My nephew is not a thing, I growled.
So, what did Marcus say about Pippin?
Clint slid a sideways glance at the eager-to-please pup, his expression caught between concern and pending dread.
I mean, he already said he doesn't want him back. That's why the officer brought Pippin here in the first place. Even if he changed his mind.
Clint paused, considering his next words before adding,
It just seems like maybe he's not a good person to have a dog.
Oh, spare me. Anyone can take care of a dog. They drool and slobber all over you regardless of how you treat them. This is where cats are superior. Well, one of the many ways cats are superior. In fact, I can't think of one area where dogs have the upper hand, now that I think about it.
Her tail twitched as she considered the ceiling for a moment.
Nope. Cats are just better.
And there you have it, folks. I shook my head. Case closed. Selene puffed out her chest proudly, my heavy layer of sarcasm flying right over her head. Sometimes she only heard what she wanted.
Well, the crew is finishing up for the day. The marble is still delayed, so there's not much else they can do. I was going to head down to the gym for a little workout, but I'm pretty much done with work for the day. Want to go out for an early dinner and then head over to the night market? It's still open for a few more days.
Selene perked up at that.
The night market? That's an excellent idea. I need to rearrange the face of some pervert named Lowell.
Clint blinked.
Should I ask?
I wouldn't. After Clint headed out for his workout, I poured myself a glass of iced tea, grabbed May's planner, and retreated out to the back deck. Pippin was overjoyed to have some company, and as soon as I sat in one of the patio chairs, promptly dropped his head into my lap for some scratches.
Ugh, I hope you don't mind using lice shampoo for the next month,
Selene muttered, her face drawn in abject horror as she perched out of the dog's reach, atop a wooden post in the deck's railing. Don't listen to her, I told Pippin, giving his nose a soft boop. You're perfect. Selene squawked a series of objections, but I ignored her and opened the planner, spreading it open on the table. Let's see what else we can find out. Back at the cafe, I'd stashed the planner when the food arrived, lest I inadvertently spill anything. Selene would never let me live it down. All right, here he is, I said, planting a finger on the neatly penned entry in May's client list. Jasper Black, day trader. Then there are $4 signs, so I'm guessing that means rich as all get out. Selene licked her paw a few times before dragging it over her face and whiskers. Apparently it was bath time. She was nothing if not the queen of multitasking.
Wow, do the feds know you're so good at code breaking? I'm sure they'd have a use for those skills.
I ground my molars together.
The more important thing is he wasn't rich anymore,
Selene continued, as her whiskers sprang back into place.
Jennifer said he blamed May for losing his life savings.
That makes for a pretty strong motive, I added thoughtfully. But if he was so successful, why was he seeking out May's help in the first place? Do you think he was rich before he started seeing her? Or do you think he took a leap, went to her for a reading, took a chance on her advice, and struck it rich after the fact? Selene paused her grooming routine.
Does it matter?
I hitched my shoulder. I guess not. But maybe he would see it as more of a betrayal if she'd been the one to help him strike it rich in the first place.
Perhaps.
I flipped through the weeks, starting with the present day, and scanned each day for signs of Jasper's initials in the lined section devoted to appointments. The entries dotted the pages and fired off with mental pinging sounds inside my head. Ping, 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 ping. He saw May a lot, I commented, when I counted off more than a dozen appointments bearing his initials. Especially lately. Backtracking, I returned to the client list and read the additional notes under Jasper's entry. We've got an address here. I'm guessing home,
as I'm pretty sure Robin Court is only residential, and if he was a day trader, that wouldn't necessarily require an office. The next line dragged the corners of my mouth into a frown. Okay. Then it just says Clark Gable with a little heart next to it. What do you think that's supposed to mean?
How should I know? That sounds like a human question, not a cat question,
Selene retorted. I blinked up at her. I'm sorry? Are you abdicating your throne as the immortal know-it-all, then? She flashed her fangs. Oh, yes, I'm shaking in my tivas.
Didn't some of the other listings mention significant others?
Selene replied, ignoring my sarcasm.
Maybe that's his partner's name. Jasper and Clark, J.C. It would look good on a monogrammed towel.
I arched a brow. What would you know about monogrammed towels? Blue eyes narrowed in my direction.
Only that I don't know why there aren't any in my powder room.
Oh, for the love of... I shut the planner. Clark Gable is an old-time Hollywood movie star. Gone with the Wind? Hello?
What does that have to do with my bathroom decor?
Glaring, I conjured a wind cyclone and directed it to buzz over Selene's head. She hissed and swatted it with her paw. I let it fly away, the air pushing through the bamboo wind chime hanging from the side of the covered deck.
Tell you what, we can ask him what Clark Gable means when we talk to him,
Selene said, jumping down from her perch. She gave Pippin a wide berth, her teeth bared, as she went to the back door, before she glanced back and realized I hadn't followed her.
Come on, we're burning daylight, witch.
Selene, we've been at it all day. I just want to enjoy what's left of my day off. I peeked through the window and saw the construction crew packing up, preparing to leave for the evening. Without the marble slabs, there wasn't much more they could do, I supposed. I need to shower and change so I'm ready by the time Clint gets back from the gym. Selene yowled.
Fine,
she spat out, when she realized the look on my face wasn't leaving room for discussion or negotiation.
Tomorrow morning, then. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
She paused to consider her own tail, which was sleek and smooth like the rest of her short coat.
What a ridiculous expression, she concluded. You don't even have a tail, and I would never let mine get bushy.
She eyed Pippin's tail.
Maybe like his. Ugh.
I think it's referencing squirrels, I told her. She made her hairball hacking noise.
Little miscreants aren't worthy of their own colloquialism.
Pippin barked. Selene appraised the dog.
Perhaps there is some common ground, Pooch.
I have to work tomorrow, I told my antsy familiar. Meeting with Jasper will have to wait until afterward.
Fine. I'll just go with lavender and checkers.
I snatched the planner up, snapping it shut like the quick jaws of a crocodile. I don't think so, Cat. Selene shot a spark of magic at me, but I was faster, given she had to pull the magic from me in the first place, and rebuffed it with a wave of my hand. I'm not going to let you interrogate someone unsupervised, I told her, as I swatted her second attempt at stunning me. And Aunt Lavender, goddess lover, does not count as supervision. Selene scowled, her whiskers vibrating with barely contained fury.
You know, I hope Clint is aware of what he's getting himself into with you. You may look all harmless and well-mannered, but I'm telling you, Cora, you've got some major control freak tendencies just there under that shiny and polite surface.
I rolled my eyes. Yeah. The planner is going in the safe tonight. So, unless you can guess the combo, you'd better cool your heels and wait until tomorrow afternoon when I leave Wicked Wicks.
We'll see about that,
Selene said, her fur bristling as she turned and sauntered into the house. Now, let's see if I can remember the combo to the safe, I muttered, pushing up from the table. Chapter 13. Despite Selene's caterwauling and carrying on the night before, she waited until the final candles of the day had been poured to launch into a full-fledged siege on my patience the following day.
All right, sprinkle your pixie dust and let's hit the road,
she exclaimed,
pouncing onto the work table beside the still melted wax and the novelty silicone mold shaped like little skulls. "Watch your paws," I barked, tugging the mold out of her path before any of her fur could fall and contaminate the candles. We'd already done that party trick before.
You said I had to wait until this afternoon when you were done with your work, and now it's 4 o'clock. Do you have any idea how mind-numbingly boring it is to watch you pour candle wax all day?
Selene accentuated her point with a twitch of her tail, and a dark hair floated down and landed in the glittering purple wax. My blood pressure spiked. "Lily!" I called out, already reaching for the pair of tweezers I used to move roving wick threads. "Do you still have the business card for that new pest removal company in town?" I think so." Lily's reply floated through the archway. "Good. When you find it, go ahead and give them a call, will you? See what their guarantee would be for a job involving furry beasts." Selene's eyes narrowed, the blue turning glacial. "Like rats?" Lily asked, clearly confused. "Close enough." Selene pounced, plodding all 4 paws through the skull-shaped candle molds faster than lightning. I bellowed. Lily burst into the back room, a handful of business cards in her hands, though they scattered into the air like chunky confetti as she lunged to pull Selene out of the candle molds before I could wring her scrawny little neck. "What on earth is going on back here?" Lily cried. "We have customers out there." "She started it," Selene and I both declared at the same time. "All right. Well, I'm going to finish it," Lily snapped. The fact that Lily snapped at us meant we'd officially crossed the line. I'd once been walking down the street with Lily when someone on a motorized scooter blazed down the sidewalk and knocked her into a rack of clothing outside the local second-hand shop, and she'd only muttered under her breath and scoffed to herself. I snagged the silicone mold. 6 candles, Selene. Ruined. "What's gotten into you?" Lily asked the wild cat, twisting and thrashing in her arms.
"She's toying with me,"
Selene declared. "Put her down," I told Lily, still glaring at my familiar. Lily eyed me, as though she thought I might quickly reconsider, but when I didn't, she lowered the cat to the floor. I started cleaning up the ruined candles. "You know what, Selene? You're on your own. I'm officially washing my hands of this whole so-called investigation."
"Oh, so now I'm on my own. This coming from the witch who locked a planner in a safe last night to keep me under her control? That's rich."
"Fine, Selene. You win. Is that what you wanted to hear? Do you feel better now? You've driven me past my breaking point. I'd like to say it's for the last time, but we both know that would just be wishful thinking. But for today, yes. Today, I've had enough. As for the planner, I'm taking it back to May's shop and leaving it where we found it. I'm done." It was one of those rare circumstances where I managed to stun the cat into speechlessness. Selene just stared at me, blinking. Her mouth hung open, but nothing came out. For once.
"Just like that? This isn't some kind of trick?"
Selene glanced over her shoulder and then back at me.
"You promise you're not gonna use some sort of wind lasso and yank me back in here if I try to walk out the door?"
Exhaling, I held up both hands, my palms facing her. "I don't have time for tricks. There are 3 months until my wedding, and I still don't have a dress. My event planner has emailed me 6 questions that I haven't found the time to reply to. I still need to make the signs for the end of summer sale, which will be here before we know it. On top of that, as soon as Clint and I get back from our honeymoon, I'll need to launch the fall and Halloween product lines. And I still need to brainstorm promotion ideas. I've barely started working on the candles." I gestured to the ruined blobs of wax in front of me. These were my first batch of Halloween candles, and you can see how well that's going. Oh, and on top of all this, the house that barely even feels like home is currently in shambles, and I have no idea when it will start to feel like a sanctuary instead of a dirty construction site. A pulsing throbbed in my temples. I paused to gulp in a breath, and on the exhale, all of my strength seeped out. "All I want is to be left alone," I said, my voice raw. "And if giving you what you want is the way to do that, then so be it." "I can help with the candles," Lily said quietly from her place in the doorway. I can try to help with the signs, too. My heart squeezed. I hadn't meant my borderline nervous breakdown to send her on a guilt trip. That would be great, Lily. But please know you already do more than enough around here. None of that was directed toward you. I know. Lily smiled. Selene's whiskers twitched as she stared up at me. Well, don't you have someplace to be? I asked her, my temper flaring once again. Selene's chin lifted, her whiskers going still. A spark of defiance flashed in her eyes.
Yes, I believe I do. Nice to know I can go about my business uninhibited by your rules and schedule.
With that, the small cat twisted around and stalked out of the storeroom. When she was gone, Lily looked up at me, her eyes filled with sympathy. Are you all right? I nodded and continued cleaning up the mess. I'll be fine, thanks. I paused to sweep a pile of glitter into the nearest trash can before it went airborne and infiltrated every surface in the storeroom, though it was probably already too late. When I glanced up, I found Lily still watching me, concern showing in the creased lines between her brows. I promise I'm fine, I said. Really. You know how Selene is. Sometimes she just gets under my skin. We've been at odds recently, and I guess it all just kind of came bubbling up. Like a geyser, Lily teased. I grimaced. Was I too hard on her? Lily snorted, a smile wiping away the lingering concern on her young face. Hey, you know I think you're halfway to sainthood just for coexisting with her. She laughed. Tell you what, it sounds like you need a nice long lunch break. Why don't you take your tablet and go to Dragon's Gold and get yourself some of those cookies you like? Maybe email your event planner, because it sounds like she could take some of these things off your plate, too, she added gently. Chuckling, I brushed my hands off on my apron. Normally, I would have rebuffed the idea and continued on with the day as planned, but she had a point, as she so often did. I could feel myself being spread paper thin, the edges starting to tear. If I wasn't careful, I'd risk burning out completely. And then where would I be? I think I just might do that. Thanks. Lily quickly masked a look of surprise and swooped in to finish clearing off my workstation. I smiled at her and took my apron off before reaching for my purse. Want me to bring you back a chai? Well, I won't say no, Lily replied slowly, a grin working its way across her face. Laughing, I headed to the back door, cracking it open to let in a flood of sunshine. As the warm rays washed over my arms, I smiled, feeling better already. The rest of the afternoon went off without a hitch, as was often the case when Selene made herself scarce. Candles were made, customers were assisted, and by the time I was preparing to leave, Lily announced we were on track to break the previous week's sales numbers by a good margin. On my extended lunch hour, I'd called the event planner at the wedding venue and managed to surprise both her and myself with a flurry of quick-fire decisions. Liana would be thrilled to know I'd formally selected my bridal bouquet and approved the mock-ups for both the centerpieces on the guest tables and the design for the garland swag on the sweethearts table. The DJ was locked in, the on-site catering company had the menu well in hand, and the invitations were set to print by the end of the following week. Overall, things were looking up. Clint even texted to give me an update and promised the marble for the countertops in the kitchen island was finally on a truck and en route to our house. Around 6, I called it a day and said goodbye to Lily, leaving her to close up the shop. I climbed into my car, my stomach rumbling. I pulled one of my leftover cookies from the pastry bag on the passenger seat and nibbled on it, while I tapped out a message to Clint, asking what he wanted me to pick up for dinner. He replied back and told me he'd taken Pippin out to the local dog park, but he would pick up our regular takeout order from Elephant Palace, the local Indian restaurant, on his way home. I replied with a thumbs up, stuffed the rest of the cookie into my mouth, and set out for May's shop. I parked down the block and killed the engine. The sun was starting to fade from the sky, but there were still a few hours to go before dark. Even so, the street was largely empty, as most of the businesses had already closed. Even in the height of summer, non-food-related businesses still closed earlier than they might in a big city. 2 women stood outside May's shop, one tall and slender, the other shorter and slightly more rounded, where a makeshift memorial had been set up. The taller woman laid down a bouquet of wrapped flowers, among the myriad tokens of sympathy and remembrance, a sprinkling of teddy bears, a collage of handmade cards, and a beautiful array of flowers, lilies, roses, tulips, carnations, gathered around a blown-up photo of May. The other woman stooped over to tie a white balloon to the nearby bike rack. As much as I was keen on returning the planner and being done with it, I didn't want to intrude on this intimate moment, so I stayed in the car, hands resting on the steering wheel, battling a surge of guilt at giving up on the investigation. If May had been killed, it was people like the 2 ladies across the street and the others who'd gathered to memorialize her that deserved answers, and for the killer to be brought to justice. The taller woman wiped away a tear that had slipped down her cheek, and then, arm in arm, they walked away. The white balloon bobbed lightly in the breeze. As I prepared to get out of the car, another figure appeared on the sidewalk, catching my attention. A woman, dressed in a hoodie, despite the lingering heat of the day that still hovered in the 80s. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. A woman in a hoodie, eerily similar to the vague description given by a witness in May's neighborhood, who had seen a jogger around the time Marcus had found May's lifeless body in their backyard. Tension crept into my shoulders as I cautiously opened the car door. It seemed unlikely that the 2 were connected, but the coincidence was unnerving. The woman stopped in front of the memorial, her back to me. A hand snaked free of the cuff at the end of the oversized sleeve and snapped. The memorial burst into flames. The cards and large photograph, having been so lovingly placed, served as perfect kindling, quickly setting the flowers and stuffed animals alight. The beautiful tribute was reduced to a fiery heap in a matter of seconds. The woman in the hoodie bolted, shoving between the 2 women at the end of the sidewalk as they waited to cross the street. A horn blared as the woman in the hoodie barely cleared its front bumper. Chaos swirled on the road, and it took a few moments for the 2 women to look back and see the flames. They shrieked at the sight of the sudden inferno. One pulled out her phone, presumably to call for help, while the other tried in vain to stamp out the fire with her foot. But it was too late. The fire was too intense. It all happened so fast. But my brain kicked into gear, and I sprang from the car and took off after the woman in the hoodie. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran, my legs straining to keep up with her rapid pace. But with my short legs, her stride easily doubled that of my own. She took an easy lead. "Stop!" I shouted, throwing an errant blast of wind ahead of me, hoping to knock her off track. It missed, as she darted down an alley between 2 shops. I turned the same corner, just in time to watch her vault over the chain-link fence of the adjacent apartment complex. The move was effortless, and I skidded to a halt, knowing I couldn't dream of catching up to her now. The hooded head turned ever so slightly, likely checking to see if I was following her over the fence, and a strand of platinum blonde hair caught in the wind. Then she was gone, melting into the shadows of the apartment building. I watched, breathless, as sirens pierced the night, joining the cacophony of noise inside my head as my heart thundered and tried to make sense of what had just happened. My heart was still racing when my phone buzzed in my pocket, causing me to jump. With trembling hands, I pulled it out and glanced at the screen. A Winterspell number, but not one I recognized. "Hello?" I answered. A gruff voice replied. "Cora? It's Sheriff Templeton." Of course it was. Chapter 14. Well, isn't this a sight? It truly was. Aunt Lavender, Selene, and Checkers, all sitting in a row along a hard bench in the jailhouse holding cell. And only Checkers had the good sense to look remorseful. Aunt Lavender and Selene wore identical expressions that could melt steel if given enough time. Aunt Lavender shot to her feet, still glowering past my right shoulder where Templeton stood, his beefy arms folded over his belly.
"Call my lawyer, Cora. They only gave us one call, and Selene made me call you."
I glanced at my familiar. She kept her chin up, but the tip of her tail drooped ever so slightly.
"We need bail money,"
she declared with a sniff. "Is that so? It seems you should be able to cover that on your own, what with the way you wander around town crowing about your booming business these days." Selene showed me her fangs. I turned and walked past the sheriff. "You know what? Throw away the key. They're a lost cause." I stopped and glanced back. Checker's eyes were huge and panicked. "Except him." I pointed at the black and white cat. "He can come with me."
"Cora,"
Aunt Lavender protested, an indignant edge to her voice.
"You can't be serious."
I flicked my stare towards Selene. "Hey, you should be thankful, Selene. This plays perfectly into your grand plan, doesn't it? You wanted to keep Aunt Lavender from her Atlantis quest, and now it looks like the two of you will be nice and cozy and safe." Turning to Templeton, I shrugged. "They get 3 squares, and you have AC, right?" He replied with a grunt and a scowl. I took that as a yes. Aunt Lavender's expression twisted in consternation for a moment as she registered what I'd said. But when she did, she whirled on her former familiar, fire blazing in her eyes.
"What's this? You're trying to interfere in our plans?"
"Oh, dear," Checkers moaned, shrinking down low on the bench. He melted off the simple wooden slats and slithered into the shadows underneath.
"It's for your own good, you bag of bones,"
Selene countered, meeting Aunt Lavender's fire with plenty of her own.
"You're a million years old. You should be home guzzling calcium chews and learning how to knit, not gallivanting the globe on a wild goose chase."
"Look who's talking,"
Aunt Lavender fired back.
"You're no spring chicken yourself, Selene."
"It's hardly comparable. I can't die, remember?"
Selene scoffed. Sheriff Templeton muttered something under his breath.
"That's right,"
Selene exclaimed past me.
"I'll outlive you, too."
Aunt Lavender doubled down.
"No one asked for your advice, you know-it-all hairball factory."
Selene's eyes went cold. She kept her gaze trained on Templeton, but the flicker of ice that passed over her furry face revealed the truth of it. Aunt Lavender's words struck their mark. My heart sank into a plunge pool of regret. Well, crap. That's what this was about. Aunt Lavender hadn't asked Selene for her advice or input.
"Oh, you haven't seen anything yet,"
Selene promised, her tone dark.
"Ha,"
Aunt Lavender breathed.
"I know all your tricks, Cat. I've lived with you for over a decade. Or have you forgotten already? Don't tell me your memory's starting to go."
"It's a steel trap. Come a little closer and I'll show you the sharp edges."
"Enough!" I shouted. Checkers whimpered. "You two are likely beyond help. But here, I'm going to give it a try."
"Oh, good," Selene scoffed. "We're saved now, Lavender."
"You want out of here, don't you?" I asked, arching one brow with as much menace as I could muster. "Because I'm dead serious. I'll spring Checkers and take him for ice cream and let you two spend the rest of the week in the pokey." "What kind of ice cream?" Checkers asked, poking his pink nose into the light. "My favorite is mint chocolate chip. Well, unless they have cookie dough with brownie bites, then that's my favorite. I like coffee flavored too because it makes me run extra fast. But Lavender says I can't have more than a few bites, or else she has to peel me off the ceiling. Whatever that means." Selene gave a long-suffering sigh and peered up at said ceiling, her bright blue eyes rolling so far back in her head they almost disappeared entirely. "All right. Here's how this is going to go," I said, approaching the bars of the cell. I lifted a finger. "First of all, you two are going to promise me you'll stop bickering. Secondly," another finger lifted, "if you insist on digging into May's potential murder, you need to use some tact and discretion. A woman is dead. And thirdly,
May? Templeton repeated. I winced. Oops. You'd better not be talking about May Glover, Cora, Templeton added. Slowly, I pivoted on my heels to face the sheriff. His bushy mustache twitched like he was allergic to me, which I suppose was likely fair. I offered my best smile. His nostrils flared wide. Right. No, this is, a different May. She lives out of town. Far, far out of town, actually. You wouldn't know her.
Someone get her an Academy Award,
Selene quipped dryly. I exhaled, slicing a sidelong glare at my familiar. What are the four of you getting into now? Templeton demanded, planting meaty fists on his hips. May's death was ruled accidental. She fell and hit her head on the side of the pool. She was knocked unconscious and tragically drowned. There is nothing to investigate. I weighed my options, my eyes zipping back and forth between the three faces on the other side of the bars and the leathery old rhino standing so close I could smell the chewing tobacco on his breath. My stomach rolled. May had a familiar. Selene groaned. Floyd. He's an Etherwing, I hurried to add. He believes she was murdered. Did this bird witness a murder? Not exactly. Templeton threw his hands into the air and stalked out of the room. I gave chase. Their bond allowed him to feel her emotions at all times, and he felt her get heated. Surprised and in a rage were his exact words. And you know this how? Is the bird like your blasted cat, a regular chatty Cathy, just with wings? He told Selene. Heat washed over my cheeks. Templeton barked a cold, humorless laugh. So you expect me to open a murder investigation on the word of a bird via a cat? You think the arcane courts will buy any of that? Someone just torched her memorial, I spat out. Don't you think that says something? Sheriff Templeton's eyes narrowed. And how do you know about that? I was there when it happened. We haven't determined the cause of the fire, he replied, his tone steely. The women who reported the fire didn't know what happened. My money is on someone flicking a cigarette butt out an open car window. It's been hot and dry enough. Everything in this town is kindling. I saw someone in a hoodie use fire magic, I said. I tried to catch her, but she got away. She? I think so. But someone saw a woman in a hoodie near May's house, too. It can't be a coincidence. Templeton's eyes went so dark, they looked like tar. Is Warden Quinton on her way? No! I backed up, desperate to get space between me and that hard stare. My rear bumped into a copy machine, and I jolted. What does Jasper Black have to do with this? Why were those three trespassing on his property? My gaze cut to the open doorway to the room with the holding cells. Selene was going to kill me. But if I didn't come clean, Templeton would likely throw me into the cell next to theirs. And then where would we be? I exhaled slowly, taking a beat to get my scrambled thoughts together. He was a client of May's, I began, my voice a tad shaky. A regular. According to another client, he burst into the shop when it was closed and was publicly berating May and accusing her of losing his life savings. He's a day trader. My guess is he took May's advice, made a bad investment, and lost it all. We thought it might be worth looking into as a possible motive for the murder. There is no murder. I licked my lips and scanned the bullpen. Whatever deputies were on duty had fled into the adjacent rooms. You'll drop this, Cora, Sheriff Templeton said, wagging a thick finger in my face. No calls to the warden. No more trespassing. No more digging. Otherwise, you'll be joining your comrades in there. And I'll be calling Warden Quinton myself to file a formal request to have you and your family hexiled from Winterspell. A gasp ripped from me, as my eyes popped open as wide as they could go without falling out of my head. You wouldn't dare. Templeton leaned in, his yellowed teeth flashing in an almost predatory smile. Try me. The audacity of that man.
Aunt Lavender declared, once we'd made it 20 paces from the police station. She spit on the asphalt of the parking lot. She raised her hand up, her fingers curled, almost like talons. As she swiped the air, the spit turned into a green ball, which she hurled at the side of Sheriff Templeton's gleaming cruiser.
Very mature,
Selene said, sashaying past Aunt Lavender. I'll do it again, Aunt Lavender snarled, considering the impressive green blob stuck to the back bumper. Aunt Lavender! I exhaled, already sending a strong buffet of wind to swipe the slime away. A bit of residue remained, but I cleared the worst of it.
What was all that in there about a fire and a woman in a hoodie?
Selene demanded. I quickly explained what I'd seen, including the bit about the blonde tendril of hair.
It has to be that bubblehead May's ex is shacking up with, right?
Selene said.
Sasha, was it?
It seemed like the same color hair. The hoodie was too big, so it was hard to tell if she had the same body type.
Maybe she borrowed it from her boyfriend,
Selene muttered. What happened with Jasper Black? I asked, besides trespassing and harassment according to your charges.
He cried like a little baby and called the police on us,
Selene said, turning right when she reached the sidewalk. Yeah, I gathered that much. Hey, I'm parked this way, I called after the cat as I veered to the left. Selene kept walking.
We're not going home. We're going to Merlin's Well to verify Jasper's alibi.
I stopped short, blinking. Checkers came to stand beside me. Please tell me she's kidding, I pleaded with the fluffy feline. I don't think so. Checkers shook his furry head. But I'd rather go with you. Can we still get ice cream?
Where is your focus?
Selene asked the young cat. But when his head drooped and a mumbled apology came from his whiskered lips, even Selene couldn't stay mad.
All right, she muttered. Merlin's Well, and then ice cream.
Chuckers rebounded into his happy-go-lucky self and trotted ahead, flashing a smile over his shoulder as he went. I snorted. You need to give him more credit.
What do you mean?
Selene snapped. He just played you like a fiddle.
He did not,
she sputtered. Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that. I chuckled and walked on. At least someone could get Selene to do what they wanted. Maybe I needed to start going to Checkers for advice. Fine, we can go to Merlin's Well, but we have to make it quick. You heard what Templeton said. I didn't hear him say we couldn't get a drink, Aunt Lavender said, mischief twinkling in her eyes. Luckily for us, Jerry, the owner of the well-established tavern, had an excellent memory and ran his business in a way where he and his staff knew most everyone that came in on a regular basis. He had no issue recalling the night of May's death, or, more specifically, Jasper Black's visit. Oh, he was here all right, Jerry said with a hearty chuckle. He's a regular, but something was off that night. He came in early and started pounding back whiskey about as fast as I could pour them. He was good and sloppy before I'd even put out the happy hour menus. He was drunk at 4 o'clock in the afternoon? I made him switch to water for a spell, and managed to get some fries into his system. But then he went right back to the bottle. I cut him off, and he was none too pleased about it. Eventually, I called one of the guys he usually drinks with to come and get him. And what time was that? Jerry scratched his golden-flecked red beard, his tattooed biceps twitching with emotion, straining against the sleeves of his plain black t-shirt. Jerry wasn't fat, but he was husky, with large arms and a thick torso. One of those guys who likely wore an XXXL, but not to hide a beer belly. Suppose it was around 6 or so, Jerry replied. Happy hour was in full swing, I'd say. Out of the corner of my eye, Aunt Lavender reached over the bar and helped herself to a clean tumbler and a bottle of Scottish whiskey. She served herself a generous shot and toasted herself in the mirror behind the bottles of more expensive liquor before downing the alcohol in one swig. Sighing, I dug into my purse and pulled out my wallet. I produced a $10 bill and held it up. Will this cover it?
Jerry flashed a smile and chuckled, the sound low and rumbling.
No need, lass. Your aunt drinks for free around here.
Aunt Lavender replaced the bottle and slid the dirty glass to Jerry. I don't think I've had that one before. It's smooth. Hold up, I said, stowing the cash back in my wallet. For starters, since when do you even drink? I asked Aunt Lavender, then shifted my gaze to the barkeep. And why does she drink for free? My real question was whether some of this family credit could be transferred to my tab when I came in with Liana for margarita night. Jerry pointed up at one of the open shelves mounted on his side of the bar, filled with framed photos and knickknacks.
See that brick there?
I nodded. I'd seen it before, as it stood out amongst the other items.
That brick is from the house I grew up in, he said, his Scottish accent getting thicker. He paused and swallowed hard before continuing. It was set to be torn down a few years back, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Your aunt went over and managed to get me that brick and brought it back, so I'd always have a piece of home with me.
The burly man paused and wiped the corner of his eye before clearing his throat.
And that's why she'll always have a drink on the house.
That's really sweet, I said, wondering why I'd never heard the tale before. But then, that was Aunt Lavender. Spacey and forgetful at times, lost in her own world and wonder. But just before you gave up on her completely, she'd come through in a big way. Thanks for the information and the drink, Jerry, Aunt Lavender said.
Anytime. You lassies stay out of trouble.
Aunt Lavender laughed softly as she headed for the door, Checkers in her wake. Don't we always? If only. Chapter 15. After a double scoop of cake batter ice cream, I'd officially ruined my appetite for dinner, but I'd started to feel a little better, or at least my adrenaline crash had subsided. I still can't believe that old walrus thinks he can have us exiled, Aunt Lavender said, shaking her head as she wiped chocolate from the corners of her mouth. What evidence would he even take to present to the Arcane Order? She scoffed and wadded up her napkin. A steaming pile of dragon droppings, if you ask me. I frowned and popped the last bite of waffle cone into my mouth. He might be reaching, but getting into a back and forth with the Order is kind of the last thing I need. And if he won his case... I stopped short, the horror of it washing over me. What would I even do? My whole life is here in Winterspell. Aunt Lavender flapped a hand. Don't worry about it, dear. He's grasping at invisible straws. She directed a puff of wind to her napkin and sent it sailing into the nearby trash can. So, who is our next lead? Oh, and did anyone record the conversation at Merlin's well? Selene whipped around, traces of whipped cream clinging to her whiskers, and stared at her former guardian.
You're the one with the recorder, Lavender.
Oh, right. She gave a little shrug. We can record a paraphrased version. I'll even put on a Scottish accent. Her eyes glowed with newfound delight. Selene buried her nose in the dollop of whipped cream in the paper cup, muttering darkly. So, what's our next step? Aunt Lavender looked at me expectantly. Should we go see Marcus and his lady love? If we catch them off guard, maybe we can get some answers. I frowned. Or they'll call the police, and we'll all be dead ducks. If we're going to continue looking into this, we need proof. Evidence. We can't go around knocking down people's doors. It's too risky. I sighed heavily and checked the time on my phone. Come on, I'll take you and Checkers home, and then I need to get home. Clint is picking up dinner on his way home from the dog park.
He still hasn't gotten rid of the mangy mutt?
Selene exclaimed, her chin covered in whipped cream. What about the podcast? Aunt Lavender countered. I leveled her with a stare, wondering if we'd reached the part of the conflict where I needed to call in Mom. If anyone could talk some sense into my aunt, it was my mother. I thought you two were mad at each other, I said,
gesturing between her and Selene. Before Templeton cut us off, you two were ready to rip each other's heads off. Selene doesn't care about a podcast, Aunt Lavender. She was using it as a smokescreen to keep you busy long enough that she could sway you from pursuing your Atlantis plans.
That's not entirely true,
Selene interjected, with a swipe across her face, clearing away the sugary treat.
It was more of a fringe benefit. Podcast or not, we have a duty to track down May's killer. If not for her oaf of an ex-boyfriend, then for her friends and whatever family she might have. Not to mention Floyd.
I narrowed my eyes. Empathy wasn't Selene's default setting. In fact, I wasn't sure she'd come programmed with it at all. What was her angle here?
Oh, don't look at me like that, Cora,
she chided.
I have a heart. And as a familiar myself, I understand what he's going through. Perhaps more than anyone, given my lifespan.
Well, that shut me up. I couldn't argue when she dropped her razor-wire-topped wall like that. I exhaled slowly and rolled the paper cone holder into a thin cylinder between my thumb and forefinger. Aunt Lavender, Checkers, and Selene all stared at me, their expressions a range of pleading. I pinched the bridge of my nose, letting my eyes slide closed and block them from my view. A dozen objections raced through my mind, all valid counterpoints. And yet, the thought of broken-hearted Floyd, never knowing what happened to his guardian, tore at my heartstrings. Of course, that same emotion was responsible for the bond I now shared with the blue-eyed cat sitting across the table from me. Fine, I said, my eyes snapping open once more. I blinked against the late afternoon sun, wishing I was on the lake, blissfully ignorant of any of this mess.
I'd say Jasper can officially be removed from our list of possible suspects,
Selene said, wasting no time rolling back into the investigation.
Especially seeing as he wasn't sporting a head of blonde hair. My money is on this Sasha woman. Heck, maybe she and Marcus were in on it together. They're the ones who stand to benefit from her being out of the picture.
Should I record this part? Aunt Lavender asked, already digging into her bag. Selene let out a long-suffering sigh as an answer to the query. Aunt Lavender clicked on the recorder, and we continued. We need proof she was there at the time of May's death, I said. We can't confront her directly, not without something concrete. I tapped my lips, which curved into a smile as an idea struck me.
Uh-oh, I know that look, Selene said. She's plotting.
Not plotting, I replied. But I did think of a way we might be able to verify whether Sasha was there when May fell.
Okay.
Selene's voice maintained its suspicion. You know how they use dogs to search for missing people?
Ugh,
Selene groaned.
I already hate this plan.
We just need something that belongs to Sasha, I continued, undeterred. Pippin was there and would likely recognize the scent of whoever was there with May. Excellent idea, Cora, Aunt Lavender cheered. My phone rang. I half expected it to be Clint, and pictured him arriving home, his arms loaded with takeout bags, only to find the garage empty. Instead, Wicked Wicks popped up on the screen. It was nearly closing time, and Lily was in charge. My stomach clenched, expecting the worst. Lily wouldn't need me unless something had truly gone wrong. Hello? Hey, Cora. Lily's voice sounded upbeat and serene, her default. Sorry to bug you, but there's someone here asking to speak with you. His name is Marcus. Should I put him on? My brows shot halfway up my forehead. On the other side of the round table, Aunt Lavender and Selene exchanged a look. Marcus is there? I said, more for their benefit than anything. That's right. I can see if he'll leave a message, though. You probably just got home. No, I hurried to reply, already rising from my seat and reaching for my purse with my free hand. I'm still in the area. Can you see if he will wait for me? It should only take me a few minutes. Sure. A quiver of confusion threaded through Lily's voice, but I trusted she would do what I asked. The line went quiet for a moment,
she'd put me on hold. I tossed my purse onto my shoulder and flapped wildly at the other three. "Let's go!" The line clicked softly. "He'll be here," Lily reported. "Thanks, see you in a few." I hung up and relayed the update to the others. "Looks like we'll get a chance to talk to one of our lead suspects face-to-face if we hurry." Marcus stood with his back facing the main display window when we arrived at Wicked Wicks. He turned at the sound of the chime on the door and raised his brows as the four of us trooped inside. Activity inside the shop was winding down, reaching the end-of-day lull where most tourists were out enjoying the sunset or scurrying off to dinner plans. A small rush sometimes hit right before closing, but for now it was quiet, with only 3 customers meandering through the shop, baskets dangling from the crook of their arms as they perused the stocked shelves and carefully maintained displays. Lily waved from the counter, then shifted her focus to a tall woman with an overloaded basket and offered to hold her items at the register.
"Cora, right?"
Marcus said, extending a hand. I shook his hand, my curiosity doubling. "Right. What can I do for you, Marcus? Did you change your mind about Pippin? He's still at my house." Selene swore under her breath. Marcus ignored the cat. His gaze lingered on Aunt Lavender for a moment. She was standing so close to me I felt her breath on the side of my neck.
"Can I record you?"
she asked Marcus.
"Don't ask him," Selene hissed. "Just do it."
Marcus bristled.
"Record me? What for?"
"Guys, please," I said, turning to my aunt. "Can we all just maybe get a little breathing room here?" Aunt Lavender backed up a few steps, though I didn't miss her retrieving her recorder from the depths of her handbag or the soft click of the record button. Marcus rubbed the back of his neck.
"Listen, I just wanted to come and clear the air after last night. Sasha gets a little protective, is all."
"That's certainly a word for it," Selene muttered. "Personally, I'd say she's just a stone-cold—"
I sent a puff of wind at the cat before she could spit out the full insult. "It's okay," I told Marcus. "Obviously, with everything going on, you've got a lot on your plate. May's passing was so abrupt. I can only imagine what you're going through. You know, even though you two weren't together."
"We weren't."
Marcus's hand moved to scrub over his jaw, his eyes growing distant for a long moment.
"We broke up a few months back, but we bought the house together, so it was in both of our names. May wanted to keep it. I wanted to sell it. She kept telling me she was going to have enough money to buy me out of my half, but, well, I kept waiting."
"That couldn't have been easy, living with your ex." I paused, a memory flitting through my mind of the small window of time where Roger, my ex-husband, and I had cohabitated prior to the divorce. Even though it was years ago, and I had happily moved on now, those memories still needled when they lingered too long. A wry smile twisted Marcus's lips.
"Not at all. Especially when I found out that she was lying the whole time."
I frowned. "About what?"
"The money."
He dropped his hands to his sides. He was dressed casually, in lightweight joggers and a t-shirt. He looked like he could have just come from playing basketball or hiking, as easily as he could have come from spending the day on the couch or working in a coffee shop. I had no idea what he did for work.
May had her shop here in town, but that wasn't bringing in enough money. At least not a steady stream. When we first met, it was through her work, her website.
I don't know if we want to hear this part,"
Selene said out of the corner of her mouth. Marcus's eyes flashed.
"It wasn't like that. She had a website with built-in membership options for people interested in her psychic abilities. She did readings and hosted virtual seances, that kind of thing. She charged people $15 a month, and she had 100, if not 1,000 members at one point."
Aunt Lavender whistled.
"Lilac should get in on that action."
I rolled my eyes. It was the last thing my mother would do.
"She had a good thing going,"
Marcus agreed, his smile turning all the more brittle.
"But then she shut it down. Just like that."
He snapped his fingers.
"Poof, gone overnight."
"Why?" I couldn't hide the shock in my voice. I mean, something major must have happened. Marcus shrugged,
pocketing his hands in the loose-fitting pants as his shoulders relaxed. Your guess is as good as mine. She wouldn't tell me. I wasn't even supposed to know. How did you find out, then? It was last week, actually, Marcus replied, his eyes drifting past me to the far wall, where a display of tropical destination candles sat behind a large, colorful sign with palm trees and coconuts, and even a cute little monkey swinging on a vine, the leftovers from a sidewalk sale the weekend before. We got into an argument about the house and about the money, Marcus continued. I wanted to know when she would realistically see herself being able to buy me out. Sasha's lease was coming up for renewal, and she wanted us to get a place together. But my business hasn't been going well lately, and I needed the payout to put down all the deposits and buy the new furniture Sasha wants.
Sounds high maintenance,
Selene interjected under her breath. Marcus frowned, but continued his story. Anyway, May promised me her memberships were almost to where they needed to be so that she could feel comfortable taking on the full mortgage and could start paying back the seed money I invested. Wait, you invested in her business, but she didn't tell you she shut a large portion of it down? I invested in her retail shop here in town, Marcus corrected, dragging his gaze back to meet mine. Like I said, we met online through her work and fell head over heels for each other. She moved here a few months after we started dating. Neither of us wanted to do the long-distance thing. She said she'd always wanted a brick-and-mortar shop, so I helped her get the place up and running. We were talking about marriage and starting a family. He stopped short and shook his head, almost as though astonished to be having this conversation. We bought the house, and things fell apart pretty quickly after that. She was always gone, working at the shop or spending time making content for her membership. I thought she was spreading herself too thin. Even when she was home, she was always wandering around with her phone in her hand, making personal videos for her top-tier members or taking photos of merchandise to add to her shop's website. It just went on, and I felt like she lost sight of us, of me. Marcus exhaled, and his shoulders rolled forward. I probably shouldn't be saying any of this. She's gone now. What difference does it make anymore? It's probably good to get it out of your system, I told him, feeling a little ghoulish, but my interest was at an all-time high. His head bobbed like it was on a string, and he continued. We argued a lot, loud, stupid arguments, usually after we both had a bit too much to drink. It was dumb. Going round and round like that, at all hours of the night. Eventually, I had enough. I told her we were through. I think she knew it, too, somewhere deep down. There was no fixing things.
How does the bimbo play into all this?
My eyes squeezed shut. Why did I let that darn cat leave the house? Marcus blinked, his eyes clearly dazed, like he'd been released from some kind of trance. You'll have to forgive her, I hurried to say. She hasn't eaten anything today, and her blood sugars are going haywire. Selene scoffed.
I just ate half my weight in whipped cream. The real stuff, too. And that's saying something, seeing as this one thinks I've gotten fat.
Cora! This time it was Aunt Lavender's turn to sound horrified. You didn't really say that, did you?
She put me on diet kibble.
I really should go, Marcus said, already edging toward the door. Please, wait. He stopped and looked me full in the face. What is this about, anyway? Why are you so invested in this? Were you and May friends or something? I don't think May's death was an accident. A beat of silence engulfed the shop. Even the woman at the counter craned around to stare at us while Lily rang up her small mountain of purchases. Floyd, her familiar. I know who Floyd is. Marcus's voice was cold and edged with steel. He felt her emotions before her death, and Pippin saw someone in a dark hoodie running away through the gate. Pippin? Marcus shook his head. How could you know what the dog saw? Floyd and Pippin can communicate, I explained. Floyd was out, but he flew back when he felt May getting so upset. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. He asked Pippin what happened, and Pippin said he broke off his tether in time to see someone running away, but he didn't know who it was. Has Pippin spent time around Sasha? Before May's death? Why would you possibly need to know that?
Pippin would have likely known who it was if he'd smelled the person's scent before.
Marcus shook his head. His eyes narrowed with disbelief. This is crazy. I don't even know why I'm entertaining this. The police said it was an accident. I'll go with their version of events over some half-baked theory involving a bird and a dog.
Marcus, please. This is important. May's killer could still be out there.
I'm sorry about Pippin. I wish I could take him back, but, well, he'll be better off with you.
He caught a doubtful look at Selene, but then pushed through the shop's door.
Please, just leave me and Sasha alone.
Marcus! It was too late. He scurried down the sidewalk and jogged across the street after a green pickup truck zipped by. Whirling around, I leveled the cat with the mother of all death glares. I swear to the goddess, I am going to duct tape your furry behind to the wall. Chapter 16.
The good news is the audio is crystal clear,
Aunt Lavender said, pressing a mug of tea into my hands. A small, borderline hysterical laugh bubbled up from the back of my throat. Oh, good. I'm so glad we captured that unmitigated disaster in high def. We sat in Aunt Lavender's cramped kitchen. It was a large enough room, dominating a good chunk of her living area's square footage. But her pack rat tendencies were back in full force, and that, combined with her travel preparations, made for a kitchen bursting at the seams, with everything except what one might naturally expect to find in a kitchen. I wouldn't be surprised to open her oven and find a stack of scratch parchment or a stack of books.
Nonsense, Cora. We could glean a lot from that conversation,
Aunt Lavender protested.
We confirmed why Marcus and May went bust. We found out she had a second business we didn't know about previously. And we learned that Pippin likely wouldn't have recognized the girlfriend's scent, meaning she could be our killer.
We don't know that last one for sure, I argued. Aunt Lavender fixed me with a skeptical stare. All right, you're probably right. I held up a hand in surrender. It wasn't the hill I wanted to die on. I should have asked if she's a fire mage. That would have helped confirm if she was the woman who ignited May's memorial.
Maybe Marcus didn't know what his little love muffin was up to,
Selene interjected.
He seemed spooked by your connotation.
Maybe. I frowned. I'll admit she does have a good motive. I can't imagine being terribly thrilled if Clint were forced to live with his ex and was being financially held hostage. Not to mention, she strikes me as the kind of woman who is used to a certain level of upkeep. Selene snickered into a shallow saucer of flaked tuna fish she'd wheedled Aunt Lavender into giving her.
Shall we return to Cora's idea then? Seeing if this dog can help us confirm our theory?
Aunt Lavender asked. Selene's eyes flashed icy cold.
You know my feelings about the mongrel.
Yes, you've made yourself quite clear.
I was going to say, there's no love lost between me and the mutt, but I'd never question a dog's sense of smell,
Selene added, flicking me a pointed glance. I slumped back in my seat and took a long sip of the tea. Chamomile, with something sweet just under the floral surface.
It's dried orange peel from Cara Cara oranges,
Aunt Lavender supplied at my puzzled expression. It's nice.
Thank you.
I helped do the grating, Checkers chimed in. I smiled politely at the young cat, even as I scrutinized the surface of the tea, looking for the telltale signs of stray cat fur.
That hardly sounds sanitary,
Selene said through a mouthful of tuna.
Look who's talking, Miss Paws on the table,
Aunt Lavender chided.
Cora, you can't be too soft with her. She needs structure and rules.
I burst out laughing. Right. You know, I'd send her to finishing school if I didn't think she'd shred the instructor into confetti by tea time. Aunt Lavender clucked her tongue and returned to the stove, where she promptly got distracted, rearranging her spice jars.
Who messed these all up?
She muttered, yanking a jar from the back row to place it in the front. You said you wanted to try something called ombre, Checkers supplied, a little hesitantly.
Preposterous.
She continued muttering and moving the jars around. Checkers took a tentative bite of his tuna while Selene licked her plate clean, her paws proudly planted on the scarred oak table. I set my tea aside and dug my phone from my pocket. I'd already texted Clint to let him know I'd be a bit late for dinner. He replied with a photo of Pippin, still at the dog park, attempting to fit 2 tennis balls into his mouth at once. "What do you make of this whole membership website angle?" I asked, setting the phone back down. If it was such a cash cow, why would she shut it down so abruptly? And why would she keep it a secret? I also don't understand why she wanted a brick-and-mortar shop in a small town if she was already running herself ragged trying to keep up with her online content. Aunt Lavender paused to inspect an unmarked spice bottle. "None of it made much sense to me, but then I just assume that's because I don't really jive with all this new technology. It also makes me wonder if she has another planner, or maybe a virtual client database for her online members. Jasper Black might not have been her only disgruntled client. She kept such detailed notes about her in-person clients, I find it hard to believe she wouldn't have something on her other clients."
"Well, let's take a look for ourselves,"
Selene said. I tugged my tablet from the center pocket of my purse, its sides cushioned to protect the thin device. "We don't have her login, obviously, but maybe we can find something," I agreed, as I flipped the cover off the screen and tapped the icon for the internet browser. "Let's type in Mystic May and see what pops up." Selene abandoned her tuna and slinked across the table to come sit beside me as I propped my tablet up against a stack of books. The search populated a list of results, with Mystic May's website at the top. I tapped on the link and revealed a relatively simple site with a single menu along the top and a short biography alongside a brightly lit headshot of May. "Okay, looks like we can book a private session or join her membership," I said, reading off the option along the top. There's also a contact page. I wonder if she keeps a video archive or some free videos to entice new subscribers into paying. I tapped on the membership tab and found a catalog of videos. I tried to play them, only for a pop-up to appear stating the content was locked and offering a 10% off coupon to join. "All right, so all of these videos are locked to non-members," I said, mostly for Aunt Lavender's benefit, as she continued wrangling her spice jars into order. "We can't watch any of them, but from looking at the dates they were posted, it's been 4 months since the last time she uploaded one. Didn't Marcus say he'd only just found out she shut the memberships down? Maybe she moved to another site?" Checkers suggested. I found the near microscopic X on the pop-up window and scrolled. The video wasn't accessible to non-members, but for some reason, she'd opted to leave the comments open to the public. There were 28 on the most recent video. I scrolled down the list, scanning the comments, which seemed to follow a similar pattern. Most were 1 or 2 lines of glowing reviews on whatever the content had provided. Some commenters only left sparkling star or heart emojis as feedback. It made sense why she left the comments open, as they worked well for social proof, likely earning her more consumer trust and sign-ups for her premium services. Although, as I reached the bottom, to the last comment submitted, the tone shifted to a decidedly inflammatory one, and it took me a moment to realize it was the same username posting back-to-back.
"Yikes. Looks like she forgot to come back and scrub these comments,"
Selene said, leaning in closer to read.
"This is some pretty nasty stuff."
I nodded vaguely, still reading. "Thief, I know what you did. I know who you really are, and soon the whole world will too. You're a liar and a fraud." The messages were from a username marked as FlameHunter24 and were days apart, but all within the last 2 weeks, well after May had posted the video. "That doesn't make sense," I said when I reached the bottom. I hit the back button and opened the next most recent video. Quickly, I skimmed through the comments and confirmed FlameHunter24 had also infiltrated its comments section, leaving much of the same threatening messages they had in the first video. "This seems personal," I said,
reading some of the comments to Aunt Lavender. Checkers finished his snack and came over to sit on my other side. "What does this even mean?" I asked, flipping back to the original tab. "I know what you did, and soon the world will too?"
"I don't know, but I think we better try and figure out who this Flame Hunter 24 is," Selene added.
"Yeah, but how?" I shook my head.
"We need a hacker,"
Selene exclaimed. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, sure, easy peasy. I'm sure we can just wander down to the mini-mart and scoop one right up on our way to buy some licorice and chewing gum."
"Don't even joke about that, Cora. You know I would never touch licorice."
"Does the website have May's Winterspell address listed?" Aunt Lavender asked, coming around the table, tea in hand, to look at the screen. I scrolled back to the main page, and the three of us scanned it for any sign of an address. Nothing. As we stared at the page, yet another pop-up window descended from the top, offering a month's membership at half price in exchange for my email address. Normally, I would have clicked away from it almost on autopilot. But this time I paused. As part of Clint's contribution to Wicked Wix's expansion and opening of our second location, he'd officially brought the business into the 2020s. My trusty old register was traded in for a new computer, complete with fancy point-of-sale software that took Lily and me more than 2 weeks and one nervous breakdown to master. Additionally, he started a company newsletter and used it to send out sale information to customers who opted to sign up for it. We didn't have a full-blown website, and I didn't plan on selling my candles online, at least not anytime soon. But a simple landing page and some newsletter management software handled the bulk of the work and allowed Clint to send out periodic coupons and notifications about upcoming specials. It had been a lot of work, but I had to admit the ability to send an email and get a surge in foot traffic was nothing to sneeze at. There's some sort of law that requires you to put in a physical address on these types of services, I told Aunt Lavender and Selene. Quickly, I typed in my personal email account and hit the confirm button. Within seconds, my email app pinged with a notification. Aha! I tapped the screen to open my email, and right at the top was the introductory email from May's website. I scanned past yet another headshot and a duplicate of her bio, a rather lengthy appeal to join her premium membership service, and found what I was looking for in the very bottom footer. I pressed my finger to the screen. There we go. May had a P.O. box in Kentucky that she used to register as her business address, or at least the address she used when setting up her website and newsletter service. Kentucky? I shrugged. She had a southern accent, it makes sense. Maybe she's originally from there. She could have set up her P.O. box some time ago before moving up here. Maybe she just never got around to changing it. I wasn't sure what it proved, but perhaps it was another thread to investigate. So far, we knew virtually nothing about May before she arrived in Winterspell.
"Maybe we're overthinking this,"
Selene said, her focus trained on the tablet.
"The username has flame in it, and someone, presumably our killer, just set May's memorial ablaze. I don't think that's a coincidence."
That does seem odd. I shifted a glance to my familiar. "You got any ideas for tracking down this Sasha woman and getting something that belongs to her?"
"Easy,"
Selene said.
"She's probably over at Loverboy's house right now. We slip in, snag something small that will go unnoticed, like a sock or one of those squishy hair things you humans love so much."
"A scrunchie?" I asked with a smile.
"Well, not that you would know,"
Selene added, casting a look at my short waves.
"But yes, a sleeping mask even."
I groaned. Not another sleeping mask. Selene flashed her teeth and launched herself from the table. I got to my feet and chased after her. "We can't break in."
"We don't have to,"
she called over her shoulder.
"I have a plan."
I'd truly never heard 4 more chilling words. Chapter 17. I really don't think this is going to work. My objection earned me a glare from Selene and Aunt Lavender.
"Do you have a better idea?" You're the one insisting that we don't do anything illegal,
my familiar snapped. I'd racked my brain for a better idea for the last hour, beginning as soon as Selene laid out the plan over a lovely Indian dinner on the back patio of our house. Pippin lay on the raised cot Clint had purchased sometime in the course of the day, his tongue lolled out as he snored and dreamed of the adventure-packed day he'd had. Clint smiled at me. "She's got you there," he added. "Whose side are you on?" He chuckled and squeezed my hand where it rested on the patio table. "All I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with going to a house showing. Sheriff Templeton can't ticket you or lock you up for taking an interest in local real estate. He can for stealing." I knew it was ridiculous, but I didn't want to give Selene the satisfaction of accepting her plan without a little fuss. "Tell you what, I'll drive us over there, and Pippin can go in the back seat. You bring me something you think belongs to the girlfriend, we let Pippin take a sniff. Floyd will confer with the pooch, and you can return the item. No theft required. The whole thing will take less than 5 minutes.
"Well, we need it to take a little longer than that," Selene interjected. "You know, for the podcast."
"And we'll all have a very Merry Christmas," I muttered. "Fine." "How do we find Floyd?" Aunt Lavender asked.
"That's easy."
Selene let out a series of ear-piercing, chirping noises and scanned the mature trees behind the cedar fence. We all stared at her, open-mouthed. She cackled.
"I'm just messing with you. I already told him the whole plan. He's probably at the house already waiting for us."
I blinked. When did that happen?"
"As soon as I thought of it, of course,"
Selene replied.
"I knew you'd come around eventually."
"Good grief." I shook my head. Are all immortal beings this much of a pain in the butt? Or is this a Selene-specific personality defect? Aunt Lavender clucked her tongue and stroked Checkers' fur. "That does remind me of something, though," Clint said. "What will happen to Floyd now that May is gone? From my understanding, Selene came to Cora and bonded because without it she would fade into some kind of magic comatose state. Will he go to the next witch in May's family line? Assuming there is one?" Selene dragged a paw over her whiskers, clearing away any traces of tikka masala sauce.
"Not all bonds work in a generational way," she said. "In fact, most aren't. They tend to be more specific between one animal and one witch, like Checkers and Lavender."
Checkers puffed out his chest, a patch of the white fur stained slightly, thanks to the curry sauce-drenched chicken my aunt had fed him from her plate. Apparently, Checkers needed a bib. "So what makes the difference?" Clint asked.
"It's about the spell used in the first bonding," Selene said. "Think of it like a magical contract with its own set of terms. Of course, I don't imagine my first guardian ever imagined I would become immortal. I'll admit I wasn't thinking quite that far ahead, or I might have insisted on a different spell and been set free by now."
"Free?" I repeated, the word almost bitter on my tongue. Was that how she saw our relationship, as some kind of servitude? Or an obligation? Selene frowned at me, confusion in her eyes.
"That goes for you too, Cora. It's a two-way street, our bond. Now, if you'll excuse me."
She hopped down from her chair.
"I have a phone call to make."
I thought we'd gone through this already and come out the other side. Had I said something to upset her? Sure, I'd let it be known I wasn't crazy about this whole chasing down a maybe murderer thing. But otherwise, hadn't I gone out of my way to make her happy? She had a part of my store and a workspace of her own. Her fancy orthopedic kitty bed, automatic water fountain, robotic litter box, on and on. If this was about the diet kibble, I'd wring her scrawny little neck. "You know she says things to get a reaction," Clint reminded me, once Selene had sauntered through the back door into the kitchen. I nodded, but the dull ache in my chest remained. Pink sparks ushered my phone to the table and dropped it beside my glass of iced tea.
"It won't recognize my face and let me in,"
Selene groused as she launched back into her chair.
"I thought you fixed it."
"No. What I said was, it doesn't work for fur-covered faces."
"Right, so make it work."
"Selene."
Fine, just dial. I'll put on my real estate voice."
Oh boy,
This ought to be good. As we'd waited for Clint to arrive with Pippin and our order from Elephant's Palace, Selene and Aunt Lavender found the listing for Marcus's house in the Winterspell Gazette. I dialed the number from the ad and put the phone on speaker before turning the device in Selene's direction. The dial tone rang through twice, then Marcus answered. "Hello?" Selene flashed a grin, then spoke, her voice coming out in some airy, almost sedated voice I'd never heard before.
Yes, hello. This is Bernadette Wolf from Big Bad Wolf Realty."
Aunt Lavender snorted. My eyes slid closed to avoid looking at Clint as he started laughing into his hand.
"I have a client interested in your house. Is it available for a showing?"
Yes, Marcus said, a touch of hesitation in his voice. "There's an open house this coming weekend if they'd like to—"
No, Selene interrupted. "It must be tonight. House 745. Text the lockbox code to this number."
"Tonight?" Marcus repeated.
"They're only in town for the next 24 hours. Did I mention this is an all-cash client and they're highly motivated?"
"Oh, okay." I felt bad for the guy, as I visualized him springing into frantic action to prepare the home for a very last-minute showing. "Will 8 o'clock work? I was sort of, in the middle of something." Selene let out a long-suffering sigh.
"Fine, but tick-tock. Time is money, you know. Oh, and don't be one of those tacky owners who hover. My clients would prefer privacy. Ciao."
With a smack of her paw, Selene ended the call, and the three of us busted up laughing.
"What was that accent?" I asked.
"Ciao?" Clint repeated. Selene flashed her dainty teeth in a sharp smile.
"I got the job done, didn't I? Now go and put on your party clothes. It's time to play."
As we climbed into the car, I sat between Selene and Pippin in the back, but apparently did not provide enough of a buffer as Selene shot the dog a sour look.
"If you insist on keeping that mutt around, someone should at least brush his teeth," she grumbled.
Clint chuckled from behind the wheel. "Way ahead of you," he responded. "I already picked up some peanut butter-flavored dog toothpaste at the pet store."
Selene made a gagging noise.
"I can't imagine that's going to do much to improve the situation."
I smiled and rested my head against the seat. Aunt Lavender sat in the passenger seat with Checkers on her lap. This is quite the crew. We arrived at Marcus's house just before 8, the sky blushing with sunset hues. The gate was left open, and when we pulled up the driveway, there was no sign of Marcus's Land Rover. Hopefully, he'd taken Selene's advice and left. Otherwise, this was going to get awkward in a hurry. Pippin whined and pawed at the window, and my heart twisted. Poor guy, this must be confusing for him. Clint fished a bag of treats from the glove compartment and opened the zippered pouch. Pippin turned toward him at the sound, and Clint smiled. "I came prepared. Here, boy." "Good thinking," I said, stroking the dog's soft ears before opening the door. "So you two will stay here? It shouldn't take us long to find something that belongs to Sasha." "We're on it," Clint said, as he dispensed the treats to the eager pup.
"Fine. But when I get back out here, we're going to have a chat about why there isn't a bag of cat treats in the glove box,"
Selene told Clint as she shot out of the car after me. Aunt Lavender and Checkers rounded the front of the car just as a white bird swooped down from a nearby tree, landing on a low-hanging branch.
"Excellent. Right on time,"
Selene stated, her gaze following the bird. Floyd greeted us with a quick melodic tweet, his eyes glittering with intelligence as he watched us curiously. A vibration in my pocket startled me, and I pulled out my phone. A new message notification flashed across the screen. It was a text from Marcus, with the code to the lockbox. Following the instructions, I opened the lockbox, revealing the house key. With a glance over my shoulder at the quiet neighborhood, I unlocked the front door. "Let's make this quick," I said. Once inside, we began our exploration. Aunt Lavender, Selene, Checkers, and I spread out, covering the living room, kitchen, and den. The house was neat and orderly, the kind of home where everything had its place. That changed when we reached the primary suite on the first floor. It looked like someone had tried to wrangle the mess, but piles of clothing peeked out from under the bed. Multiple hampers sat piled with clothing, pushed against the walls. 2 walk-in closets faced each other in the short hallway to the attached bathroom, and both were full to bursting with yet more clothing. The bathroom was awash in curling irons, straighteners, endless bottles of hair products, and pots of makeup and lipsticks and polishes.
Marcus needs to run for his life,
Selene stated, her lip curled back with disgust as she picked her way across the room.
This isn't just a red flag. It's the epicenter of the factory where the red flags are manufactured.
I snorted at her comment. I feel like we just stumbled into a sorority house. Aunt Lavender stood in the bedroom doorway and shrugged. I don't think it's that bad. Selene and I exchanged a quick glance. Let's just grab something, I said, scanning the overwhelming mess. Maybe one of those slippers? I pointed. Selene levitated the item in question with a flurry of magic and sent it sailing out into the hallway. My phone buzzed half a moment before footsteps sounded behind Aunt Lavender. Clint's text read, "He's back." I swore and hit the light switch. The room was near pitch black thanks to the blackout shades on the windows. "Closet, now!" I hissed to the others. We tripped and stumbled into one of the walk-in closets and pulled the door silently closed. "Hello?" Marcus's voice called out, his footsteps getting closer. "Sorry to interrupt, I forgot my wallet." More footsteps. I held my breath. "Hello?" My eyes squeezed shut. Another voice replied from somewhere far away, the words muffled, but the timbre undeniable. Clint. A second set of footsteps. "Hey, sorry about that, I was checking out the landscaping," Clint said casually, his voice closer. "Really nice sprinklers you got out there." "Oh, no worries, man. I'm Marcus, the homeowner. I didn't mean to interrupt. I got to the coffee shop and realized I'd left my wallet. Feel free to keep looking around. Or if you have any questions." "Thanks. I appreciate it." The footsteps faded, the voices growing distant again. I exhaled. That was close, I hissed in a whisper. "You think he's gone?" Aunt Lavender asked.
"I'll go see,"
Selene said, already slithering out the door. Of the 4 of us, she made the best spy. She was smaller and darker than Checkers, and as long as she stuck to the shadows, she could go undetected. She zipped back into the closet as quickly as she'd left, hiding behind my ankles. From the crack in the door, I saw Marcus's profile, lit by the light in the hallway. He reached for the light switch, but the shrill sound of an electronic ringtone interrupted him, and he jolted, reaching into the pocket of a hoodie sweatshirt to retrieve the phone. "Hey," he answered, slipping into the bedroom and closing the door behind him. "I can't talk long. There's someone here to see the house." He hit the lights, and I shrank back from the cracked closet door, hiding behind the array of suit jackets at my back. Across the large closet, Aunt Lavender ran her fingers over a collection of silk neckties, her expression serene. "When is the moving pod coming? We need to get your stuff put away," Marcus said, his tone irritated. "I can't have showings with it looking like this." Footsteps sounded. I sucked in my breath and held it. "I haven't had much time to look," Marcus snapped after a moment. "I've told you before, I don't know where she put it." I frowned. What was he talking about? "I'm going to find it," he added, his tone harsh. "I didn't go through all of that for nothing." He paused, listening, then exhaled and found a more patient tone. "All right, I'll go now. Just please, Sasha, pick some of this up when you get home." He abruptly ended the call, a sense of frustration lingering in his words. The lights went out, and he left, calling something, presumably to Clint, before leaving. We waited a beat. Then Selene cautiously slipped out and went to check if the coast was clear or not.
"Come on,"
she called a few moments later.
"Let's go before he gets too far away."
"Who?" I asked, stumbling over a pile of high-heel shoes on my way out of the closet.
"Marcus. You heard him. He's looking for something. We need to figure out what it is.
I groaned and followed her into the living room. Something told me it was going to be a long night. Chapter 18. What about the slipper? I asked, chasing Selene out of the house. Clint stood in front of the vehicle, pretending to look at something on his phone. He looked up at the sound of my voice and cringed. "I'm so sorry," he said. "I got a call from Bellevue and Pippin was whining. I only stepped out for a minute and when I turned around, he was pulling up the driveway."
"No time for that now,"
Selene exclaimed, already firing a shot of pink sparks at the passenger door.
"Everybody in. Follow that Land Rover."
Clint looked at me, a silent question caught in the crease between his brows. I exhaled and nudged my chin towards the car. "I'll explain on the way, but we'd better go or we'll never hear the end of it." My fingers fumbled as I locked the door and replaced the key in the lockbox. With any luck, the combination wouldn't change, and we could come right back and finish our original plan if we followed Marcus, only to find him pulling into the Dragon's Gold parking lot. "I think he turned right," Clint said, as he buckled himself in and started the car. "But why are we chasing him?"
"He said he's looking for something, and it sounded connected to the murder,"
Selene told him. I frowned. I think that's a bit of a jump, but I'll admit it did sound kind of suspicious. It wasn't hard to catch up to Marcus. Most streets through the heart of Winterspell had a maximum speed limit of 30 miles per hour or less. It was a quiet, peaceful community that prioritized nature and the beauty of the land. No one wanted the sound of revving engines and screeching brakes. It also ensured no one zipped through town and plowed over a stray tourist. With the interconnecting streets, there were a lot of four-way intersections, but not a lot of traffic lights, which only slowed things down further. We caught up to Marcus 3 blocks away, with a blue Honda Civic providing something of a buffer between our vehicle and his. Luckily, an olive green Land Rover wasn't super common in the area, and its size made it easy enough to spot. "Did he see Pippin?" I asked Clint. "In the car?" "I don't think so," Clint said. "Good." Pippin stuck his nose between the front seats, his tail wagging eagerly in my face. Selene spluttered and swatted at the swaying furry appendage.
"Ah, Cora, make it stop, or I will."
I spent the rest of the short drive playing referee between the hyper pooch and the grouchy ancient cat, and by the time I looked out my window, I saw a self-storage facility on the right. The place was little more than a parking lot, walled off with a magically enhanced chain-link fence. The boxy storage units sat in rows, the space between barely wide enough for a single vehicle, and flooded with luminescent blue floodlights. Marcus slowed, turning into the facility's lot. The Honda zipped past, continuing down the highway out of town, and Clint hesitated, looking into the rear view for guidance. "Isn't it too obvious if we just follow him in?" I bit my lip and craned around, scanning the highway behind us. Headlights blared over the slight hill. We had to make a decision. Pull off to the side of the road. If he notices, maybe he'll just think we're having car troubles or looking up directions. Clint signaled and pulled off onto the shoulder. He slid the car into park and turned on the emergency flashers. "You need a code to get in," I said, watching as Marcus's silhouette leaned out of his car's driver's side window long enough to punch a code into a box positioned at the gated entrance. "Poppycock," Selene said, already exiting the vehicle. The gate opened, and Marcus rumbled through, making an immediate right turn to pull in between the first 2 rows of units. Selene waited a moment, showing uncharacteristic patience and stealth, before she blasted the key panel with a shot of magic. The gate shuddered as it began to open once again. "You two go," Clint said to me and Aunt Lavender. "Pippin and I will stay here. He needs the AC, and I'll be ready in case you need a getaway." "Or bail money," I muttered, shoving my way out of the back seat, giving Pippin a pat on the head. We caught up with Selene and slipped through the gate. "This is so exciting," Checkers exclaimed. "Should I be filming this, dear?" Aunt Lavender asked.
"Will you 3 be quiet?"
Selene hissed.
I'd be better off working with a stampede of wildebeest at this point.
Selene trotted ahead, her steps silent on the asphalt. Aunt Lavender, Checkers, and I all pressed against the end of the row of metal storage sheds, waiting for Selene's directive.
There he is,
Selene whispered back to us. We peered around the corner, just as Marcus produced a pair of bolt cutters from the passenger side of his vehicle. He strode purposefully to the second unit on the right and snipped the padlock. I winced, half expecting some magic ward to break and a colony of bats to fly at our heads. With a metallic groan, the garage door lifted to reveal a unit filled with stacks of boxes, odd pieces of furniture, and rows of plastic garment bags hung on rolling racks, like one would find in a department store's backstock storage. A soft chirp startled me, and I jerked around to see a splotch of white flashing through the nearest floodlight. Blinking, Floyd swooped over and landed on the ground at our feet, the large bird eye to eye with Selene.
There you are,
the cat muttered.
We've got company,
Aunt Lavender said, shrinking back and flattening herself against the metal wall. I peeked out just in time to see a white golf cart roll up to Marcus's front bumper, the word security painted on its side in bold black letters. An older man, round-bellied and gruff, leaned out and appraised Marcus with a wary eye. He was probably more used to chasing away wandering teenagers than dealing with actual trespassers.
"This your storage unit?"
the guard asked Marcus, his gaze landing on the bolt cutters, leaning against the wall between the unit Marcus had opened and the one beside it.
"It's my girlfriend's," Marcus replied. "She passed away recently and I needed to get something for her memorial service."
I flicked a suspicious glance at Selene. That was the first mention of a service I'd heard.
"Well, in that case, you should know there's no magic allowed on the premises," the guard replied. "Seeing as how this was your girlfriend's and all."
"Magic?" Marcus repeated. "I didn't use magic."
"Someone just used magic to bypass the gate, and you're the only one here," the guard said, his tone growing more impatient.
"Oops."
"That, and the presence of those cutters, makes me think I'm not going to find your name on your girlfriend's approval access list. Am I?"
"Okay, look. We broke up, but the part about the service is true," Marcus stammered, waving his hands in a placating gesture. The guard remained unmoved.
"That doesn't change the rules, buddy. No one gets in if they're not on the list. I'd suggest you leave before I call Winterspell PD to come and collect you."
Marcus clenched his jaw and looked over his shoulder at the untouched contents of the storage unit.
"Let's go, son," the guard prompted. "I don't want to have to do the paperwork, and you don't want to spend the rest of the night in a holding cell."
Marcus jerked the door down, grabbed the bolt cutters, and stalked to his Land Rover without another word. The guard heaved himself from the golf cart, picked up the cut lock, and shook his head as he examined it in the light from Marcus's headlights. The guard put a plastic zip tie in place of the lock, temporarily sealing off the unit, then got back in his cart and backed up, a shrill beeping sound piercing the night. Floyd trilled. "Shh!" Selene hushed the bird. Marcus and the guard drove off, and we waited until the only thing we could hear was the occasional highway noise and the buzzing of the floodlights. "Now what?" I whispered, peering around the corner again to verify the coast was clear. "That guard will probably come back with a real lock sooner or later."
"Then we'd better make this fast,"
Selene whispered, her tail swishing with determination.
"We need to figure out what was so important. Floyd, you go keep a lookout," she directed the bird. "If you see the guard leave the office, you fly right back here and give us 3 cries, all right?"
She waited, and some understanding must have passed between the two because the bird took off, and Selene strode down the aisleway. Aunt Lavender and I exchanged a glance. Then she got her phone from her purse and started recording a video.
"Here we go,"
she exclaimed, keeping her voice low.
Seeing as we couldn't risk using magic to open the temporary lock, Selene deferred to Aunt Lavender, who apparently had the habit of always keeping a pocket knife in her purse. The plastic tie was severed, and I tugged the door open and hit the lights. So much for not breaking and entering tonight. We slipped inside the storage unit, my heart thudding in my chest. The cold concrete floor echoed our footsteps as we navigated the maze of forgotten items under the dull, flickering light. The air was heavy with a mixture of old paper, dust, and faded fabric softener. Cardboard boxes lined 3 shelves of a long metal rack along the left side of the unit, with labels like books, dishes, winter coats. The racks of cheap garment bags hung on the right side, with a mismatch of furniture in between. A couch and love seat stacked at the far side, with a tangle of wooden chairs, nightstands, floor lamps, and 2 large dressers, most of which were covered with scratchy moving blankets. Bits and bobs of a world steeped in mysticism were gathered in clusters, some on the shelves, others lining the blanket-draped dressers. From ornate candlesticks, their wax hardened from countless rituals, to a collection of different-sized crystals, their depths holding forgotten spells. "It's all rather neat," Aunt Lavender murmured as she panned the space with the camera. Selene padded silently next to me, her eyes wide.
"There are a few unmarked boxes on that shelf," she said eventually. "Let's see what's inside them."
As Aunt Lavender was filming and Selene was unable to risk using magic, I was left doing the grunt work. The first box I opened was a treasure trove of divination tools. Inside, a velvet pouch held a deck of tarot cards with beautiful hand-painted images and a staggering collection of crystals, amethyst, rose quartz, and a stunning labradorite that caught the light, bouncing colors around us. I pulled a drop cloth from a tall piece of furniture in the back corner to find a floor-length mirror that Aunt Lavender insisted radiated magic energy and was, in all likelihood, used for scrying. Selene had her doubts. As the 2 of them bickered, I turned and found myself drawn to an ornate box, its surface embossed with intricate designs. Inside, a crystal ball sat nestled in custom-carved foam, protecting both it and a stunning, jewel-encrusted stand. With a soft gasp, I held the stand up, and even in the dull light, the jewels glittered and sent a kaleidoscope of colors through the room. "This could be it," I said. "It's so beautiful."
"Cora, be careful with that,"
Selene warned. She sat back on her haunches, her tail wrapping around her.
"That's more than a pretty bauble."
"It reeks of magic," Aunt Lavender added. "It must be worth a small fortune," I said, as I gingerly placed the crystal ball back into its custom-made foam inlay. "Maybe this is what Marcus wanted."
"Maybe,"
Selene agreed.
"Those jewels alone would fetch quite a tidy sum."
Turning, my hip bumped a drop-cloth-covered shape I'd mistaken for another end table, only to find it shift and move with my accidental bump. Drawing the fabric back, I found instead a stack of banker's boxes. Why had May bothered to cover these with a cloth? Was she afraid they would get damaged? "Check this out," I said to the others, as I lifted the lid on the top box and found it filled to the brim with unopened mail and manila folders. The mail was forwarded from a Kentucky address and bore the name Julie Hunt. "Who is Julie Hunt?" Aunt Lavender asked, her phone snaking over my shoulder to get a close-up view of the box's contents. I shuffled through the mail and found a trifold packet of papers bearing the name of a finance company. It matched the name I'd found on the empty envelope in the trash can back at May's shop. The loan application was mostly filled out in black ink, the script neat and cramped inside the boxy fields. My pulse sped up. May was applying for a business loan, I said, for Mystic May's Marvelous Mind's Eye, but look! I stabbed a finger at the paper. The applicant is Julie Hunt,
doing business as May Glover. Julie Hunt is her real name. I set the photo on the box's lid and continued digging, and quickly uncovered a Social Security card, Kentucky driver's license, birth certificate, and passport, all in Julie Hunt's name with May's face. Beneath the legal documents and forwarded mail was a small 4x6 photo, its coloring slightly faded, the edges crumpled, showing two young girls, their sweet faces grinning wide with missing teeth and purple popsicle stains, enjoying a warm summer day from a bygone era. The one on the left was May, younger, but the cut of her eyes and shape of her nose were right. The girl on the right looked like she could be related, but her eyes were pale, almost pearlescent, and her nose was daintier. I flipped the photo over. Black ink was scrawled over the back in a loopy script. Julie and Rebecca, I read from the back of the photograph. Could this be her sister? They look like they could be related, don't you think? 3 caws pierced the night, and the 4 of us jolted. I snagged the driver's license and slammed the lid down on the box, threw the cover back over the top, and bolted, hot on the heels of Selene, Checkers, and Aunt Lavender. I didn't bother with the door. We bolted into the dark, Floyd's wings flapping overhead, the moonlight bouncing from them as he sailed away.
"Wind, Cora!" Selene called. "Get us over the fence."
"I don't know if I can—"
"You don't have a choice," Selene interrupted. "If we wait for the gate, we're caught."
We raced for the chain fence skirting the edge of the property, and I conjured as much of my magical energy as I could manage, sending it a little ways ahead of us. "All right," I cried. "Everyone, jump!" A gust of wind surged ahead of us, like a ramp, and we flung ourselves into the cyclone, using the boost to grab the fence and climb over. To no one's surprise, Aunt Lavender was the first to land, with all the flair of a superhero, not so much as a hair out of place. My own landing was a bit less graceful, but the 4 of us made it over and sprinted for the idling car on the side of the highway, its emergency lights still lazily flashing in the dark.
Well, well, if it isn't my favorite little fugitive,
Clint teased as I launched myself into the back seat beside Pippin. Selene hit my chest a moment later, knocking the wind from my lungs as she used me as her own personal trampoline. Aunt Lavender and Checkers got into the front seat, slammed the door, and Clint eased out onto the highway.
"Find anything interesting?"
he asked, far too casually, all things considered. I blinked down at the slightly crumpled photograph in my hand. "I don't know, but we have one more stop to make before we go home." Chapter 19.
"What if he doesn't let us in?"
Clint asked, as he reached out the driver's side window and pressed a finger to the call button on the gate in front of Marcus's house. Floyd sat perched in a tree in the corner of the yard, visible over the stone wall from his branch. On the car ride back into town, Selene had asked the bird about the name Julie Hunt, but Floyd said he'd not heard that name before, and he also claimed to have no idea who this mysterious Rebecca might be. The whole thing was growing more and more bizarre with each uncovered clue, and I, for one, was ready for answers.
"Who is it?"
A male voice crackled through the speaker on the gate's access box. An awkward pause resonated through the vehicle, as we all looked at one another, trying to silently agree on a cover story. Unfortunately, our wires got crossed, and a tangle of voices all came out in an incoherent glob.
"Clint Bridges from the showing,"
came Clint's reply. "Winterspell PD," Aunt Lavender said, taking on a husky voice. "Big Bad Wolf Realty," Selene said. Checkers?"
"Oh, well, that was brilliant,"
Selene muttered darkly. Pippin barked.
"No one asked you, Pooch," she added, scowling at the dog.
"This is Cora Harth," I called out. "I want to ask you about Julie Hunt."
"Julie who?"
"Come on, Marcus. The game is up.
We know May's name is really Julie. We know you broke into her storage shed. What the? Marcus broke off, swearing and mumbling to himself, his voice almost distant. The gate rumbled and slid back. Keep your voices down, Marcus hissed, then disconnected. Clint caught my eye in the rearview mirror, and I nodded. He pulled forward, just inside the gate, and parked. The front door swung open, sending a pool of light spilling down the steps and onto the paver stones lining the walkway. Marcus stepped out, his arms folded over his chest. As Selene and I stepped tentatively out of the car, he planted his feet and narrowed his eyes at us. This is harassment. I'd be well within my rights to call the police and have you arrested.
Been there, done that,
Selene muttered.
Although we didn't officially get a t-shirt, they really should fix that.
Aunt Lavender and Checkers joined us. Marcus blinked. How many of you are there? What's going on?
You're the one who opened the gate,
Selene replied, sauntering up the drive.
Which tells me you're just as curious as we are.
Floyd flew down from his perch and chirped as he took up a new position, clutching his feet to the roof rack on the SUV. Can we come inside? I asked. No, Marcus snapped. Whatever it is you came here to say, just spit it out, but keep your voices down. His gaze snagged on something past my right shoulder, and he groaned. Okay, you know what? Fine. Come inside, but you'll have to make this quick. I turned and saw curtains flutter in the upstairs window across the street. We trooped inside the large home and stood in a semicircle in the formal living room. Clint was the last to come inside, holding Pippin's leash. The dog bounded over to Marcus, his tail flying wildly, much to Selene's chagrin as several of the thwaps hit her in the face. Marcus smiled sadly at the dog. Hey, boy. When he looked up, the smile faded, a mix of stress and exhaustion taking its place. What is your obsession with May? Were you like her superfan or something? A skinny microphone poked forward, and Aunt Lavender said in a stage whisper, If you could just lean in a little.
We told you why we're invested,
Selene said, barreling on as if her former guardian hadn't said anything.
If you weren't listening, that's your problem.
We want answers for Floyd, I said, more patiently than my familiar. He believes May's death was not an accident. We just want answers so he can be at peace. To some, he might just be a bird, but he was far more than that to May. Fine, he interrupted, raising his hands. It's really none of your business, but if it will get you to leave me alone, fine. What do you want to know?
Why were you at May's storage unit? What were you looking for?
Selene asked. Marcus's expression soured at the reminder we'd been tailing him. I was looking for the engagement ring I bought May. I had it custom made, exactly what she wanted, and it took a lot of time and cost a lot of money. She found it in my sock drawer the week before I was planning to propose. Since my surprise was ruined, I decided to come up with a plan B. Unfortunately, plan B never came to pass. We broke up before I could propose. Marcus paused and scrubbed a hand over his jawline. Pippin came to stand beside Clint, though his nose and tail twitched as he sniffed the air. Somewhere between our breakup and her passing, May took the ring and hid it, Marcus added. I don't know where she put it. For all I know, she pawned it to pay her bills or something. But I'd like to have it back, and I've turned the house inside out to try and find it. Sasha wants me to sell it and use the money to go on a vacation, so she's been nagging me to find it. I glanced at Selene. Her expression looked somewhat skeptical, but I believed him. It seemed too unlikely a story to just make up on the spot. Did you know that May's real name was Julie Hunt? I asked, fishing into my pocket to produce the Kentucky driver's license. I handed it to Marcus. He frowned, but took the small card from me and studied it. The furrow between his brows deepened, and he dropped his head lower still, staring at the photo before picking at the corner as if to determine if it were faked. We found it with a bunch of legal documents and an unfinished loan application, I continued. You and May bought this house together.
She had to have used her real identity for that. Marcus was silent for a long moment, then shook his head. We bought the house with cash. She said her half was from an inheritance, the last of a trust her uncle left for her. Marcus stared at the photo of May. My business was doing better then, and I liked the idea of going into it debt-free and renovating the place over time to build equity. Pippin stamped his paws and strained at the end of the leash. I thought he wanted to get closer to Marcus, but his sights were fixed elsewhere, down the hall. Is Sasha here? I asked, drawing my attention back to Marcus. I just don't get why she would be using a fake name. A fake identity, even with me. Marcus continued, seemingly oblivious to my question. Footsteps sounded, and Pippin perked up, his ears rotating. A few more seconds, and he flashed his teeth and growled, low in his chest.
Cool it, Cujo, Selene said. The adults are talking.
What's all this? A bright feminine voice asked. Babe, you didn't tell me we were expecting company. Sasha strode over to Marcus, wearing a silky black robe that billowed out behind her dramatically with each step. She draped herself over Marcus's shoulder, then fully took in our faces, and her expression soured. You, she said, glaring at me. You called my lips hot dogs. Clint choked and burst into a coughing fit.
Hey, give credit where credit is due, Selene interjected. That was my line.
Sasha's eyes narrowed into cat-like slits as she glowered at Selene. Somehow, having her eyes almost fully closed only accentuated the cartoonish proportions of her lips, emphasizing my familiar's case. Sasha turned her pout toward Marcus, looking for backup, when her gaze snagged on the license in his hands. What is this all about? She asked. I pulled the faded photo from my pocket and held it out to Marcus, largely ignoring Sasha's presence. Any idea who the other girl is? The back says her name is Rebecca. Something rolled through Sasha's eyes as they locked onto the photo, turning the frost gray into dark rolling clouds. What are you doing in our house? She snapped, shoving the photo out of Marcus's reach. He turned to look at her, confusion in his eyes. It hit me a moment after him. Marcus flinched and jerked backward. It's you. You're the one in this picture. He jabbed a finger at the photo, still in my hands. That scar there, above your right eye. Sasha inhaled sharply, her hand twitching at her side as she took a step back. A faint half-moon scar peeked out from her colored-in brows. The girl in the photo had it too, only it appeared larger on her younger, smaller face. Plastic surgery and magic could do a lot of things, but removing old scars was tough. You're crazy, Sasha spat. Then, shifting toward me, she added, I think you should all leave. Marcus is grieving and you're upsetting him, coming around here to talk about Julie. Her eyes went wide, locking on the photo still pinched between my finger and thumb. I meant May. You've just got me all confused. No one said the name Julie since you came out here, I pointed out. Aunt Lavender jostled her microphone as she tried to get closer to Sasha. Is this really you? I asked, turning the photo to face her. You're Rebecca? Marcus stepped off to the side, his face in his hands, muttering something I couldn't understand. Sasha reached forward and snagged the picture, tearing it into two pieces. Then, just as quickly, she yanked the skinny microphone from Aunt Lavender's hands and snapped it in half, dumping the broken pieces to the floor, along with the two halves of the photo. You don't know anything. How is this even possible? I asked, staring down at the two smiling faces. You both look the same age in the photo, but May was in her 40s and you look... I glanced up. Sasha flashed a cold smile, the edges sharp and brittle. Was that a compliment? I want to know what happened, Marcus boomed,
pivoting on his heels. Right now, Sasha. Or Rebecca. Whoever the hell you're supposed to be. Sasha's eyes went glacial, matching her icy grin. There is no Sasha. Just like there was no May.
It was her,
Selene confirmed.
The scent matches.
Pippin barked and howled. This is your star witness? Rebecca said with a cruel laugh. A dog?
Believe me, I'm not thrilled with it either,
Selene replied as Clint tried to console the distraught dog.
But yes, you didn't know it, but there were 2 witnesses when you killed May. Floyd and the mutt.
Floyd? Oh, right, her little pet. Rebecca rolled her eyes. This is all real? Marcus asked, looking at me, a new desperation in his eyes. He snapped back to Rebecca. You killed her? No. It happened like the police said. She fell and hit her head on the side of the pool. I just didn't get her out of the water. The revelation sat heavily in the room. Rebecca rolled her eyes. Believe me, she deserved worse. Pippin snarled and snapped his jaws.
Maybe you should drop the leash, Selene told Clint. We could see if another accident happens.
Why did May or Julie lie about her name? Marcus demanded. Why did you? I want to know the truth, and I think you owe that to me. Julie stole everything from me, Rebecca exclaimed. My inheritance, my mother's crystal ball, my future. Crystal ball? I looked at Aunt Lavender. She nodded silently. Glancing down, I realized she had her phone in her pocket. Her mic lay smashed at our feet, but the video recording was still capturing every moment. We had to keep Rebecca talking. Did you say crystal ball? I prompted. Rebecca's eyes flashed, glowing like a white-hot flame. My family has the sight, and there is a crystal ball that has been passed down for countless generations, given to the oldest witch of the next generation on her 24th birthday. I was that witch, but Julie had always coveted it and tried to convince my mother, her aunt, to give it to her instead. She said she deserved it more because she wanted to become a famous psychic and prove our family's powers were real once and for all, so no one in the magic community would laugh or scorn us again. Rebecca scoffed. She sold it well, I'll give her that. The truth is, Julie always wanted to be famous, but she didn't have the gift, at least not strong enough for something that lofty. She knew she would need help.
Crystal ball enters stage left,
Selene deadpanned. I had it for 10 years, mostly just sitting in a closet. Julie couldn't stand it. I'd use it every now and then, of course. A wicked smile curved Rebecca's lips. How else would I pay for all this cosmetic magic?
What did you do? Use it to tell you the winning lottery numbers or something?
Selene asked, her tone incredulous. No, nothing like that, Rebecca replied, a haughty flash showing in her eyes. It doesn't work like that. Believe me, I've tried. But you can't directly use its power for yourself. But you'd be surprised what people are willing to do for you once you show them a taste of your power. Rebecca paused and flipped her platinum hair over her shoulders. I never wanted fame, though. That was always Julie's thing. And eventually she got tired of watching me benefit. She stole the crystal ball and skipped town. That was 14 years ago. I knew she'd pop up eventually. She couldn't help herself. That hunger for fame was too ravenous. And sure enough, she did. She started her ridiculous website and her video channel, and slowly but surely, her content leaked out far enough that it came across my radar. A puzzle piece clicked into place. So soundly, I thought the others must have heard the click inside their own minds. You're Flame Hunter 24. You were the one threatening to expose her. Clever, right? She snapped her fingers, spinning a ball of flame into the air. Marcus blinked. I thought you were an earth witch.
Rebecca sighed and lifted her other hand, this one summoning a wisp of magic in a brilliant emerald hue. She pursed her oversized lips and blew the magic toward a houseplant sitting on the edge of a table near the front door. The plant exploded with new growth. "I'm a bit of a half-and-half situation," she explained, with a smug smile as the leaves spilled over the side of the pot. "I was born on the summer solstice, so I draw half of my power from earth and half from fire." "So it was you at May's memorial," I added. "You turned it into a bonfire." Rebecca shrugged. "If only I'd had some graham crackers and chocolate." "You sure are nonchalant about May or Julie's death for someone claiming it was an accident and not a murder," I snarled. Rebecca hitched a slim shoulder. "I didn't kill my cousin. I confronted her and we argued. All she had to do was give me what was rightfully mine. I swore I would leave her alone, but she refused. She told me to get off her property, and I told her it wouldn't be hers for much longer." Rebecca's teeth showed in a vicious smile, directed toward Marcus. She didn't like that. Her smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "She told me she'd shut down the website. She thought that was enough of a sacrifice. That's when I told her who I was, that I was the one keeping Marcus's bed warm. She lost it." A muscle jerked in Marcus's cheek. "She lunged at me. I pushed her back. A little too hard." Rebecca ended her account with a half-hearted shrug of her narrow shoulders. "I'll make you the same offer I made to her. Give me the crystal ball and you'll never see me again. This doesn't have to get nasty." "No!" Marcus boomed, his gaze moving to the front window as red and blue lights flashed, the colors splashing onto the wall behind him. Rebecca's frost-colored eyes went wide, and she whirled around to see him holding his phone. He held up the phone, the screen facing out. Officer Vivian's name was at the top of a text chain. Rebecca scrambled back, bumping into a narrow table positioned against the wall. A vase teetered and fell. Selene cast a spell at the last moment, suspending the vase inches from the floor. "Oh, what's this?" Rebecca said, an edge of panic creeping into her voice, even as she tried to maintain her barbed tone. "Now you care about what happened to her? What about all the nights you called me on the verge of sending her to the afterlife yourself? I did you a favor." Pain flashed over Marcus's face, momentarily easing the rage building behind his eyes. "We had our issues, but I never wanted her to die. I loved her." Marcus shook his head, a tangle of emotions playing across his face. "This was all just a game to you. Were you using me in hopes of getting to her? Or were you trying to take me away from her just to prove that you could?" Rebecca leaned close to Marcus, her words hard as iron, but soft as a whisper. "Julie took everything from me, and so I decided to take something from her. I just didn't know how easy it would really be. Don't act like some victim, Marcus. You all but threw yourself at me the moment I walked into your office and batted my lashes at you." "Maybe so. But what was the end game here, Sasha? Rebecca?" He spat her real name like it was a curse. "I'd sell my house, take you on a fancy Hawaiian vacation, and we'd pretend to be this happy couple? Did you ever even care about me? Or was I just a tool, a bit of leverage you could use to wrench your way into May's life?" Rebecca's smile turned feral. "All you've ever been is a tool, Marcus. Wake up! Why do you think I was so eager for you to find that engagement ring? I figured wherever May kept it hidden was where the crystal ball would be, too. It was only a matter of time before you'd find it." A knock sounded on the door. "Winterspell PD, open up." Rebecca straightened, her expression taking on a serene quality. "You'll never be able to prove anything. There's no evidence, and no real witnesses to even put me in that backyard. A dog and a bird will get you laughed out of court." "Oh, don't worry, dear," Aunt Lavender said, holding up her phone. "That microphone you broke was just a prop. I couldn't figure out how to get the darn thing to work, but thought it looked nice in the video. I got your whole statement right here."
Rebecca's eyes flashed, and she threw herself at my aunt, unleashing a furious scream of frustration and rage. Pippin snapped his tether and barreled into her, knocking her off course, just in time for my wind magic to slam into her other side, sending her careening to the floor. The door burst open, and Officer Viv stormed in, with a male officer at her back, just in time to watch Rebecca collapse into a pile of swirling black fabric. Chapter 20. 3 weeks later, Mom, Selene, Aunt Lavender, Liana, Cheyenne, and yes, Checkers too, all gathered at Minerva's cozy, cottage-like home studio. "You ready?" Minerva asked. Her smile radiated warmth in the mirror's reflection as she gently adjusted the pinned hemline of the gown, her fingers deft and careful. "You look stunning, Cora." My eyes misted up as an unexpected wave of emotions welled inside me. I'd never been much of a girly girl, my wardrobe predominantly composed of jeans and comfy shirts. But the wedding dress shopping frenzy had thrown me into a whirlwind of frills, lace, and satin. Every salesperson, bridal magazine article, and wedding-themed reality show had promised that when I tried on the one, I'd be hit with an undeniable feeling of certainty. Now, standing in front of the full-length mirror, draped in a classic, vintage-style ivory gown with exquisite lacework and a figure-flattering mermaid silhouette that flared subtly at my knees, I felt as though I'd been blindsided by a Mack truck. In the best possible way, of course. I nodded at Minerva, my smile turning watery at the edges. "I'm ready." She squeezed my hand and stepped ahead of me, parting the sage-green velvet curtains she'd hung from the ceiling to create the private dressing room in her quaint studio. With a wink, Minerva swept aside, and I emerged. A collective gasp greeted me, and I found myself staring into the misty eyes of the most important people and cats in my life. Liana was the first to find her voice. "Cora," she breathed, her eyes welling up as she took in the full vision of me in the wedding dress. She clutched her chest with both hands, her mouth falling open in awe. "You look so beautiful. I take back everything I said about returning the other dresses. You were absolutely right." Mom gave a soft, choked laugh, blinking back her tears. "Oh, sweetheart," she murmured, her gaze soft and wistful. She stepped closer, reaching out a hand to touch the delicate lace that adorned the gown. "It's perfect," she whispered. "Just perfect." Selene inclined her head, her bright blue eyes glowing.
"You clean up nicely. Although if you think you're putting me in a matching collar, I'll shred the whole thing to ribbons."
I snorted a laugh and rolled my eyes. "Careful, cat. I know where you stashed your 9th life." Aunt Lavender chuckled, her hand fluttering to her chest over her heart. "Let's see a full twirl." Minerva guided me onto a slight platform, placed in front of a trifold mirror. I spun slowly, careful not to dislodge any of the pins. "We still need to do a few alterations," I said, plucking carefully at the side of the gown. Cheyenne smiled as our eyes met. She took full advantage of leaving baby Pierce home with Evan and the girls and indulging in one of the mimosas Minerva had served upon our arrival. "You are going to be the most beautiful bride." "Thanks, Shy," I said. Liana nodded in hearty agreement as she wiped her eyes, her radiant smile never wavering. "I can't wait to see Clint's face when he sees you walking down the aisle." "That's always been my favorite part of a wedding," Mom agreed. I smiled back at them, my heart brimming with warmth. The reality of it all was finally hitting me. I was getting married, and I was ready. The dress,
their reactions. It all felt like a surreal dream. But as I stood there, feeling more beautiful than I ever had before, I knew it was all wonderfully, blissfully real. After a few more lingering moments, soaking it all in, I stepped back behind the curtain and Minerva helped extract me from the gown. I changed into my jean shorts and flip-flops, laughing to myself at the stark change, and went out to say goodbye to everyone and thank them for coming. Liana paused halfway through the door and grinned back at me, her dark brown eyes glowing with amusement. "You promise you won't cancel the order as soon as I leave?" I laughed. "I personally grant you permission to come smack me upside the head if I send this one back. Deal?"
"Ooh, can I help?"
Selene chimed in from somewhere behind me. Liana embraced me and scampered out onto the studio's porch. "I'm holding you to that promise, Cora Harth," she grinned. "Or should I start getting used to Cora Bridges?" After the dress fitting, Selene and I headed to the ice cream parlor. She was on a big whipped cream kick, and I'd given up on trying to keep her on anything resembling a diet. Our vet, sweet and knowledgeable as she was, likely didn't buy Selene's whole immortal claim. If she put on an excess pound, what difference could it really make? I ordered inside at the counter, while Selene did her best to leave as many nose smudges on the window as she could in my absence. "Selene!" I scoffed upon seeing the result of her handiwork. "Look at this mess. You smudged the paint on the mural."
"That ice cream cone was looking at me sideways,"
she retorted, flinging a scowl at the now ruined cartoon ice cream cone painted on the window, advertising a 2-for-1 price on scoops after 5 o'clock.
"Ice cream cones shouldn't have faces. It's unsettling," she added. "I am doing everyone a favor."
I shook my head and carried the 2 paper cups to a nearby table. Fresh off the victorious dress fitting, even Selene's antics couldn't sour my mood. "Here's your pup cup," I told the cat as we sat down. Selene blinked.
"Excuse me? My what?"
I grinned. "Your pup cup. That's what it's called." I gestured to her paper cup, filled with whipped cream. They usually give them out for people to feed their dogs as a treat. It's a whole thing. They have pictures up at the register of people's dogs eating them. Selene made a revolted expression as she stared at the cloud of sugary fluff. "Just eat it," I told her with a soft laugh.
"Fine, but I'm not calling it that."
She lapped tentatively at the treat, but it didn't take long for her to get over herself and shove half her face into the cup, inhaling her sweet snack. I leaned back in my chair, stretching my legs out before me, and dug into my own treat as the early afternoon breeze rustled through my hair.
"So you're happy with the dress?"
Selene asked, cocking her ear as she came up for breath. "I am."
"Good. I was getting tired of hearing about it."
I narrowed my eyes, my plastic spoon halfway to my mouth. "Oh, come off it. I barely talked to you about any of the wedding stuff."
"You mumble about it in your sleep," she informed me. "Clint can back me up."
"I do not," I protested, even while making a mental note to check with Clint when we got home. But it doesn't matter now. The dress was basically the last thing I needed to sort out. My shoulders felt lighter, just saying it out loud. The wedding was essentially planned. The house renovations, at least the kitchen, were completed. May, or rather, Julie, could rest in peace, knowing justice had been served on her behalf. Sheriff Templeton was giving us the cold shoulder after we'd once again proved him incompetent at his job. The threat of Hexile still echoed back to me every once in a while, but Aunt Lavender seemed to think he wouldn't dare risking it, now that we'd solved another large crime without his aid. There were just a couple of loose ends left. "There is something I do want to talk about with you," I told the cat. "With the wedding plans and remodel off my plate, I need to restructure some things in my life. And part of that involves you." Selene's eyes flashed with suspicion.
"Me?"
"Mm-hmm," I nodded.
I think you and I need to discuss making some changes after Clint and I get back from our honeymoon.
Changes? Like what?
I braced myself. Selene didn't even like it when we had to change her brand of kitty litter. About our relationship, Selene, I said on an exhale. We can't keep going on like this, always sniping and grousing at one another. It isn't healthy. And you can't keep dragging us into trouble just because you're bored or upset or wanting to show off how clever you are. Eventually, it will catch up with us, and one or both of us will pay the price. I know we tease Sheriff Templeton for being a lazy buffoon, but like it or not, he does have sway and power, and if we aren't more careful, he may very well follow through on his threat to have us hexiled.
Selene grunted. I'd like to see him try.
Well, I don't, I countered, my voice flat. We don't have to sort it all out right now, but we need to talk about it at some point. Selene swished her tail, ignoring me for a moment. You need to clear the air with Aunt Lavender, too.
We already had our little talk,
Selene said, and judging by the tone of her voice, it hadn't gone all that well, which likely meant Aunt Lavender hadn't caved to her every demand. I see, I nodded.
She's impossible. You know that?
I snorted. Look who's talking.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not the one running headfirst into danger.
What all was said?
She made me apologize for trying to interfere with her trip, if you can believe that.
Well, that explained the frostiness between the two at the fitting.
And I tried to convince her to give it up, but she refused,
Selene added. The corners of my mouth kicked up into a brief smile, but I stifled it before Selene could glance over and see. Did you try apologizing? A tail flick was her only reply. Would you feel better about her trip if you were to go along with her? I asked.
Of course, but it doesn't matter what I want, does it? The bond won't let me travel that far away from you, and you're too busy here to tag along.
Selene lapped her whipped cream, the tip of her tail still zipping back and forth in the breeze. There has to be a way to change the bond, I said. Selene's head jerked up, whipped cream once again clinging to her furry chin.
What do you mean?
I hitched one shoulder. I don't know exactly, but it's a spell, right? And spells can sometimes be altered, reimagined, twisted. Maybe there's a loophole in the spell, a way to alter it so you could have more freedom. Selene stared at me, as though meeting me for the first time and determined to commit my features to her memory.
You're serious? You know that if it backfired, there could be consequences for us both.
I smiled softly. Maybe. But if anyone can figure it out, it's you, Selene. We both know that. And I trust you. She glanced up at me, her eyes narrowing. I laughed. Mostly, I amended. Selene's gaze fell to the table, and I could all but hear the whirring sound of her mind tumbling through a new array of thoughts and theories. I want you to be happy, I added. And I don't think you're happy with the way things are. I think that's why you act out and scheme and... I stopped myself and cleared my throat. There was no need to relitigate our history. Exhaling, I continued. I'm just saying. I think it would be good for both of us to get a little breathing room from time to time. And if there was a way to lengthen the tethers of our bond, maybe that could be the solution. You could go with Aunt Lavender on her quests, or set off on one of your own. And I could stay here, doing what I love and holding down the fort until you return.
I'll see what I can come up with, Selene said. Although there is one thing I need to do first.
What's that? Her ears pinned back against her head.
I still haven't gotten around to going to the night market and finding that sleaze who tried to get Lavender to, quote-unquote, pose for him.
I burst out laughing. You mean Lowell? Her date to the wedding? Selene's mouth dropped open, her eyes bright and bulging as they snapped up to meet mine.
You're letting her bring that brute to your wedding?
He's not a brute, I said gently. I met him and Aunt Lavender for coffee last week, and he was perfectly nice.
and the photo he wanted her to pose for involved a classic car and all of her clothing. I checked. Selene's scowl remained firmly in place. I reached across the table and patted her between the ears. It's going to be okay, Selene. Sometimes change is a good thing. Selene growled. I smiled and popped a bite of caramel ribbon ice cream into my mouth. Oh, that reminds me. We've also decided to keep Pippin.
You what?
Don't worry. You'll always be my number one familiar.
Cora, you'd better be joking.
Oh, just eat your pop cup. This concludes Mystic Me